Beneath every field, desert, and riverbank lie stories carved in silence. The soil does not forget. It holds fragments of pottery, bones pressed into earth, and tools sharper than memory itself. Archaeologists step into this silence with brushes and trowels, searching not for myth but for evidence, for the facts that the ground keeps buried. Tonight, these discoveries are not hurried, but spoken slowly, as steady as dust brushed from stone. Each fragment is a fact, each layer a testimony, each ruin a voice from a world that once was. And before the journey begins, I want to ask you something. Where are you listening from right now? And what time is it there? The past has no clocks, but your answer ties the living to the long dead. The earth has waited patiently for thousands of years, and tonight it speaks again. Every excavation begins with the ground itself, for the earth is the oldest archive humanity has ever known. Layers of soil, pressed one over the other, through centuries of flood, fire, and settlement, become the silent pages of history. Archaeologists read this record through stratigraphy, noting the colors, textures, and interruptions within the soil. A band of ash may point to an ancient fire, while a compacted layer might suggest the surface of a floor once walked upon. Objects rest where they fell, sealed within these layers, until careful hands uncover them. The depth of each find matters, as much as the object itself, for position tells time. A shard buried deeper belongs to an earlier chapter than one closer to the surface, and together they form a sequence that can be traced like the turning of pages. Excavation is not destruction, but revelation, peeling back the centuries in the order they were written. In this way, the archaeologist does not merely dig. They journey backward, guided by the soil's memory, uncovering lives long erased from living memory, but carefully preserved beneath the weight of time. From these soil layers, the first artifacts to emerge are often fragments of pottery, the most durable evidence of vanished cultures. Pottery survives where wood decays and textiles rot, its hardened clay resisting the forces that erase other materials. Archaeologists examine shards for thickness, texture, and the tempering agents mixed with the clay, all of which reveal choices made by the potter's hand. Painted or carved designs record artistic expression, while soot marks or wear patterns tell of daily function. A rim fragment may identify a vessel used for pouring, while a flat base might belong to one that once stored grain. Beyond function, pottery serves as a chronological marker, for styles evolve in recognizable patterns, allowing archaeologists to date entire sites based on the fragments recovered. Through comparison with known sequences, trade connections are traced and cultural affiliations identified. Reconstructing vessels from scattered pieces restores not only form but context. Meals once cooked, rituals once performed, goods once transported across distances. In these silent shards, entire lifeways are revealed, and the fragments of clay become voices that carry across centuries, unbroken by the passage of time. If pottery speaks of culture, stone tools speak of survival, their edges sharper than memory, their craftsmanship enduring across ages. Long before metal, flint and obsidian answered human need with precision. Archaeologists recognized deliberate flaking patterns, bulbs of percussion, and retouched edges that distinguish artifacts from accidental fractures. A hand axe may reveal symmetry valued by its maker, while a scraper bears the marks of hide processing, its edge worn smooth by repetition. Under the microscope, traces of polish and wear show where the blades sliced plants, butchered animals, or shaped wood. These tools are not random debris, but intentional designs, the outcome of skill passed through generations. Sites rich with unfinished cores and flake debris reveal workshops, places where sparks once flew as stone was struck into form. Each tool becomes a cultural fingerprint, linking communities through their shared technological traditions. To the archaeologist, these stones are more than implements. They are proof of human adaptability, ingenuity, and persistence. In their silence, they preserve a story of hands that labored, hunted, built, and endured, leaving behind the very tools that made survival possible in landscapes that would otherwise have been merciless. Bones are among the most telling finds in any excavation, for they preserve traces of both the human and animal presence that shaped ancient life. Animal remains reveal diet, economy, and environment. Cut marks etched into the surface indicate butchery, while burns show preparation over fire. A collection of cattle bones may suggest pastoral farming, while the presence of fish bones points to riverside or coastal subsistence. Human remains, examined with care, provide even deeper insight. The shape of the pelvis, the size of long bones, and the condition of teeth reveal age, sex, stature, and health. Evidence of arthritis or healed fractures tells of labor and resilience, while burial practices reflect beliefs about life and death. Extended skeletons, crouched forms, or carefully arranged orientations are cultural expressions preserved in silence. For archaeologists, bones are not relics of death alone, but records of life, offering data on diet, disease, labor, and ritual. In their unspoken testimony, they bridge the gap between science and memory, grounding the abstract sweep of history in the physical remains of individuals who once lived and breathed. Architecture rises from the soil in fragments, yet even fragments hold immense meaning. Foundations, post holes, and mud brick walls reveal the scale and design of settlements, mapping out the living patterns of past communities. A line of stones may have supported a wall, while a circular arrangement of post holes may indicate a hut once filled with voices and firelight. Archaeologists trace these patterns to reconstruct buildings, temples, and entire villages. The thickness of walls suggests whether they supported one story or more, while doorways and thresholds reveal movement through spaces. Some sites reveal monumental structures designed for rituals, while others uncover modest homes clustered together for protection and community. In each case, the material tells of labor and design, of knowledge passed from builder to builder. Even collapsed ruins preserve intent, showing how humans shaped environments to shelter themselves, to worship, to store, or to rule. These foundations, however broken, are the most stubborn records of ambition, speaking of permanence and collapse in equal measure. Burial grounds form some of the most revealing archaeological sites, for they combine material, ritual, and belief into one context. Graves may contain not only bodies, but offerings, beads, pottery, tools, or ornaments placed beside the dead. The selection of objects reflects ideas about status, memory, or an afterlife. In some burials, bodies are adorned with jewelry, wrapped in cloth, or positioned facing certain directions, all of which provide clues to cultural practices. Mass graves suggest disease or conflict, while carefully built tombs speak of hierarchy and reverence. Oil analysis reveals organic traces of plants once placed with the dead, whether as food for the journey or as ritual adornment. To the archaeologist, each burial is not simply an end, but a conversation with belief systems that shaped entire societies. Funerary customs become a bridge between the living and the departed, preserved in soil and stone long after the mourners themselves are gone. Metal artifacts, though rarer than pottery or stone, carry a different weight in archaeology. Bronze, iron, and gold each reveal both technology and value. Corroded blades, bent ornaments, or fragments of armor speak of skills that transform societies. Metallurgy required not only access to resources, but also specialized knowledge of smelting, alloying, and casting. A bronze axe implies trade networks that brought copper and tin together, while iron objects reveal transitions into new ages of warfare and farming. Precious metals, often found in graves or hoards, show status and symbolic meaning rather than practical use. Even corroded fragments, analyzed carefully, reveal methods of production and patterns of wear. To find metal is to find the moment when societies shifted from survival to complexity, investing labor in tools that reshaped daily life and weapons that changed the scale of conflict. Archaeologists treat these fragments as thresholds, marking the transition from stone to a new era of mastery over materials. Inscriptions and carvings transform silent artifacts into voices that can still be read on clay tablets, stone monuments, or fragments of bone. Markings record transactions, beliefs, and memories. Even the simplest scratch on a shard of pottery may be a personal mark of ownership. Larger inscriptions, carved into monuments, preserve laws, prayers, and dedications. Archaeologists study the form of script, the medium of writing, and the placement of text to determine purpose and audience. Deciphered languages have revealed entire civilizations, while undeciphered scripts remain as mysteries, whispering from stone without translation. Carvings that depict animals, gods, or geometric patterns serve as cultural expressions preserved for millennia. Inscriptions remind archaeologists that beyond tools and structures, there were words, thoughts, and identities recorded deliberately. These texts, when understood, give unparalleled access to the minds of people long dead, collapsing the distance between excavator and subject through the permanence of written marks. Trade networks become visible in archaeology through materials that do not belong to the landscapes where they are found. Obsidian blades discovered far from volcanic regions reveal exchange routes stretching across hundreds of miles. Shell beads uncovered in inland burials testify to connections with distant seas. Amber, lapis lazuli, and turquoise, prized for their rarity, appear in places where they could never have originated, carried by merchants who linked communities together. Archaeologists trace these materials through chemical analysis, identifying the sources of stone, metal, or pigment, and mapping the movement of goods across continents. Such trade was not only economic, but cultural, spreading ideas, technologies, and beliefs alongside objects. A fragment of pottery decorated in a foreign style, or a burial adorned with ornaments of distant origin, demonstrates that no settlement existed in complete isolation. Every artifact of foreign material is evidence of roads, rivers, or sea routes once traveled, connecting human lives in webs of exchange that shaped the development of civilizations. Food remains also tell stories of survival, adaptation, and cultural choice. Seeds preserved in soil, grains, carbonized by ancient cooking fires, and residues found inside pots reveal what communities cultivated and consumed. Archaeologists identify wheat, barley, millet, and maize, noting shifts that mark agricultural revolutions. Pollen analysis uncovers the landscapes of ancient fields, while animal bones reveal patterns of herding and hunting. Fishing hooks and net weights speak of rivers and seas supplying sustenance. Even microscopic traces of starch and protein found on stone tools expand understanding of diet. Food remains reflect more than necessity, they carry social meaning. Feasting halls, storage pits, and ceremonial offerings of grain or meat point to gatherings where eating was as much ritual as survival. Through these remains, archaeologists reconstruct the balance between cultivation and wild harvest, between feast and famine. The silent seeds and charred bones allow glimpses into the kitchens and hearths of civilizations long vanished, sustaining the memory of daily life. Textiles, though fragile, sometimes survive against time's erosion, preserved by chance in arid deserts, frozen tundra, or waterlogged peat bogs. A scrap of cloth, a fragment of woven matting, or twisted fibers can transform understanding of ancient technology. Archaeologists examine weave patterns, thread counts, and dye residues, noting the skill required to produce fabrics, both functional and decorative. Textiles reveal more than craft, they display identity and status. A simple plant fiber garment speaks of utility, while patterned or dyed cloth shows symbolic meaning and social differentiation. The discovery of spindle whorls and loom weights further attests to the importance of textile production in households and economies. Even when fabric itself has vanished, impressions left in clay preserve the memory of weave. These fragile remains remind archaeologists that daily life was clothed, sheltered, and adorned with materials that once fluttered in winds, covered bodies, or carried goods. For a moment, they return color and movement to sites otherwise reduced to stone and clay. Ritual sites often stand apart from settlements, marked by structures or deposits that resist explanation through utility alone. Circles of stones aligned with celestial bodies, pits filled with offerings, and altars bearing the remains of sacrifice, speak of belief systems that governed ancient communities. Archaeologists study these contexts carefully, distinguishing ritual from refuse through placement, repetition, and symbolism. Objects deliberately broken, buried in patterns, or deposited with care suggest acts of worship, rather than disposal. Fire pits used for offerings, figurines buried in foundations, and cairns marking boundaries, all point towards spiritual practices. The orientation of temples towards solstices or equinoxes links human activity to the movement of the sky. Though interpretation is cautious, the weight of evidence suggests that ritual was a defining element of ancient societies, shaping not only religion, but social order. Each deposit becomes a whisper of meaning, a fragment of the unseen woven into the visible record of archaeology. Art, preserved in carvings, figurines and painted surfaces, forms a vital thread within archaeological discovery. Small statues shaped from clay or stone capture the human form, animals, or abstract symbols. Painted walls in caves or houses preserve moments of expression from lives otherwise silent. Even decorated tools and pottery transcend utility, showing the desire to adorn and communicate beyond necessity. Archaeologists analyze style, subject, and technique to trace cultural connections and development. A figurine may symbolize fertility, while a painted panel may represent myth or memory. The pigments themselves, ochre, charcoal, or ground minerals, reveal knowledge of natural resources and the importance of color in communication. Art offers rare access to imagination, emotion, and identity, glimpses of what people valued when survival alone was not the only concern. Each fragment of carving or painting is a reminder that humanity has always sought not only to live, but to create, leaving behind images that outlast their makers. Settlement patterns emerge from archaeological surveys, where surface finds and excavation combine to map the distribution of communities across landscapes. Some sites reveal single households, while others grow into towns with organized streets and specialized zones for production and ritual. The placement of settlements near rivers, fertile plains, or defensible heights reflects choices made for survival and advantage. Archaeologists use aerial photography, satellite imagery, and ground surveys to trace the outlines of ancient fields, roads, and fortifications. In this broader view, individual artifacts become part of a larger mosaic, showing how societies organized space and interacted with their environments. Shifts in settlement patterns over time reveal responses to climate change, resource depletion, or conflict. Villages abandoned, cities fortified, or new centers established each tell of adaptation and transformation. These patterns allow archaeologists to understand not only individual sites, but the dynamics of entire regions, reconstructing how human lives were bound to the land. At the close of any excavation, the most vital work often begins with recording and preservation. Archaeologists meticulously draw, photograph, and catalogue every find, for removal without context reduces an artifact to a mere object. Soil samples, stratigraphic profiles, and spatial coordinates preserve the relationships that give meaning to discoveries. Conservation specialists stabilize fragile items, bone, metal, wood, ensuring that they survive beyond the dig. Museums and archives then carry the responsibility of housing and presenting these objects, allowing the wider world to share in the knowledge. But for the archaeologist, the excavation site itself remains a place of memory, its trenches backfilled, its soil returned, its silence restored. What was revealed is carried into records, publications, and collective knowledge, while the earth closes again over the places once opened. In this cycle of uncovering and covering, archaeology honors both the past it reveals and the soil that guards it still. Archaeology measures time with care, because facts without chronology become loose stones in the dark. Section 2 follows the ways scholars anchor discoveries to years and seasons. They distinguish relative from absolute dating. Relative methods place layers and objects in sequence. Older below, younger above, styles evolving step by step. Absolute methods estimate calendar ages with measurable processes, turning signals in materials into numbers with ranges. Stratigraphy stays central, yet samples confirm what layers suggest. Pottery typology orders change, while radiocarbon assigns ages to charcoal, seeds, textiles, or bone collagen. Dendrochronology counts tree rings, aligning patterns against master sequences. Thermoluminescence and optically stimulated luminescence clock the last heating or burial of grains and ceramics. Obsidian hydration measures water absorbed after flaking. Archaeomagnetism reads the direction and strength of Earth's field captured in fired clay. Uranium series dates cave formations, and sometimes bones. Varve counts in lakes' tephra layers, and ice records contribute regional anchors. Most projects combine several lines, then use Bayesian models to test fit and refine uncertainty. In cautious hands, these tools convert silence into timelines, letting settlements, rituals, and roads take their places in history. Chronology turns fragments into narratives that audiences can follow with confidence today. Radiocarbon dating estimates ages for once-living materials by measuring carbon isotopes. Cosmic rays create radioactive carbon-14 in the atmosphere, which plants absorb during photosynthesis. Animals and people ingest it by eating plants or other animals, keeping carbon-14 levels in balance while alive. After death, carbon-14 decays with a half-life of about 5,730 years, lowering the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12. Archaeologists sample charcoal, seeds, textiles, wood, leather, or bone collagen, then send them to laboratories. Accelerator mass spectrometers count individual isotopes in tiny samples, producing an age in radiocarbon years. Because atmospheric carbon-14 has varied over time, raw results are calibrated against tree ring sequences and other archives to convert them into calendar years. Calibrated results appear as probability ranges, not single points, reflecting uncertainty. Short-life materials like seeds date events closely. Old wood can mislead if reused long after cutting. Careful sampling, context notes, and pre-treatment to remove contaminants improve reliability. Radiocarbon transformed archaeology by giving dates to pottery styles, building phases, and migrations across continents. Used with stratigraphy and typology, it anchors timelines while leaving room for caution and debate. Even today, new calibration curves refine results, tightening chronologies, and revealing subtle climate signals across distinct regions worldwide. Radiocarbon results depend on rigorous sampling, documentation, and pre-treatment to remove contaminants. Archaeologists isolate secure contexts, avoiding intrusive roots, burrowing disturbances, and mixed layers. Charred seeds from hearths, short-lived twigs, or woven plant fibers often date activities more precisely than large timbers. Field notes record depth, layer descriptions, and associations with features or artifacts, because context gives meaning to numbers. In labs, chemical pretreatments remove humic acids, consolidants, or conservation glues that would skew the carbon-14 signal. Bone samples require enough preserved collagen. Degraded bones risk contamination and unreliable ages. Old wood effect remains a classic caution. Timber reused for centuries can predate the event being studied. Reservoir effects in lakes and seas can make aquatic organisms appear artificially old. Modern contamination, even fingerprints, can bias tiny samples, so gloves, clean tools, and foil wraps are standard. Multiple samples from the same context, dated independently, reveal outliers and strengthen interpretations. When results conflict with stratigraphy, archaeologists recheck notes, sediments, and sample history rather than forcing agreement. Good practice treats every date as evidence to be tested, compared, and explained. Transparent reporting, archived samples, and open datasets allow future studies to replicate findings and challenge assumptions responsibly across labs and generations. Dendrochronology dates wooden objects and structures by matching tree ring patterns to master sequences. Each year, trees add a ring whose width reflects local climate conditions. Over centuries, sequences of wide and narrow rings create unique barcodes that can be cross-matched among timbers. Archaeologists sample beams, posts, or wooden tools by coring or examining cut sections, then compare their ring patterns to regional chronologies. When the outermost ring and bark edge survive, felling dates can pinpoint construction to a specific year and sometimes season. In regions with long continuous records, such as parts of Europe and the American Southwest, tree ring dating achieves remarkable precision. Dendrochronology also creates calibration datasets for radiocarbon, aligning atmospheric variations with exact calendar years. Cautions remain: reused timbers, missing rings, or species without good reference sequences complicate interpretation. Even so, ring data clarify building phases, repairs, and historical events linked to droughts or cold spells. Combined with excavation records, dendrochronology transforms scattered wood into a timeline of cutting, transport, and construction. It turns silent beams into dated witnesses, giving architecture a heartbeat measured in weather and growth. In waterlogged sites, preserved posts extend chronologies, illuminating harbors, bridges, and wetlands once busy with movement and trade and craft. The moluminescence dating estimates when minerals in ceramics or burnt flint were last heated to high temperatures. Heating empties trapped electron charges in crystal lattices. After cooling, background radiation slowly refills those traps. In the laboratory, samples are reheated to release the stored energy as light, whose intensity correlates with elapsed time since last firing. Archaeologists select sherds from kilns, hearth-fired pots, bricks, or burnt chert, protecting them from sunlight and contamination. Laboratories measure dose rate from surrounding sediments and radioisotopes to convert luminescent signals into years with error ranges. The moluminescence complements typology, where pottery style spans centuries, or where invasive sampling for radiocarbon is impossible. Cautions include partial reheating, variable firing temperatures, or mixed grains that complicate signals. Replication, multiple aliquots, and careful dose rate modeling improve reliability. Used alongside stratigraphy and radiocarbon, the moluminescence helps establish construction sequences, kiln use, and episodes of burning that reshaped settlements. It is especially valuable for dating ceramics from contexts lacking organic material, turning heat's memory into a chronological tool for the past. In caves and desert sites, TL clarifies timelines for lamps, figurines, and storage jars, linking craft practice to household rhythms, regional trade, and technological change across centuries of occupation and memory. Optically stimulated luminescence dating estimates when quartz or feldspar grains in sediments were last exposed to sunlight. Sunlight empties trapped electron charges. Burial in darkness lets background radiation refill them slowly. In the lab, controlled light releases the stored energy, which is measured to calculate time since last exposure. Archaeologists sample with light-tight tubes, driven into clean sediment faces, sealing grains from accidental illumination. OSL dates the burial of dunes, flood deposits, and construction fills, anchoring site formation processes. It proves especially useful where organic materials are scarce or where radiocarbon reaches its limit. Cautions include post-depositional disturbance, partial bleaching during transport, and heterogeneous dose rates. Multiple samples across profiles test consistency, while single-grain analyses identify mixed histories. Combined with stratigraphy, OSL clarifies when walls were raised, ditches backfilled, or landscapes shifted under wind and water. By converting darkness into years, OSL records episodes of building, abandonment, and environmental change that shaped human settlement patterns. Careful field logging of sediment color, texture, and contacts preserves context for later modeling. When paired with artifact distributions and micromorphology, OSL timelines reveal construction episodes hidden inside fills, distinguishing purposeful engineering from natural infill and guiding reconstructions of evolving space across complex urban stratigraphy. Obsidian hydration dating estimates, when volcanic glass artifacts were flaked by measuring the microscopic hydration rind that grows after exposure. Once a fresh surface forms, water diffuses inward from the environment, creating a measurable band. Under a microscope, technicians measure rind thickness on blades, flakes, or points, then convert it to age using local hydration rates. Rates depend on temperature, glass chemistry, and humidity, so regional calibration is essential. Hydration works best within specific time ranges and is cross-checked against radiocarbon, stratigraphy, and typology. In obsidian-rich regions, hydration provides quick, inexpensive estimates for large lithic collections, highlighting changes in tool production and exchange. It reveals quarry use, workshop episodes, and patterns of movement across valleys and highlands. Cautions include recycled pieces, surface weathering, and thermal events that reset hydration. Used carefully, the method adds resolution to studies of mobility and technology, especially where organic materials are scarce. In combination with chemical sourcing, hydration chronicles how glass traveled from volcano to village, from core to cutting edge, marking time as thin as a transparent line. Collections dated by hydration often reveal seasonal napping camps, hunting corridors, and household repair, linking everyday tasks to broader exchange routes, spanning rugged landscapes and time. Topology and seriation organize artifacts into sequences based on changing styles and features. Archaeologists group objects by shape, decoration, and manufacturing technique, then track how frequencies shift through layers and sites. When one design rises, peaks and declines, while another emerges, overlapping curves suggest chronological order. Seriation does not assign calendar years by itself. It builds relative timelines that later anchor to absolute dates. Pottery often drives seriations, but beads, metals, and lithics can show similar pattern change. Assemblages from cemeteries, houses, or shipwrecks become snapshots within longer stylistic histories. Cautions include regional variation, function-driven differences, and curated heirlooms that distort frequency patterns. Seriation works best with large, well-documented samples and stratified contexts. Once cross-checked against radiocarbon or dendrochronology, seriated sequences turn style into time, clarifying cultural transitions and interactions. By weaving relative and absolute evidence, archaeologists transform shifting fashions into grounded history, moving from motifs to movements, from individual vessels to centuries of change across landscapes. Graphical displays such as battleship curves make patterns visible, guiding interpretation and identifying outliers that deserve closer contextual study. When seriations from neighboring valleys align, researchers infer contact, migration, or shared workshops, strengthening regional chronologies through converging lines of independent evidence and practice. Archaeomagnetism dates fired features by measuring the direction and intensity of Earth's magnetic field, recorded as they cooled. Clay hearths, kilns, and bricks acquire a thermoimmanent magnetization aligned to the field at the time of last firing. In the lab, oriented samples reveal declination, inclination, and sometimes intensity, which are compared to regional reference curves that change through time. When a feature's magnetic signature matches a segment of the curve, archaeologists estimate its firing date within stated uncertainties. The method works best in regions with dense calibration datasets and features that cooled in place without later disturbance. Cautions include lightning strikes, reheating, or movement after firing, which can alter signals. Archaeomagnetism complements radiocarbon and dendrochronology by dating ovens, kilns, and industrial installations that lack organic material. It ties technological activity to calendars, revealing episodes of production, feasting, and architectural renovation. Because Earth's field drifts irregularly, continued research refines curves and expands coverage to new areas, improving precision and applicability over time. Combined with excavation drawings and residue analysis, archaeomagnetic dates anchor culinary traditions, metallurgical cycles, and communal gatherings to specific building phases, documented across neighborhoods. Such integration turns isolated hearths into coordinated timelines that track craft intensity and social rhythm. Uranium series. Dating measures the decay of uranium isotopes into thorium within calcium carbonate. Speleothems in caves, corals, and sometimes fossil bones accumulate uranium, but exclude thorium when formed. Over time, uranium decays and thorium grows in, allowing scientists to calculate ages from thousands to several 100,000 years. In archaeology, uranium series helps date cave art by bracketing mineral crusts above or below pigments, as well as burials encased in calcite. Cautions include open system behavior, where uranium moves after formation, violating assumptions. Careful screening, microsampling, and geochemical tests check reliability. Where radiocarbon reaches its limit, uranium series extends timelines deeper into the late Pleistocene, linking human presence to climatic shifts recorded in speleothem layers. Combined with luminescence methods and stratigraphy, it anchors sequences in caves and coastal settings, connecting occupation pulses with environmental change. As laboratories refine measurements and contamination controls, precision improves, giving clearer windows into early art, ritual spaces, and long-term settlement histories. In coral terraces, uranium series ages track sea level fluctuations, providing geographic markers that frame coastal migration and resource use. When cave speleothems preserve dust and pollen, paired dating and paleo-environmental proxies situate human activity within rhythms of moisture, temperature, and landscape stability across centuries and millennia of change. Varves are annual layers in lake sediments that form through seasonal changes in deposition. Coarser material often settles during spring runoff, while finer silts and clays accumulate in calmer seasons, creating couplets. Counting varves can produce year-by-year chronologies spanning thousands of years, when disturbance is minimal. Archaeologists use varve counts to date tephra falls, floods, and human activity around lakes, correlating events with settlements on nearby shores. Cores extracted from lake beds preserve pollen, charcoal, and microfossils between layers, providing environmental context for occupations. Magnetic susceptibility, geochemistry, and ancient DNA sometimes add further signals. Cautions include slumping, bioturbation, and gaps where layers are disturbed or missing. Cross-checking counts with radiocarbon and tephra chronology strengthens confidence. Varve records pair especially well with lakeside sites, where fishing, farming, or ritual left subtle traces in surrounding sediments. In these archives, the passing of years becomes visible, letting researchers align human footprints with seasonal rhythms written in mud and water. Digital core imaging and X-ray scanning reveal fabric changes too fine for the naked eye, improving counts and detecting hidden disturbances. When multiple lakes in a region synchronize, varve chronologies map droughts, fires, and land use shifts that frame settlement history with clarity and temporal resolution. Tephrochronology uses volcanic ash layers as time markers across wide regions. Explosive eruptions loft glass shards and minerals into the atmosphere, which fall as thin layers that blanket landscapes. Each eruption has a distinct geochemical fingerprint. By identifying shard chemistry under the microscope, or with microprobe instruments, scientists match ash in distant sites to a known eruption. These ties create instantaneous horizons that cross rivers, fields, and settlements, linking layers separated by long distances. In archaeology, tephra fixes the relative order of events and provides anchor points for radiocarbon calibration and varve counts. Cautions include reworking by wind or water, cryptotephra layers too fine to see, and mixed deposits in complex stratigraphy. Careful sampling, sieving, and geochemical comparison ensure secure matches. Once established, tephra frameworks knit together caves, lakes, and open sites turning scattered finds into synchronized narratives. In this way, ash from a distant volcano becomes a shared timestamp for communities that never saw the mountain itself. Tephra markers also travel offshore, embedding in marine cores that archive currents, storms, and productivity. When land and sea records align, researchers trace migration corridors, shoreline change, and recovery after eruptions, illuminating resilience and risk in settled volcanic provinces through time together. Bayesian chronological modeling integrates dates, stratigraphy, and prior knowledge to refine timelines. Using software such as Oxcal or BCal, archaeologists input radiocarbon results, phase boundaries, and sequence rules drawn from excavation. The model tests many possible calendars against the data, narrowing ranges and identifying outliers that conflict with stratigraphic order. Bayesian methods do not change measurements. They improve interpretation by combining evidence within a probabilistic framework. Phases can represent building episodes, burial grounds, or occupation pulses separated by gaps. Results return as posterior distributions, credible intervals, and agreement indices that quantify fit. Cautions include unrealistic priors, over-constrained sequences, and unrecognized disturbances that force misleading precision. Transparent reporting of assumptions and sensitivity tests keeps conclusions honest. When used with care, Bayesian models transform scattered dates into coherent histories, highlighting when settlements began, peaked, and ended, and how fast changes unfolded across landscapes and households. Graphs of modeled start and end boundaries help compare neighboring sites, revealing synchronicity or lag. Archaeologists often rerun models as new samples arrive, letting chronologies evolve transparently while preserving earlier versions for audit. This living approach turns dates into dialogue, balancing precision with humility and constant checking. It keeps the story empirical, careful, and open to revision. No single method answers every chronological question, so archaeologists weave multiple techniques into robust timelines. Relative sequences from stratigraphy and seriation provide structure, while absolute dates attach numbers with known uncertainty. Cross-dating checks agreement. Radiocarbon ranges should align with dendrochronology, while luminescence should respect burial order. Discrepancies trigger re-examination of samples, contexts and assumptions rather than forced harmony. Error ranges are not flaws. They are honest reflections of limited information. Researchers report them openly, compare overlapping probabilities, and avoid false precision. Regional event markers, tephra, floods, droughts, or cultural horizon styles help synchronize distant sites. By mapping agreements and disagreements, archaeologists separate firm anchors from tentative suggestions. Through synthesis, the past gains clarity without pretending to certainty, allowing stories to remain faithful to evidence. Interdisciplinary partnerships with geologists, physicists, and statisticians strengthen designs, improve sampling strategies, and broaden the set of archives available for cross-checking. As datasets grow, meta-analyses reveal regional pulses of building, abandonment, and ritual, letting archaeologists compare timelines across valleys, coasts, and mountains without losing the detail of individual households. Such layered chronologies support careful storytelling, where uncertainty is voiced and confidence is earned, guiding museums, classrooms, and communities toward evidence-based understanding of heritage today. Chronology becomes meaningful when tied back to lives and landscapes. Dates are not trophies. They are coordinates that position hearths, workshops, burials, and roads within unfolding stories. Archaeologists keep the focus on context, asking what changed before and after each dated event. Did diets shift, houses move, or craft intensify? Did rivers flood, rulers rise, or rituals spread? When time anchors questions, patterns emerge, pulses of building after droughts, pauses in trade during conflicts, renewals following migration. Care grows with every step, secure contexts, clean sampling, cross-checked methods, and transparent models. The best timelines remain humble, stating ranges instead of certainties, inviting revision as new evidence appears. Section 2 has followed tools that convert signals into calendars: radiocarbon, rings, luminescence, hydration, magnetism, uranium series, varves, and tephra. Together, they turn scattered facts into sequences that can be read aloud without losing honesty. Section 3 will turn from clocks to landscapes, showing how survey, mapping, and remote sensing guide excavations before the first trowel lifts dust, ensuring that time and place meet cleanly on the page and in the ground. With calendars established, the map expands, and sites emerge as connected neighborhoods, rather than isolated dots on silent terrain everywhere. With timelines anchored, archaeology turns to landscapes, because place shapes every human choice. Before a single trowel touches soil, teams read terrain. They study slopes, water sources, wind exposure, and soils, asking where people could build, farm, worship, or bury. Landscape archaeology treats sites as neighborhoods within wider systems, not as isolated dots. Old river channels, terrace edges, and spring lines guide expectations. Roads tend to follow contour, while shrines choose heights or horizons. The first pass is simple observation: landforms, vegetation changes, and artifact scatters on the surface. Notes become sketches, then measured plans. Every clue is recorded with coordinates, locked to a map grid, so patterns can later emerge. The goal is efficiency and respect, to learn as much as possible with the least disturbance. This phase narrows large possibilities into focused targets, turning an open countryside into a short list of likely places. When the map begins to whisper, here a faint line, there a scatter of sherds, the team designs the next steps. Prospection follows with method and restraint, letting instruments, images, and careful walking test the land. The pass begins to show itself not as a single point, but as a network of paths, fields, and boundaries spreading quietly across ground. Systematic field walking is the most direct conversation with a landscape. Teams walk in parallel transects, spaced at fixed intervals, eyes down, pace steady, bags ready. Each walker collects artifacts within a defined strip, calling out coordinates or marking finds on digital forms. Pottery sherds, tile fragments, lithics, and bone pieces become data points rather than curiosities. The same area is sometimes walked twice in different light, or after rain, because damp soil and low sun reveal subtle surfaces better. Sampling designs vary: full coverage in small parcels, or grid-based sampling across wide tracts where time is limited. Each bag carries a label with grid square, transect number, and date, so later analysis can rebuild distribution maps precisely. Bias is managed by training, consistent speeds, and periodic checks. Field walking can identify farmsteads, villa belts, workshop zones, and route corridors without opening a trench. Over time, clusters of finds thicken into settlement footprints, while long, thin scatters suggest roads or paths. Even the absence of finds is a result, defining empty zones, floodplains, or pasture. When plotted in a GIS, densities turn into surfaces, and surfaces start to tell stories, where people cooked, dumped, repaired, and moved. What was once a quiet field becomes a visible archive underfoot. Grids bring order to open ground. Surveyors stake a baseline, then create squares or rectangles that cover the study area, with clean geometry. Within each square, all actions follow the same rules: collect, count, weigh, and record. The grid makes comparisons fair, letting researchers see true highs and lows, rather than accidents of effort. After the day's work, counts turn into maps. Kernel density estimates produce smooth surfaces from point finds. Heat maps reveal cause of activity, while contours outline diminishing tails. Analysts split the data by artifact type and period, watching Roman tile diverge from medieval pottery or Bronze Age lithics. Even single categories, like cookingware versus fine tableware, separate kitchens from dining spaces. The grid also controls geophysics and test pits, so every technique later overlays cleanly. Quality control catches outliers. A suspicious spike may be a dumped tractor load or a modern brake area. By repeating grids year after year, teams track plow damage and erosion, adjusting strategies before contexts vanish. In the end, the grid is not a cage, but a lens. It makes an uneven landscape legible, turning hundreds of small choices, where to step, what to pick up, into patterns that reflect lifetimes of living on the same ground. Aerial photography adds altitude to insight. From above, slight differences in crops, soil tone, and shadow length reveal what the ground conceals. Crop marks arise when buried ditches hold moisture, making plants taller and darker, while walls stunt growth, leaving pale, short patches. Soil marks appear after ploughing or rain, when fills and foundations contrast in color. Shadow marks emerge at dawn or dusk, when low sun exaggerates tiny relief. Pilots and drone operators fly oblique passes to capture long shadows, then vertical passes for mapping accuracy. Seasonal timing matters. Dry summers amplify ditches, wet springs highlight bank lines. Historic air photos, sometimes taken for military mapping, become archives for vanished features later destroyed by development. Photographers annotate frames with flight lines, camera settings, and ground control points to enable precise georeferencing. Once rectified, images overlay modern parcels, revealing lost fields, villa compounds, and fort ditches that align with today's hedges and lanes. Aerial prospection often sets the agenda for geophysics and trench placement, reducing guesswork. Most importantly, it respects the ground. With nothing disturbed, entire past landscapes can be traced, allowing excavation to target the most informative places while keeping the broader picture intact for future study and conservation. Satellite remote sensing widens the view to regions. Multispectral imagery detects energy beyond human sight, translating plant stress, soil moisture, and mineral composition into mappable layers. Indices such as NDVI highlight vegetation vigor that can betray buried ditches or walls. Shortwave infrared distinguishes clays and salts that collect in old pits or canals. Synthetic aperture radar sees through clouds and, in some cases, responds to subtle surface roughness linked to archaeological relief. Time series stacks turn single snapshots into motion pictures of change. Fields drying, crops greening, floodplains shifting. Analysts integrate open constellations and commercial high-resolution scenes, balancing coverage and detail. Atmospheric correction, ground truth, and careful masking prevent false positives from farming or geology. When satellite detections align with field scatters and aerial marks, confidence grows. Remote sensing also protects sites by monitoring looting scars and illegal digging. In arid zones, deflated surfaces reveal stone alignments centuries after use. In humid zones, radar tracks slight microtopography in plantation grids. The greatest strength is scale. Roads, canals, and terrace systems emerge across valleys and plateaus, linking isolated excavations into coherent networks. What once felt like separate sites becomes infrastructure, economy, and memory mapped from orbit, then tested on the ground with precision. LiDAR, laser scanning from aircraft or drones, peels back vegetation to model the Earth's surface at high resolution. Millions of pulses measure distance, and classification separates ground from canopy. The result is a bare Earth digital elevation model that exposes subtle earthworks. Low banks, filled ditches, field lynchets, sunken roads and platform edges hidden beneath forests. Analysts generate hillsides from multiple sun angles, slope and curvature maps, and local relief models to make features pop. LiDAR shines where forests long protected traces from the plow yet hid them from sight. Entire settlement systems reappear as alignments of platforms and causeways. Terraced hillsides reveal farming on gradients once thought unusable. Even minor variations, a few centimeters high, become legible when rendered clearly. Ground verification remains essential, since natural gullies and tree throws can mimic archaeology. But when LiDAR patterns match surface finds or aerial marks, confidence is strong. Conservation benefits immediately. Managers can plan trails that avoid fragile earthworks and prioritize threatened zones. For archaeologists, LiDAR turns reconnaissance into strategy, letting them propose test trenches with context in mind. It also democratizes discovery, because open datasets invite new eyes and fresh interpretations that often lead teams back into the woods with clearer questions and lighter steps. Geophysical survey listens to the ground without breaking it. Magnetometry measures tiny variations in Earth's magnetic field, caused by archaeological features. Fired structures like kilns and hearths carry strong signals. Ditches and pits filled with topsoil often register as anomalies. Stone walls can appear as quiet lanes amid noisy soils. Surveyors walk tight transects with flux gate or optically pumped magnetometers, logging data many times per second. Grids keep coverage consistent. GPS or total stations anchor positions. Data arrives as grayscale or color plots, where contrasting pixels sketch plans of buried architecture. Speed is the virtue. Large fields can be scanned in days, yet interpretation needs caution. Modern debris, pipelines, and tractor ruts create confusing patterns. Experience and ground checks separate archaeology from noise. Magnetometry excels on sites with hearths, pits, and sediments rich in magnetic minerals. Used early in a project, it defines targets for other methods and for limited test trenches. The value lies in pattern. Repetitive rectangles suggest buildings, curving lines trace enclosures, circular rings hint at barrows or roundhouses. A once empty field becomes a blueprint, guiding careful excavation that removes only what is necessary while preserving the broader plan for future research and the next generation's instruments. Electrical resistance survey measures how easily current passes through the ground. Moist, disturbed fills in ditches, conduct better, and read as low resistance. Dry, compact stone walls resist current and read high, using twin probes pushed into soil at regular intervals. Teams log values across grids. The resulting maps often complement magnetometry by highlighting masonry where magnetic contrasts were weak. Seasonal moisture matters, so resurveying after rain or during steady conditions improves clarity. Modern multi-probe systems speed coverage and capture finer detail. As always, context rules. Clay-rich soils may mask differences, while gravels can scatter signals. Still, resistance shines in mapping foundations, courtyards, and drainage lines around monumental structures. It pairs well with targeted excavation. A trench across adjacent low and high anomalies can confirm wall and ditch pairings that define architectural plans. When resistance plots align with aerial crop marks and field walking densities, plans feel trustworthy. The method's appeal is its gentleness. No soil is removed, yet walls rise on the screen where only grass is seen. In conservation settings, resistance helps plan pathways, inform signage, and set protective buffers, proving that patient measurement can serve both research and stewardship without turning the ground inside out. Ground-penetrating radar sends electromagnetic pulses into the earth and records reflections from boundaries between materials. Depth is estimated from travel time, converted using local velocity measurements. Unlike magnetometry or resistance, GPR produces depth slices, horizontal images at chosen depths, revealing stacked floors, foundation steps, and buried voids. Operators collect dense grids with overlapping profiles, then process data to remove noise and enhance hyperbolas that signal discrete objects. GPR excels where stratigraphy is complex. Urban courtyards with multiple rebuilds, churches with crypts, and plazas hiding drains and culverts. Dry sands transmit well. Clay-rich soils attenuate signals. Calibration trenches or cores help tie reflections to real layers. In best cases, 3D volumes reconstruct rooms, corridors, and stairwells before a single stone is uncovered. That precision reduces excavation to focused windows that answer specific questions while leaving most deposits untouched for the future. GPR also aids heritage management by mapping graves to avoid disturbance. In short, radar gives depth to plans, turning flat anomalies into architecture with flaws and corners, and putting time back into space, so decisions about where to dig can be both surgical and confident in their expected return of information. Drones extend eyes and instruments into calm air. Photogrammetry, overlapping images, processed into 3D models, creates detailed automosaics, dense point clouds, and digital surface models. Low, slow flights capture centimeter-scale detail, impossible from satellites. Teams mark ground control points to ensure accurate scaling and georeferencing. With multispectral cameras, drones map crop vigor and moisture, picking up subtle traces of buried features through plant stress. Thermal sensors sometimes detect temperature differences above ruins at dawn. Repeated flights monitor erosion, visitor impacts, and seasonal changes that alter visibility of archaeological marks. On active digs, daily drone passes record trench progress, preserving exact contexts that will be backfilled. Later, the 3D records allow virtual re-excavation, precise volume calculations, and public visuals that explain complex stratigraphy. Drones also scout routes for geophysical lines and identify obstacles that could bias data. Lightweight, affordable, and flexible, they make high-quality mapping routine rather than exceptional. Most importantly, drone data slots neatly into GIS with aerial archives, LiDAR, and ground survey, building a layered portrait of the site and its surroundings that guides each new question with better situational awareness and far fewer surprises when excavation finally begins nearby. GIS, Geographic Information Systems, holds the project together. It stores base maps, survey grids, artifact points, geophysics plots, drone mosaics, LiDAR models, and excavation plans in one spatial database. Layers can be turned on and off to test hypotheses. Do field walking densities align with magnetometry rectangles? Do GPR depths match terrace steps in the elevation model? Analysts compute least cost paths between water sources and settlements, model visibility from citadel walls, and test catchments for fields and pastures. Predictive models use slope, aspect, distance to streams and soil types to suggest where undiscovered sites might lie, then teams ground truth those predictions. Excavation units are planned inside the GIS, so every context can be georeferenced immediately, linking finds, photos, samples, and drawings. The system carries metadata, methods, dates, operators, so later researchers see how each layer was made. When the season ends, GIS exports feed reports, 3D viewers, and public outreach maps. In effect, GIS replaces memory with evidence, preventing hunches from drifting away and letting the whole project think together. It becomes the living map that grows with each sample and trench, turning a complex, multi-year effort into a coherent, navigable record anyone on the team can read and test. Coring and paleo-environmental sampling connect sites to climate and ecology. Hand augers and percussion corers pull slender columns of sediment from floodplains, peat bogs, lake margins, and fields. In labs, specialists read the columns for pollen, seeds, charcoal, diatoms, ostracods, and phytoliths, each proxy telling part of the environmental story. Pollen diagrams reveal woodland clearance and crop expansion. Charcoal peaks suggest fire regimes, natural or human. Diatoms and ostracods track water quality and levels. Stable isotopes in carbonates, or organic matter, trace moisture balance and temperature trends. Radiocarbon dates bracket changes with calendar ranges. When plotted beside site timelines, these proxies show whether settlement pulses followed wetter decades, whether field systems expanded during stable seasons, or whether abandonment matched floods or drought. Cores also find buried soils and old river meanders that explain why a road curved or a village shifted uphill. Because coring is minimally invasive, It suits protected landscapes where excavation is constrained. The result is context with texture, not just buildings and pots, but winds, crops and waters moving around them. People did not live on blank maps. They lived in changing habitats. Cores return that living background to the foreground, where choices and risks make clearer sense. Underwater and coastal survey extends the toolkit to shorelines and drowned plains. Side-scan sonar paints seafloors with acoustic textures, outlining wrecks, harbour works, and stone alignments. Multi-beam bathymetry maps depth with precision, revealing paleo-channels and terrace steps from lower sea levels. Marine magnetometers detect ferrous debris from anchors, tools, and hull fastenings. Divers, ROVs, and AUVs ground truth anomalies, capturing video and stills for photogrammetric reconstructions. In estuaries, intertidal peat beds preserve trackways and fish weirs that only appear at certain tides. Coastal cores bracket storm layers and rapid shoreline retreat that force settlement to move. Permissions and conservation standards guide all steps. Waterlogged organics demand careful handling and storage. Although the theme here is not an ocean series, these methods still provide facts about ancient harbours, causeways, and drowned fields that once fed inland towns. When marine data tie into onshore GIS, road networks connect to quays, and market squares make sense beside vanished jetties. The lesson is continuity. The same people who built hilltop shrines also launched boats, traded salt and grain, and watched coastlines shift. Survey shows those links, without disturbing fragile contexts that salt and silt have guarded for centuries, in quiet depths. Community knowledge and ethics anchor responsible survey. Farmers know where plows strike stone. Herders recall old walls hidden in shrubs. Local historians keep albums of pre-dam valleys and pre-war fields. Archaeologists listen, document, and fold these testimonies into the map. Permissions come first, with clear explanations of aims, methods, and data handling. Sensitive places, burial grounds, shrines, and memorials receive heightened respect and non-invasive approaches. Data security protects precise locations from looting. Results return to communities through talks, shared maps, and exhibits, because knowledge is not a one-way extraction. Training days invite volunteers to help with field walking or drone targets, building shared stewardship. Ethics also guide interpretation. Uncertainty is stated, alternative readings are considered, and indigenous or descendant perspectives are included, where relevant. By working transparently, teams reduce conflict and improve the quality of evidence. Landscapes hold living value beyond academic interest. Survey that honors those ties gains access, insight, and continuity across seasons. In the end, ethical practice is not a constraint but a method. It preserves what is fragile, invites more eyes to notice more things, and ensures that the ground remains a partner, not a resource, as projects move from map to trench with care. Prospection turns maps into decisions. With aerial, satellite, LIDAR, geophysics, and field walking layers aligned, archaeologists select test locations that promise answers with minimal disturbance. Trenches are placed to cut across anomalies at right angles, so walls, ditches, and floors can be read cleanly. Sampling strategies define how much to open, how deep to go, and how to leave undisturbed control areas for future work. Coring guides depth expectations. GPR slices set likely stratigraphy. The first spade then lifts turf with ceremony, and trowels follow quietly. Because survey has already provided context, excavation proceeds like reading a familiar page, rather than guessing at a blank. Every context gets a number, every layer a description, every find a coordinate. If results disagree with predictions, teams adjust, returning to the GIS to update models and plan the next cut. In this way, Section 3 closes its loop. Landscapes and instruments have done their work, shaping careful openings that will test the story with soil. Section 4 will slow down inside those trenches, where 500-word windows linger over contexts, edges, and joins. the precise places where facts reveal themselves to steady hands, and where time's layers meet daylight again at last. Inside the trench, excavation begins with a plan, not a shovel. The team lays out a grid, reference to site coordinates, then stretches string lines and sets datums for levels. Turf comes off first in tidy squares to preserve reading of the surface. Next, topsoil is removed in controlled spits, or by context, depending on visibility. Each layer is treated as a discrete context with its own number, description, and boundaries. Trowels, shovels, and leaf trowels share duties, while brushes reveal edges. Spoil heaps are placed downwind and downhill, with walkways kept clear. Find stations and sieving tables sit near the trench, but outside traffic lines to prevent mixing. Excavators work from clean, flat surfaces to keep edges sharp. They kneel on boards to avoid polishing deposits. As soil is removed, they watch for texture shifts, color changes, and inclusions like charcoal, ceramics, or bone. Moistening with a spray bottle can clarify boundaries, but saturation is avoided. When an edge appears, it is sketched in pencil on permatrace and traced in chalk on the ground, only to aid visibility. Tools stay sharp. A dull trowel tears instead of cuts. Levels are recorded with an automatic level, or total station tied to the site datum. Each context receives spot heights and a descriptive sheet. Soil color is logged with a Munsell chart. Texture is noted as clay, silt, sand, or loam with modifiers. Inclusions are quantified by percentage. Compaction and moisture are described in plain terms. If artifacts are encountered in situ, flags mark them until photographed and planned. Nothing is lifted before it is recorded. Safety and ethics guide pace. Deep cuts are stepped or shored. Burials pause excavation until permits and specialists arrive. Finds with potential legal or cultural sensitivity are reported immediately. At day's end, the trench is covered, if weather threatens. Tools are cleaned, edges retaped, and surfaces left crisp for mourning. The goal remains clarity. Layers must read like pages, with no smudged margins, so the story of the ground can be told in the order it was written. Single context excavation remains the guiding method. Each deposit, cut, fill, or structure is isolated, described, drawn, and photographed before removal. Relationships are recorded as earlier than later than, or equal to, so a Harris matrix can grow alongside the trench. Samples are taken as policy dictates, bulk samples from fills for flotation, spot samples from hearths for micro-charcoal, and monolith tins from clean sections for pollen and soil micromorphology. Standard sieving percentages are agreed at the morning briefing and adjusted when small finds appear. Finds bags carry context number, trench code, layer type, date, initials, and coordinates, if point plotted. Photographs include a scale, north arrow, and context board, with a card for white balance. Weather management matters. Tarps and geotextile protect open features from sun and rain. If conditions change, work shifts to paperwork, planning, or tool care, rather than risk damage. Throughout, supervision checks notes and edges, and visitors are briefed to keep contexts intact. Recording turns soil into evidence the whole team can read. Each context receives a detailed sheet, with fields for description, boundaries, relationships, measurements, and interpretation. The sheet describes color using Munsell notation, texture with standardized terms, and inclusions by type and percentage. Photographs follow strict rules: overview, mid-shot, and close details, each with a board naming trench, context, and date. Scales are placed flat, arrows point north, and exposure is checked using a card for white balance. Plans and sections are drawn on permatrace at fixed scales, commonly 1:20 for plans and 1:10 for sections, tied to grid pegs. Spot heights are taken with a level or total station to record floor lines, cut bases, and feature lips. As layers come away, relationships are logged as earlier than later than, or equal to. These relationships feed a Harris matrix, which grows day by day to show sequence. The matrix becomes the skeleton of interpretation, ensuring that no context is removed before those above it, and that each cut, fill, and structure is read in order. Where complexity rises, additional peel drawings capture sublayers so thin they would vanish in a single plan. Digital methods reinforce paper. Photogrammetry produces textured models of trenches, giving measurable surfaces for later checks. Drone automosaics record daily progress. GNSS captures control points, and coordinates flow into the GIS, where layers overlay geophysics and survey grids. Notes remain written in clear language, avoiding speculation until evidence is secure. Finds recording parallels stratigraphy. Small finds receive individual numbers, point coordinates, and photographs in situ. Bulk finds are bagged by context with sturdy labels inside and outside. Bags never mix deposits. If bone or metal is fragile, finds go to trays with foam or aluminum foil supports. Samples are logged as bulk, spot, monolith, or control, with reasons stated. A master register tracks every sheet, photo, plan, and sample so nothing drifts from its context. Rain or glare can wreck documentation, so sun shelters, reflective boards, and tarps support quality. At the end of each day, supervisors cross-check sheets against plans and photos, then update the matrix and GIS. Discrepancies trigger site meetings, before mistakes harden into reports. This discipline protects meaning. When backfilling ends the season, the record must allow anyone to reconstruct the trench on paper and screen. Good recording makes excavation reversible in mind, though not in soil, preserving the sequence so future researchers can question, test, and extend the story with confidence. File names follow consistent conventions linking trench context and date, while metadata lists camera and settings. Section faces are shaved and brushed before drawing so contacts read cleanly. Measured offsets tie drawings to pegs, and checks with tape diagonals verify scale. 2 people initial each sheet after review. When specialists visit, their observations are logged against context numbers, not just features, so later samples align with words. The habit is simple: describe what is seen, record how it was measured, and separate observation from interpretation until synthesis. Features demand tailored strategies, because each reveals a different slice of activity. Pits are usually half-sectioned first. Excavators cut a straight slot across the feature, leaving a clean profile that shows fills, lenses, and the original cut edge. Once recorded in plan and section, the second half is removed if needed, with samples taken from each distinct layer. Ditches are tackled in segments to preserve relationships at terminals and junctions. Slots cross at right angles, so profiles show width, depth, and recut events. Post holes are defined by a crisp cut, a fill, and sometimes a post pipe where rot left a darker cylinder. Careful troweling and light brushing clarify these inner shapes. Floors are read by thin lenses of compacted silt, ash, and trample. When surfaces appear, teams stop to plan small fines and microstratigraphy before any further reduction. Hearths and ovens receive special treatment. Their rims, rake-out dumps, and rake-back hollows are mapped. Samples are taken for charcoal identification, phytoliths, magnetic susceptibility, and micromorphology. Burnt clay may preserve firing direction and temperature. Fragments are kept with minimal handling to prevent crumbling. Walls and robber trenches require patient definition. A robber trench often mirrors a wall's footprint, filled with rubble and darker soil. Stones left in situ are numbered and photographed. Voids are drawn so the original order can be inferred. If mortar survives, small samples go to thin section petrography to identify aggregate sources. Thresholds, door pivots, and floor abutments help date construction phases when tied to sealed deposits. Sampling underpins interpretation. Bulk samples from domestic fills go to flotation, where gentle water currents separate light fraction, seeds, chaff, charcoal, from heavy fraction of bone, lithics, and slag. Mesh sizes are chosen for the research questions. Fine meshes catch small fish bones and delicate seeds. Wet sieving supports waterlogged contexts where plant remains and textiles survive. Bucket counts standardized sample volumes so recovery rates can be compared between contexts. Spot samples capture residues on pottery, soot on lamp nozzles, or corrosion products on metals for laboratory tests. Animal bones are bagged dry, protected from sunlight, and labeled with side and element when identifiable. Human remains are recorded with osteologists present or on call, following permit conditions and cultural protocols. Fragile finds receive consolidants only after conservation advice, because some chemicals complicate later analyses. Metal work is lifted with soil blocks when delicate, then X-rayed to guide cleaning. Glass and glaze are cushioned to prevent edge loss. Throughout, edges are kept vertical, corners square, and profiles stepped safely. When evidence thins, excavators pause rather than chase ghosts, preferring clear contacts over guessed outlines. The final aim is a readable sequence where every cut, fill, and surface holds its place, supported by samples that can carry the trench's story into laboratories and reports long after backfill closes the ground again. All recovery steps are logged with volumes, mesh sizes, and flotation yields, so later specialists can calculate densities. Ecofacts, shells, fish otoliths, and coprolites are separated early to reduce handling and protect context and later laboratory study. Conservation and closure. Ensure that what the trench reveals survives beyond the season. From the first find onward, preservation begins at the edge. Not later in a lab. Metals leave the soil cold and dry, wrapped in acid-free tissue, and supported to prevent flecks. Waterlogged wood stays wet, sealed in polyethylene, with site water, and labeled for rapid transfer. Bone dries slowly in shade. Rapid swings crack surfaces. Fragile plasters or painted plinths are faced with gauze and reversible adhesive, after conservator advice. Consolidants are used only when necessary, and always logged, because some treatments block dating or residue tests. Each material follows a pathway, holding trays in the finds hut, preliminary cleaning with soft brushes, and triage by specialists who decide what to wash, what to leave, and what to sample. Sieved light fractions dry on mesh racks, bagged by float number, and stored in breathable containers. Heavy fractions are sorted for bone, lithics, slag, glass, and ceramic, each labeled clearly. All packaging uses inert materials with duplicates of labels inside and out, resistant to moisture and abrasion. Barcodes link objects to digital inventories that mirror paper registers, reducing transcription errors and helping audits. The trench itself is conserved too. When excavation goals are met, open features receive protective geotextile before backfilling to mark the limit of removal. Backfill returns in reverse order. Clean subsoil first, then topsoil, compacted gently to prevent future sinking. Turf is replaced or seed sown, and edges are profiled to shed water. Signs warn visitors not to walk on soft ground. These steps honor the principle that excavation is unrepeatable. What remains must be protected for future questions and improved methods. Interpretation continues while spades rest. Daily debriefs review matrix updates, context interpretations, and unexpected results. Draft phasing plans are sketched, then tested against photographs and plans. Where uncertainty persists, teams mark return targets for the next season. Community briefings share progress, without revealing sensitive locations. Permissions and reporting duties are scheduled early, because legal and ethical obligations are part of the record. As boxes leave site, chain of custody is documented: who sealed, who transported, who received, and where items now rest. The story moves into laboratories for dating, identification, and specialist study. Section 5 will follow those paths, where microscopes, chemical assays, and comparative collections turn trays of fragments into data sets. The aim does not change. Clear records, gentle handling, and honest uncertainty keep meaning intact, so that future readers, curators, students, or descendants can see exactly how the evidence was gathered, protected, and explained from trench to shelf, and into the careful pages of the final report. Long-term care relies on stable environments, cool temperatures, controlled humidity, and light limits, that reduce corrosion and fading. Pest monitoring protects organics, while quarantine shelves isolate mold risks. Digital archives follow backup rules with servers and off-site copies. Files include photographs, models, GIS, and scan drawings with metadata. Where appropriate, data are shared under open licenses, so communities and researchers can access heritage without handling originals. From trench to lab, the finds travel with forms, bags, and barcodes that keep their story intact. Intake staff check labels, assign accession numbers, and stage trays by material so specialists can triage without mixing contexts. Dirt stays where it matters. Some residues are evidence, not mess. So cleaning begins with brushes and soft air, not water. Photography comes early, under even light with scales and color cards, because first images capture condition before any treatment. Macro lenses record tool marks, textile impressions, and hairline cracks. 3D scans preserve surface form for later measurement, and public models. Conservators examine metals, bone, wood, and painted plasters, advising what to stabilize now and what to leave untouched for analysis. Each step follows a chain of custody that documents who handled the object, when, and why, keeping meaning tied to context. Specialists then read the trays like a library. Under stereomicroscopes, they scan edges for microwear, residues, and polish. Thin sections cut from pottery or plaster go to polarizing microscopes, where grains, voids, and tempers reveal recipes and firing histories. In the instrument room, handheld X-ray fluorescent screens unknown alloys and ceramic glazes to build first-pass profiles. When questions deepen, laboratories run targeted analyses, stable isotopes for diet and water sources, mass spectrometry for organic residues, and scanning electron microscopy for microstructure. Fourier transform infrared spectra can flag resins, waxes, and tars. Gas chromatography separates traces of oil, wine, or milk from vessel walls. Collagen is checked in bone to see if radiocarbon will be reliable, while careful pretreatment removes contamination before dating. Ancient DNA work, if justified and permitted, moves to clean rooms with positive pressure, protective suits, and controls that guard against modern intrusion. The lab keeps the trench alive by reproducing its order. Shelves are arranged by context sequence. Harris matrix printouts sit beside microscopes. GIS maps appear on screens so analysts can click a find number and see its exact spot in plan and section. Meetings gather ceramicists, lithics experts, osteologists, archaeobotanists, and conservators at one table, where each discipline translates results into plain language the others can use. When numbers conflict, the team returns to photographs and notes rather than forcing agreement. If a residue suggests dairy but the vessel form fits storage of grain, they test a second sherd, rerun solvents, and check field records for mixing. This cycle is slow by design. It trades haste for clarity. In this way, the lab extends the excavation, keeping the story legible while tools are silent and soil rests again. Logs link results to context for later checks. Always. Ceramic analysis begins with sorting by fabric, form, and surface. Analysts feel the clay, looking for grit, shell, sand, or crushed potsherd temper that changes strength and firing behavior. Fresh breaks reveal core colors that speak to kiln atmosphere, reduced grays and blacks, oxidized reds and oranges, or uneven firing that hints at open hearths. Rims, bases, and handles define forms, while slips, glazes, and burnish describe finish. Measurements follow routines: rim diameter, wall thickness, and curvature estimates that rebuild vessel size. Sherd joins are hunted patiently on padded tables until profiles grow from fragments into almost complete outlines. Use wear on interiors, soot on exteriors, and lime accretions map cooking and storage histories. Residue samples move to chemistry when context and question justify it, targeting lipids, proteins, and plant waxes that stuck within pores. Thin section petrography slices the fabric into a microscope world of minerals and voids, matching inclusions to local clays or distant sources. Comparative reference sets, Known kilns and workshops. Anchor identifications, so typology rests on more than eye alone. Lithic studies read stone technology as method and choice. Analysts classify cores, flakes, blades and retouched tools, logging platform angles, scar patterns and striking techniques. Reduction sequences are reconstructed by refitting pieces, showing where nappers struck, flipped and rotated material to reach desired forms. Raw materials are sourced by color, fracture, and in some cases portable X-ray fluorescence for trace elements. Microwear specialists polish tool edges in the lab and examine them under high magnification for striations and edge rounding. These patterns separate cutting meat, scraping hide, harvesting plants and woodworking. Experimental reference collections built by reproducing tasks prevent guesswork. Obsidian artifacts add another layer. Hydration rind measurements and geochemical fingerprints tie blades to volcanic fields and regional routes. Numbers turn trays into patterns. Counts by context and phase reveal which workshops supplied ceramics and when preferences shifted from coarse cooking jars to fine tablewares. Import peaks mark trade and status, while local wares trace daily supply chains from fields to hearths. Residuality checks flag long-lived sherds carried into later layers by plough or pits. For lithics, core-to-flake ratios track on-site reduction versus imported finished tools. Edge damage frequencies show activity zones within houses or yards. Dense clusters of resharpening flakes identify repair corners beside light, while blade caches mark planned tasks. Spatial plots in the GIS overlay pottery fabrics and lithic types on floor plans, linking cooking areas to discard pits and napping spots to doors and light. Interpretation stays modest yet cumulative. One vessel does not define a kitchen. Dozens across sealed floors do. One microwear signature does not prove harvest. Matched sets beside storage bins make the case. When ceramic petrography and lithic sourcing point to the same distant valley, exchange routes firm up. When residue chemistry on jars matches faunal cuts in bone, diet steps from hint to pattern. By keeping judgment tied to context and replication, the lab lets clay and stone speak clearly without asking them to say more than they truly know. Bioarchaeology turns bones, seeds, and shells into records of bodies and landscapes. Human remains are examined first with respect and permits, then with careful metrics. Osteologists estimate age from dental wear and epiphyseal fusion, sex from pelvic form, and stature from long bones. Pathologies such as cribra orbitalia, enamel hypoplasia, and osteoarthritis mark stress, illness, and labor. Healed fractures record care and survival. Tooth calculus is scraped for micro-remains, sometimes revealing starch grains or phytoliths from foods. Stable isotopes in bone collagen and tooth enamel add diet and mobility. Carbon and nitrogen ratios distinguish plant and animal protein sources, while sulfur can separate marine from terrestrial foods. Oxygen and strontium in enamel reflect childhood water and geology, helping map birthplace versus burial place. When permissions and preservation allow, ancient DNA studies investigate ancestry, kinship, and pathogens, inside clean rooms that guard against modern contamination with strict controls. Zooarchaeology counts animal bones by element and side to estimate minimum numbers of individuals. Species lists trace herding, hunting, fishing, and seasonality. Age profiles show herd management strategies, culling young males for meat, keeping females longer for milk, or allowing some animals to grow old for traction. Cut marks align with butchery steps, while burning patterns identify roasting or boiling. Pathologies such as spavin in cattle point to draft use. Healed horn cores speak to herding practices. Fish otoliths and bird bones widen diet to rivers and skies. Worked bone pins, combs and needles add craft. Shells in middens reveal coastal links, bead making, and trade, while isotopes in shells can even record water temperatures during growth. Archaeobotany reads charred grains, seeds, and chaff recovered by flotation from bulk soil samples. Wheat, barley, millet, rice and pulses appear as tiny blackened forms that survived cooking fires and hearth cleanouts. Spikelet forks, rachies fragments, and weed seeds distinguish field processing from household milling. Tree charcoal species list available wood and fuel choice, with ring curvature hinting at twig or trunk selection. Phytoliths, tiny silica bodies from plants, survive in soils and pot residues, pointing to grasses, palms, or specific crops when other evidence is gone. Pollen adds broader vegetation, though it often reflects regional signals rather than a single yard. Together, these plant records trace farming intensity, storage strategies, and cuisine. Integration brings the picture into focus. When carbon and nitrogen suggest heavy reliance on dairy, lipids in pots should carry milk fat signatures. When strontium signals outsiders, their grave goods can be checked against local styles. When faunal remains show many young male sheep culled, textile tools may rise nearby, linking wool economies to herd management. Plant weeds associated with irrigated fields may align with canal traces in the GIS. The rule remains simple: multiple lines, same story. If lines disagree, results are rerun, samples expanded, and interpretations softened. Across this steady process, bones and seeds stop being silent. They become evidence that fits with floors, hearths, and drains, turning lifeways into testable patterns rather than guesswork or legend. Patterns endure when methods align carefully. Materials that change with heat and time receive their own attention. Metallurgy starts with sorting slags, ores, blooms, and finished objects, because each stage of production leaves a distinct fingerprint. Metals go to X-radiography before cleaning, revealing joins, casting flaws, and hidden decoration. Under microscopes, polished sections show microstructure, cast dendrites, forged grains, and in steel, perlite, and ferrite. Inclusions of hammerscale and slag link objects to smithing episodes. Trace element profiles suggest ore sources and alloying choices that distinguish workshops or regions. Corrosion layers are sampled sparingly to avoid destroying evidence. Conservation decisions weigh research value against display needs. Wood, leather, and textiles survive rarely but speak clearly. Wood species are identified from thin sections, showing vessel patterns and rays, linking timbers to local forests or imported lumber. Tool marks on beams record axes, adzes, or saws, tying carpentry to technology. Leather pieces carry stitch holes and cut edges that reveal repairs and shoe shapes. Textile fibers, wool, flax, cotton, are checked with polarized light and sometimes scanning microscopes. Thread counts, weave types, and selve edges describe skill and purpose. Dye analysis with chromatography can separate plant and insect sources, tying color choices to trade and status. Where textiles vanish, mineralized ghosts on metal fittings preserve weave impressions that still document technique. Residue chemistry bridges vessels and meals. Lipid extraction from pottery pores, followed by gas chromatography and mass spectrometry, separates fatty acids and compounds that point to ruminant dairy, meat stews, plant oils, beeswax, or resins. Starch grains and phytoliths, recovered from grinding stones and teeth calculus, list plants processed and eaten. Soot and tar on lamps or amphorae identify fuels and sealants. When residues, faunal cut marks, and plant macro remains agree, cuisine can be described without romance. If they diverge, methods are checked and claims scaled back, because chemistry reads what touched a container, not every dish served nearby. Dating pipelines continue in parallel. Bone collagen is purified and checked for yield and atomic ratios before radiocarbon. Short-lived seeds take priority to avoid old wood. Where needed, Bayesian models incorporate stratigraphic order and laboratory ranges to refine phase boundaries. For older contexts, uranium series on calcite or luminescence on sediments keep calendars running. Results enter the database with uncertainties and lab codes, never as single numbers. Graphs show overlaps, highlighting firm anchors and soft hints. Synthesis pulls threads into a fabric others can examine. Specialists write clear sections that explain methods and limits, then link results to rooms, pits, and paths in the GIS. Figures show photographs beside drawings, spectra beside thin section mosaics, and distribution maps beside trench plans. Catalogs list objects with measurements, materials and references. Tables summarize counts and densities, so readers can recalibrate conclusions if better methods appear. Finally, the team returns findings to communities and curators, agreeing on storage, display, and access. Section 6 will follow that bridge from analysis to interpretation, where rooms, streets, and workshops are rebuilt from evidence, and daily routines take shape without leaving the ground or the truth behind. For review, isotopic analysis opens invisible pathways between bodies, diets, and landscapes. By reading chemical signatures locked in tissues, bone collagen and tooth enamel act as long-term recorders. Carbon and nitrogen isotopes in collagen reveal the balance of plant and animal protein, and the relative contribution of marine versus terrestrial foods, while oxygen and strontium isotopes in enamel record water and geological signals tied to childhood locations. Analysts sample carefully to avoid modern contamination, choosing well-preserved cortical bone or tooth enamel to maximize original signals. Carbon isotopes separate C3 plant economies, wheat, barley, rice, from C4 systems like millet or maize, offering regionally specific dietary fingerprints. Nitrogen values shift with trophic level, so higher values suggest greater consumption of animal protein or marine resources. Strontium ratios derive from local bedrock. Matching enamel values to geological maps can indicate whether an individual was local or non-local, revealing mobility, childhood migration, or exogamous marriage. Oxygen isotopes further refine locality by reflecting drinking water sources, influenced by altitude, latitude, and climate. Proteomics complements isotopes, where DNA fails. Ancient proteins persist in contexts too warm for DNA survival, and allow species identification from bone fragments or milk proteins to be detected on pottery. Zooms by mass spectrometry fingerprints, collagen peptides to distinguish closely related species, clarifying domestication histories and trade in animal products. Ancient DNA now reconstructs lineages and kinship when preservation allows, but proteomic markers extend reach into degraded contexts. Together, these biochemical tools move beyond typology and typify individuals and herds' diets and movements. When integrated with burial context, grave goods, and osteological markers of workload or disease, isotopic and proteomic profiles reveal lifeways that written sources rarely record: childhood migration routes, seasonal herding cycles, elite diets differentiated by protein sources, and the spread of domesticates across challenging landscapes. Analysts and archaeologists temper claims with attention to diagenesis, baseline sampling of local plants and waters, and careful statistical modeling, because chemical geography must be anchored in empirical local ranges before confident mobility statements are made. In sum, isotopes and proteins translate molecules into biography, turning bone and pot residue into narratives of place, practice, and movement that connect living bodies across generations to the soils and waters that shape them. Microscopy and microanalysis reveal the smallest threads of behavior, because many activities leave their traces at microscopic scales. Soil micromorphology slices undisturbed sediment blocks into thin sections, rendering ash lenses, trampling events, and microcharcoal visible under polarized light. These slices show whether a black patch was a compacted floor, a decayed hearth, or a trampling surface filled with tiny pottery fragments and phytoliths. Scanning electron microscopy, SEMing paired with energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy, EDS, reads surface textures and elemental composition on tools, metal corrosion layers, and residues, distinguishing wear patterns from depositional deposits and separating use polish from post-depositional abrasion. Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, FTIR, and Raman spectroscopy identify organic and inorganic compounds in residues and pigments, clarifying whether blackening on a pot is soot from hearth use or a mineral accretion. Gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, GC, MS detects lipid biomarkers, dairy fats, fish oils, plant waxes, preserved in ceramic matrices, differentiating fermented products from raw meat processing. Microwear studies under high magnification trace microstriations and edge rounding that separate slicing, scraping or boring actions on stone or metal. Phytolith and starch analysis extract plant use signals from dental calculus and ground stone residues, revealing consumed and processed plants, even when macro remains are absent. The tiny world demands controlled sampling and clean labs because modern contamination obfuscates ancient signals. Analytical pipelines often combine several techniques: SEMing for morphology, FTIR for compound class, GC, MS for molecular species, so conclusions rest on converging lines. When microscale data align with macro finds, charred seeds, hafted tools or storage pits, the result is powerful. Activity areas identify specific behaviors, such as leatherworking, brewing or textile production, rather than vague craft presence. Microscopy thus bridges field and lab, making invisible daily practices visible, anchoring broad economic reconstructions in the minute traces of repeated human action. Experimental archaeology tests hypotheses by replicating past technologies under controlled conditions, turning inference into measurable performance. Craftspeople and researchers reconstruct kilns, smelt ores, weave on period looms, and knap stone with traditional techniques to estimate fuel consumption, skill levels, and production rates. Experiments address practical questions: how hot did a kiln run? How long to produce a standardized pot? What tensile strengths did woven textiles reach? And provide comparative data sets for interpreting archaeological residues and structures. For metallurgy, smelting replicas reveal slag formation, metal losses, and alloy variability linked to ore types and furnace design. For lithics, controlled knapping records, flake morphologies and useware that help identify archaeological discard assemblages and workshop organization. For ceramics, experimental firings embed thermoluminescence and archaeomagnetic signatures that refine laboratory chronologies, while residue experiments produce lipid and soot patterns that serve as reference for GC, MS, and microscopy. Experimental programs also test taponomic scenarios: how ploughing mixes contexts, how burial environments alter bone chemistry, or how saltwater immersion affects wood, enabling more realistic interpretations of preservation and bias. Ethnoarchaeology, studying living traditional craftspeople, complements laboratory experiments by observing chaînes opératoires, labor organization, and cultural rules governing production and consumption. Critical to success are detailed recording protocols, replication of variables, and publication of negative results. Experiments that fail to reproduce expected outcomes are as informative as successful ones. Ultimately, experimental archaeology makes past choices tangible. It quantifies labor, estimates resource investment, and transforms hypothetical technique into demonstrable action, so that archaeological inference rests on tested practice rather than imagination alone. Integration and modeling turn specialist datasets into narratives tested for internal coherence and external plausibility. Bayesian models combine radiocarbon dates with stratigraphic priors, isotopic baselines, calibrate mobility interpretations, GIS layers synthesize survey, geophysics, and environmental proxies into spatial temporal scenarios. Agent-based and least-cost models simulate movement, resource use, and settlement decision-making under varying climatic, economic, and social rules. Archaeologists test these models against empirical distributions from survey and excavation. Databases standardize artifact descriptions, metrical attributes, and provenance, so comparative studies across regions become possible. Open data initiatives encourage replication, while digital repositories preserve raw spectra, thin section scans, and 3D models for reanalysis. Interdisciplinary teams, archaeologists, chemists, paleobotanists, statisticians, and local stakeholders collaborate from project design to publication, to ensure that sampling strategies serve multiple downstream analyses rather than single questions. Public archaeology complements scientific output. Interactive web maps, 3D prints, and community digitization projects allow descendant communities and lay audiences to engage with findings responsibly. Ethical stewardship governs data sharing and repatriation debates, balancing transparency with protection of sensitive locations. In practice, integration demands humility. Models return ranges, not absolutes. Isotopic signals invite multiple explanations, and experimental results show possibilities, not certainties. Yet when specialists align, when isotopes, microfossils, residues, and modeling tell compatible stories, the past gains texture and credibility. Section 7 will move from laboratory and model to human scale again, tracing networks of exchange, craft specialization, and ritual life across regions, so that the grand patterns suggested by datasets become lived landscapes, filled with people, choices, and consequences. Regional economies emerge from material signatures left on landscapes, because production and exchange shape deposits as clearly as hearths shape ash. Archaeologists read kilns, slag heaps, loom weights, storage pits, and dockside embankments to reconstruct specialization, scale, and market orientation. Clusters of small furnaces with standardized slag suggest household-level metalworking, while a single large smelting complex implies centralized production, serving a broader hinterland. Pottery workshops with repetitive tool marks and consistent fabric recipes point to organized craft neighborhoods. Chemical sourcing ties objects to places, making trade visible, even when texts are absent. Lead, isotope, and trace element analyses of metal link artifacts to specific mining districts. Petrographic analysis ties ceramics to clay sources. Obsidian geochemistry connects blades to volcanic outcrops. When a site yields goods from multiple provenances, networks emerge, raw materials flowed in, finished products moved out, and knowledge crossed paths with materials. Economies are further revealed by waste. Concentrations of misfired pots, slag, and broken molds signal the scale of production and acceptable loss rates. Household archaeology shows how economies were lived daily. Excavations reveal combined domestic and productive spaces, where loom weights sit beside cooking hearths and smithing tools lie near sleeping areas. This interweaving suggests economies organized around family labor and flexible production, rather than rigid factory systems. Yet evidence of specialized workshops and standardized output demonstrates that specialization could scale without erasing household roles. Craft specialization often correlates with settlement hierarchies. Larger centers concentrate workshops that serve surrounding villages. Seasonality and risk management appear in harvest storage and in processing signatures. Granaries with rodent-proofing features and raised floors show investment in long-term storage to buffer bad years. Fisheries leave seasonal catch profiles in assemblages, with particular species peaking at known spawning times, indicating planned exploitation and processing cycles. Markets appear in artifact scatters. Concentrations of coinage, scale weights, and standardized measures point toward regulated transactions and places of daily exchange. Finally, economic systems intersect with transport infrastructure. Road maintenance, bridge remains, and evidence of pack animals in dung deposits or harness fittings reveal the logistics that made exchange feasible. Landscape prospection links production zones to resource catchments, forests for charcoal, river gravels for furnace lining, that explains settlement placement and regional interdependence. Taken together, these material traces allow archaeologists to reconstruct economies as dynamic systems of production, distribution, and consumption. Coins, standard weights, administrative seals, and storage ledgers preserved on clay tablets or tallies signal institutional control. Temples, palaces, merchant guilds that regulated production and exchange. Inscriptions, when present, link material patterns to decisions and economic policy and governance. Technology threads through economies as both skill sets and social institutions, because the making of things defines what communities value and how they organize labor. Standardization in weights, Mold forms and finished dimensions signals interchangeability and market trust. Variability points to localized customization and artisan preference. Workshops cluster near resources, potters beside clay pits, smelters near ore and fuel, and textile producers close to pastures and water. Excavations reveal specialized toolkits, production debris, and evidence of apprenticeship in repeated repair marks and standardized waste. Evidence of quality control and scale appears in waste itself. Large dumps of failed castings, misfired pots, or slag fragments mark production intensity and thresholds of acceptable loss. Ceramic kiln remains with repeated refurbishing suggest long-lived workshops invested in production infrastructure. Slag chemistry indicates fuel efficiency and alloy recipes, and repeated alloying sequences reveal technological choices, optimizing hardness, ductility, or color. Tools of measurement, calipers, rulers, and gauge marks demonstrate conscious standardization where traders demanded predictable goods. Experimental replication clarifies technological pathways by testing fuel mixes, firing regimes, and alloying proportions, which in turn explain archaeometallurgical signatures. Social implications follow technological footprints. Skilled craftspeople often occupied distinct neighborhoods, their houses containing production zones and grave goods that reflect their roles. Evidence of specialized consumption, fine tableware, tools with luxury finishes, and imported raw materials marks social differentiation and status display connected to production and access. Gendered divisions of labor appear through toolkits, skeletal markers of repetitive action, and textile equipment concentrations, suggesting some crafts carried gendered identities, while others did not. Resource scarcity prompted recycling practices visible in mixed alloy objects and remelted metal. Changes in technique, new kiln designs, introduction of the potter's wheel, or metallurgical innovations triggered ripple effects as production efficiency altered labor demand and goods availability. Combined with documentary evidence where available, these material traces show how invention, skills transfer, and institutional choices shaped prosperity and inequality across regions, a central axis of social change and identity. Institutions shape economies by channeling production, storage, and redistribution through temples, palaces, and merchant organizations, whose traces survive in architecture, documentary debris, and spatial patterning. Granaries with internal partitioning, centralized storehouses with standardized bins, and sealed archive rooms, stacked with clay tablets or bone tallies, reveal organized collection and reallocation. Administrative complexes often include storage courtyards and paved walkways that facilitated bulk handling and movement. Redistributive systems appear where standardized storage pairs with structured consumption deposits. Large dining halls, raised platforms for communal feasts, and concentrations of serving wares adjacent to administrative cores indicate surplus moving from producers to clients, soldiers, or laborers. Monumental projects, ramparts, roads, canals, attest to coordinated labor mobilization supported by centralized provisioning. Material control shows in measurement systems and authentication devices, standardized weights, stamp seals, and control impressions on storage jars enforce uniform measures and prevent fraud. Sealed containers with matching impressions create audit trails that tie production episodes to administrative accounts. Where scribal traditions exist, accounting texts list rations, deliveries, and labor obligations, converting physical movement into recorded obligations. Social consequences flow from institutional arrangements. Concentration of control over production and redistribution fosters social stratification, visible in housing, diet, and material wealth. Elite compounds display imported luxuries, refined tableware, and curated art, while laborer quarters show utilitarian assemblages and dense refuse indicating daily provisioning. Bioarchaeological contrasts, differences in isotopic signatures, enamel defects, and markers of workload map inequality onto bodies. But institutions interact with household economies in complex ways that include negotiation, avoidance, and parallel markets. Archaeological evidence for informal exchange appears in concealed caches, modified or counterfeit weights, and household-level storage beyond recorded quotas. Merchant entrepreneurs and itinerant traders bridged institutional gaps, moving goods through private networks that sometimes eluded official oversight. Religious festivals and pilgrimage could redistribute resources more widely, while temples sometimes acted as both centers of production and redistribution. Ultimately, the archaeological record demonstrates that institutional economies were not monolithic. They flexed with demographic pressure, climatic stress, and political change, and their adaptations are readable in material evidence. Trade networks stitch regions together by moving raw materials and finished goods along corridors that archaeology can reconstruct through artifact distributions, shipwreck cargoes, and surviving infrastructure. Coastal emporia, riverine entrepôts, and caravan way stations functioned as nodes where commodities concentrated, were repackaged, and flowed onward to smaller markets. Amphorae with maker stamps, standardized trade weights, and foreign ceramics appearing in patterned ratios reveal the directions and intensities of exchange between production zones and consumption centers. Merchant infrastructure shows in quays, warehouses with packing features, rutted road surfaces, and caravanserai foundations. Storage architecture reflects specific functions. Long, low buildings with internal partitions suit bulk commodities. Ventilated raised granaries protect grain. Vaults and strongrooms accommodate high-value items. Coin hoards, minting debris, and metallurgical waste identify monetary centers and the physical processes of currency production and circulation. Trade rhythms adapt to seasonal constraints and risk management strategies, with maritime exchange concentrated in favorable sailing windows and inland caravans timing movements to water availability and pasture cycles. Shipwrecks provide instantaneous cross-sections of commerce, preserving cargo mixes that include ceramics, metal ingots, and organic residues that together reconstruct commodity combinations carried for specific markets. Market areas on land reveal dense scatters of small finds, broken pottery, weights, tokens, and coinage clustered where trade concentrated and daily transactions took place. Commodities carry cultural meanings as well as economic value, because imported prestige goods display status while everyday imports such as salt, millstones, and cooking vessels reshape household routines and local production choices. New raw materials motivate technological experimentation. Imported timbers influence carpentry traditions. Exotic pigments alter textile dyeing, and non-local metals prompt alloy innovation that changes tool properties and craft techniques. Decorative motifs and tool forms hybridize as artisans adopt foreign elements, producing artifacts that document cultural blending alongside material exchange. Merchants and institutions developed mechanisms for trust and enforcement that archaeology can detect. Sealed bundles, tally sticks, contractual tablets, standardized packaging forms, and administrative architecture form a material record of credit and control. Legal frameworks emerge in boundary markers, tariff records, and penalty inscriptions where preservation allows, showing how states, temples, or guilds regulated property and movement. Reputation networks and guild norms often underpinned long-distance trade, with arbitration and elite sponsorship reducing risk for itinerant merchants in unfamiliar regions. Networks reveal both vulnerability and resilience. A decline in imported goods can signal political collapse, piracy, or environmental stress, while intensified local production and recycling demonstrate adaptive strategies. Conversely, sustained exchange supports urban growth, specialized production, and cultural innovation that shape long-term social trajectories. By tracing material flows, infrastructures, and institutional traces, archaeology reconstructs the circulation systems that sustained ancient economies and shaped daily life, status, and cultural identity. Maps, deposits, and inscriptions together reveal the human networks beneath landscapes. Monumentality sums up choices about memory, power, and labor, because large structures demand coordination, resources, and consensus. Builders preferred durable materials, dressed stone rather than daub, fired brick rather than sun-dried, and carefully shaped timbers, where forests permitted. The labor visible in foundations and terraces records not only physical effort, but social organization, workforce procurement, provisioning and management systems that could sustain months or years of concentrated activity. Quarry faces, unfinished blocks, and tool marks reveal sequences of extraction, while roads, ramps, and temporary slipways document transport solutions chosen for weight, distance, and season. Archaeologists read these signatures to understand logistics, where workers slept, how they were fed, and how material supply chains functioned across landscapes. Proximate storage pits, hearth clusters, and evidence of dedicated provisioning imply planned sustenance for teams rather than ad hoc contributions, and such investment suggests centralized decision-making or charismatic leadership capable of organizing effort at scale. Foundations preserved in plan indicate planning horizons. Terraces demonstrate control of slopes, while revetments and drainage show an understanding of longevity in wet climates. Architectural sequences, phased construction, rebuilds, and enlargements speak to evolving communal intentions or shifting political aims. Monuments that begin as communal shrines can be enlarged into elite platforms, and public works sometimes absorb the labor of population surges after crises. Monumentality also encodes ideology. Orientation, sightlines, and access routes articulate intended audiences and theatricality. Plazas focus attention, processional ways structure movement, and elevated platforms stage ritual that ties social memory to place. Surface treatment and visual programs, carvings, pigment traces, and facing stones announce messages visible from a distance, serving both to legitimize authority and to bind communities through shared symbols. Material choices carry economic significance. Importing prized stone or exotic timber signals wealth and networks, while local stone usage suggests different social economies and sustainable practices. Workshops and craft neighborhoods near monumental projects show how economies and labor intersect. Potters, metal workers, and carpenters clustered to supply necessary goods, creating temporary economies that could endure beyond construction phases. Monuments also leave ecological footprints. Quarrying scars alter drainage, terracing changes erosion patterns, and fuel collection impacts woodlands, all leaving environmental traces. Archaeologists detect in pollen records and charcoal sequences. Where monumental agendas collapsed through war, climate stress, or political shift, unfinished structures and abandoned quarries mark abrupt changes in social capacity, providing invaluable signals about resilience and fragility. Maintenance and reuse further shape meaning. Civic and sacred structures required repair, and the presence of repair layers indicates continued communal investment and shifting priorities. Later communities often repurposed monumental stones for smaller-scale building, a practice that leaves palimpsests of reuse visible as tool marks and mismatched masonry. Monuments sometimes anchored identity across generations. Their continuance or deliberate destruction becomes a political act visible archaeologically in tipping patterns of demolition and selective scavenging. Their remains continue to teach us today. Religious architecture signals relationships with the sacred, because spatial form expresses belief. Temples, shrines, and altars organize sensory experience. Sequence, enclosure, threshold, and focal point guide movement and attention. Entranceways mark transition from profane to sacred, while axial alignments steer processions toward cult images or offerings. Material choices, polished stone altars, painted plaster, and inlaid floors create settings for display and ritual choreography. Architectural niches, raised platforms, and deliberately framed vistas articulate theology in built form. Monumental orientation toward horizons, mountain ridges, or celestial events links ritual action to calendar rhythms and cosmology. Monumental and domestic cult spaces sometimes overlap, with household shrines reflecting personal devotion, while public temples stage communal rites. Monuments of ritual practice include subsidiary deposits, such as votive caches, foundation deposits, and ritual cleanings that leave stratified signals. Repeated offerings produce concentrated lenses, rich in small finds, while abandonment episodes leave objects intentionally broken or sealed. Spatial analysis associates specific artifacts, incense burners, libation vessels, votive figurines, with architectural niches, clarifying function. Iconography carved on altars, votive plaques, and lintels provides symbolic language that maps gods, myths, or social values. Inscriptions that survive on monuments or dedicatory plaques reveal patrons, donor names, and ritual formulas that situate practices in social networks and authority structures. Experimental reconstruction of processional routes and sightlines helps understand how ritual experience was staged for participants and spectators, while residue and microfossil studies on offering deposits identify plant and animal products used in cult. Comparative study across sites demonstrates regional ritual idioms and the mobility of cultic specialists who carried forms and objects between communities. Combined study of rites, deposits and architecture shows how belief structured daily life and reinforced social hierarchies through ritualized resource flows across seasons and generations. Urbanism emerges from accumulation. Houses, streets, drains, workshops, and markets grow into complex systems when populations concentrate. Street layouts reveal planning choices. Gridded plans suggest formal organization, while organic lanes record incremental growth. Public spaces, agoras, forums, plazas, function as nodes for exchange, law, and performance, concentrating daily interactions and ceremonial gatherings. Infrastructure like drainage systems, wells, and latrines signals investment in public health and resource management. Persistent maintenance records show continued municipal effort. Archaeological deposits in streets preserve trampling layers, wheel ruts, and repair episodes that help reconstruct circulation and transport intensity. House plans inform social organization. Room arrangements indicate domestic functions. Courtyard access organizes craft and household economies, and storage features reveal food management strategies. Elite residences concentrate luxury goods, imported tableware, and non-local building materials, while lower status dwellings show localized production and higher artifact fragmentation due to continuous repair and discard. Markets leave scatters of small finds and dense concentrations of pottery types that reflect everyday consumption, while administrative buildings contain standardizing features such as weighing equipment, seal impressions, and archive rooms. Public architecture bears symbolic design, monumental stairways, processional axes, and civic inscriptions that project memory and legitimacy into urban landscapes. Buried floors capture social layers, patched thresholds, reuse of earlier paving, and episodic abandonment, followed by reoccupation chart, the city's rhythm. Subsurface archaeology in urban contexts relies heavily on microstratigraphy and careful sampling, because successive rebuilding generates complex palimpsests that record daily decisions layered over centuries. Water management systems reveal civic priorities and technological skill. Lined channels, articulated pipes, and engineered reservoirs demonstrate coordinated engineering and investment. Where sanitation succeeds, archaeologists find fewer disease markers in bioarchaeological profiles. Where it fails, high levels of parasites, pathologies, and mortality can appear in cemetery populations nearby. Urban cemeteries and suburban industrial zones show functional zoning that linked production and disposal, separating noisy, polluting activities from residential quarters, though proximity often persisted where labor necessity outweighed nuisance. Urban governance appears through law codes, boundary markers, and standardized architecture that shows administrative reach. Fortifications, gates, and watch posts indicate concerns with defense and control of movement. Changes to city walls often reflect political change or shifting external threats. Urban economies scale specialization, workshops cluster by trade, guild structures emerge, and archaeological signatures such as tool assemblages and waste concentrations make production visible. Craft specialization creates social identities: potters, metal workers, weavers, often embedded in household units yet producing goods for broader markets. Spatial analysis of artifact distributions, isotopic evidence of diet, and burial variability combine to show social differentiation within urban populations, clarifying who benefited from prosperity and who endured marginality. Resilience studies use urban archives to test responses to shock, floods, sieges, droughts, and reveal that infrastructure flexibility, food storage, and institutional capacity shape survival chances. Population movements into and out of urban centers leave signatures in architecture, coinage, pottery imports, and genetic markers that together chart the city as a node in wider networks. Such synthesized urban narratives link streets, households, and institutions into living portraits that reveal governance, inequality, and daily routine across time. Collapse and abandonment are archaeological signals that combine abrupt endings with slow decay. Because human systems fail in varied tempos, archaeologists detect collapse through sudden shifts in material discard, unfinished construction, hoarding, and changes in burial practice. Burn layers and weapon damage mark violent endings. Gradual decline shows as reduced investment in architecture, fewer imports, and shrinking craft complexity. Abandonment processes vary: planned decommissioning signatures, ritual closure deposits, deliberate sealing, or carefully removed valuable fittings, contradict chaotic flight, where scattered possessions, mixed layers, and hurried burials appear. Environmental drivers can prompt withdrawal as river courses shift, soils salinize, or drought undermines agrarian bases. Economic rupture, loss of trade, resource exhaustion, or political fragmentation creates long-term contraction visible in deserted fields, reused building materials, and lowered craft quality. Social stress leaves demographic signatures in cemeteries, increasing juvenile mortality, enamel hypoplasias, and dietary shifts that track food scarcity. Evidence of hoarding and cash deposition signals uncertainty. Households bury valuables when security collapses. Ephemeral occupation traces, temporary shelters, short-lived hafts, and mixed modern rubbish can confuse interpretation, calling for careful stratigraphic control and robust dating to separate brief reuse from original abandonment. Settlement shrinkage often reorganizes landscapes. Central places contract, peripheral fields revert to pasture, and infrastructure falls into disrepair, all detectable through coring, pollen change, and erosion patterns. Political collapse sometimes coincides with cultural transformation, rather than disappearance. New material vocabularies, hybrid pottery, and altered burial rites mark shifts that archaeology reads as adaptation as much as loss. The archaeological study of abandonment therefore identifies human choices at stress points and helps model pathways of resilience and failure across climatic, economic, and political scenarios. Study of abandonment thus informs future resilience planning. Museums and repositories transform excavation records and finds into public memory, because objects need curation to survive and to speak beyond their boxes. After conservation triage, curatorial teams catalogue artifacts with accession numbers, provenance notes, condition reports, and linked digital files. Each accession becomes a node in a chain: field context, lab analysis, conservation treatment, storage location, and eventual display. Curators balance research access with preservation. Fragile items sleep in climate-controlled stores until mounting systems, support cradles, and display cases are engineered to protect them from light, humidity, and vibration. Exhibit design translates specialist reports into stories for visitors. Object selection, wall texts, and interactive elements prioritize clarity without simplifying evidence. Rotation policies limit light exposure for sensitive materials. Loans between institutions require condition assessments, loan agreements, and transit crating that stabilizes objects in shock-absorbent packaging. Repatriation requests and provenance gaps demand provenance researchers who trace legal chains of custody, archival paperwork, and export permits. Institutions publish acquisition histories to increase transparency and to invite descendant communities into dialogue. Collections managers maintain digital inventories that include high-resolution photography, 3D scans, and metadata mapped to the GIS and field records, so researchers can reconstruct find spots virtually if handling originals is restricted. Long-term preservation plans schedule monitoring for pests, microclimate shifts, and material degradation, integrated pest management, periodic inspections and backup dehumidification systems guard against sudden loss. Museums are stewards rather than owners in perpetuity. Ethical policies emphasize consultation, shared authority, and return where claims are legitimate. Exhibition narratives avoid triumphalism, presenting uncertainty and process alongside interpretation. Education programs, school loans, curator talks, and hands-on sessions with replica sets translate evidence into civic literacy about how knowledge is produced. In short, museums turn trenches into rooms where evidence can be read by many, but they must do so with care, transparency, and a constant eye on preservation, so that present engagement does not compromise future research. Conservation science is the laboratory discipline that secures long-term survival of materials, because treatment choices affect future analysis and meaning. Conservators document condition with microscopy, X-radiography, and surface mapping before any intervention, then propose reversible, minimal treatments that stabilize without erasing residues. Metals receive desalination baths to remove soluble chlorides, preventing later corrosion. Stabilization protocols include electrochemical reduction or controlled drying to avoid cracking. Organic materials, leather, wood, textile, require humidity control and slow desiccation or PEG impregnation for waterlogged pieces to prevent collapse. Consolidants used on friable ceramics or painted surfaces prioritize reversibility and avoid adhesives that later obscure micro-residues or complicate radiocarbon dating. Conservation laboratories operate with strict contamination control, especially where organic residues, aDNA, or proteomics sampling are anticipated. Separate suites and procedural blanks safeguard molecular integrity. Documentation accompanies every step. Treatment reports list materials, concentrations, batch numbers, and photographs before, during, and after action. Collections storage follows material-specific protocols. Oxygen scavenging enclosures for iron, cold rooms for film and nitrate materials, low-light rooms for pigments, and buffered, acid-free supports for paper and parchment. Environmental monitoring systems log temperature and relative humidity continuously, triggering alarms if thresholds shift. Disaster planning prepositions conservation kits, duplicate key records off-site, and train staff in emergency salvage methods. Conservation is not neutral. Choices reflect research priorities and ethical obligations. Decisions about cleaning, reconstruction, or display consider scientific value, cultural significance, and descendant community wishes. Where reburial or in situ preservation is preferred by stakeholders, conservators advise on containment and monitoring strategies to protect sites without removing context. Scientific conservation therefore sits at the intersection of chemistry, ethics, and memory stewardship, ensuring that artifacts survive as both scientific evidence and cultural patrimony. Legal frameworks and illicit trade shape. What archaeology can recover, and how heritage moves. Because laws set boundaries and black markets exploit gaps, national antiquities laws typically regulate excavation permits, export licenses, and ownership, making unauthorized digging a criminal act. International conventions encourage cooperation, import-export controls, due diligence standards, and the return of cultural property removed illegally. Despite this, looting and clandestine supply chains persist where enforcement is weak or demand is high. Archaeologists and heritage professionals monitor art markets, record find spot data, and support provenance research to identify suspicious items. Museums increasingly refuse objects without clear legal histories. Technological tools, deal scraping algorithms, image matching for stolen artifacts, and blockchain-based registries help track provenance and deter laundering, but they cannot substitute for on-the-ground capacity building in source countries. Heritage crime has human consequences. Looting destroys stratigraphy and erases context, turning scientific information into commodity-sized fragments. War and political instability amplify risk, as displaced populations and collapsed governance create opportunities for illicit excavation. Repatriation claims arise from colonial and imperial histories where removals lacked consent. These claims require careful provenance work, legal negotiation, and ethical commitment to rectify past injustices. Some institutions pursue negotiated returns, shared custody agreements, or long-term loans as interim measures while legal processes conclude. Cultural patrimony debates force museums and governments to rethink narratives, whose story is told, who may speak for the past, and how restitution serves communities. Capacity building, training local curators, supporting regional conservation labs, and funding protective infrastructure reduces incentives for looting and strengthens in-country stewardship. Legal frameworks therefore interact with economics, ethics, and politics. Effective heritage protection pairs law with resources, community engagement, and international collaboration to keep archaeological context intact and to ensure that material culture returns if removed unlawfully. Public archaeology and community collaboration make heritage relevant and resilient, because stewardship succeeds only when local people see value in preservation. Programs that train volunteers in field walking, recording, and monitoring create local guardians who detect looting, report erosion, and advocate for site protection. Consultation processes invite descendant communities into research design, asking which questions matter, how remains should be treated, and what forms of display or reburial respect values. Co-curated exhibitions, bilingual labels, and joint publications ensure that scholarship integrates local voices rather than speaking for them. Outreach extends to schools and adult learning, workshops that teach basic finds identification, digital storytelling projects that map oral history onto GIS layers, and site trails that orient residents to the archaeological landscape. Digital outreach multiplies access. Open data portals, 3D models of sensitive artifacts, and virtual tours allow access without risking originals. When physical return is impossible, digital repatriation, high-resolution scans, annotated datasets, and shared teaching modules offers a form of restitution that supports research and education. Public programs also use archaeology to address contemporary concerns: landscape erosion, water management, and community identity. Collaborative monitoring projects align scientific sampling with local management goals, so sediment coring that informs climate history also supports water planning. Participatory action research treats heritage as a living resource, connecting employment, tourism, and education to conservation outcomes. Ethical public archaeology negotiates transparency and risk. Precise site coordinates may invite looters, so outreach balances openness with protective practices. Successful projects recognize that stewardship extends beyond a season. Long-term funding, institutional partnerships, and capacity development embed conservation as a community asset. In doing so, archaeology moves from extraction to exchange, returning knowledge, skills, and agency to people whose landscapes hold the past and its meanings for the future. Conflict leaves material signatures that archaeology can read, because organized violence reshapes landscapes, consumption, and memory. Fortifications, walls, ditches, ramparts, gatehouses, and towers declare the decision to defend or control movement. The archaeology of those works records construction sequences and repair episodes. Carefully dressed ashlar implies planned labor and resources, while hastily built revetments and crude infills indicate emergency responses to imminent threats. Changes in defensive architecture mirror changes in technology. Narrow vertical loops for bows and crossbows give way to wider embrasures, and angled bastions as gunpowder weapons, alter fields of fire. Gateway complexes and barbicans concentrate damage and offer clear stratigraphic targets, where battering, burning, and rebuilding produce datable episodes. Battlefields and conflict zones preserve different sets of traces. Concentrations of human remains with perimortem trauma, arranged clusters of spent projectiles, and sets of abandoned equipment tell of fort engagements and routes. Trauma patterns on bone, projectile points embedded in skeletal remains, and aligned cut marks reveal weapon types, fighting distances, and blow directions. Forensic analysis separates ritual or funerary deposition from violent encounters. Metal detector surveys often map soldier movement through scatter patterns of musket balls, buckles, harness fragments, and personal accoutrements. Siege archaeology documents logistics and improvisation. Siege ramps, dug galleries, contractor trenches, and timber-built ramps leave complex fills whose construction intensity can be measured through compaction, tool marks, and radiocarbon on construction timbers. Campsites accumulate everyday refuse that differs from civilian assemblages. Broken, standardized containers, suited for mobile provisioning, higher proportions of charred cereal fragments, and specialized equipment for horse care and transport. Urban warfare imprints the city itself. Looting creates odd scatter patterns of high-value items, deliberately hidden or removed. Defensive reuse of domestic stone for fortification changes later domestic assemblages. Burn layers, cap habitation sequences, and offer tight chronological brackets, when paired with dendrochronology or radiocarbon. Coin hoards and buried caches attest to economic stress and attempts at concealment during crises. Interpreting these signatures demands care. Not all fire implies war, and not all mass deposition signals violence. Robust reconstructions rely on multiple lines of evidence: stratigraphy, trauma analysis, artifact distribution, building repair, historical texts where available, and absolute dates, combine to separate accident, ritual, economic collapse, and conflict. When combined thoughtfully, archaeology does not merely confirm narratives of battles, it reconstructs the labor, logistics, and human costs that underlay violent episodes, and shows how communities coped, recovered, or failed in the aftermath. Logistics of violence appear in mundane deposits, because armies consume, move, and leave refuse, as any large group must. Supply depots store ceramic jars and amphorae, broken into characteristic refuse piles. Food remains concentrate, where kitchens provision soldiers in semi-permanent camps. Animal bone assemblages at military sites may show an emphasis on specific secondary products: horse tack, harness fittings, and concentrated horse and cattle butchery zones that differ from domestic corpora. Road surfaces adapt to military needs, widened for wagons, reinforced with packed gravel, and marked by deep wheel ruts, where sustained heavy transport passed. Temporary wooden bridges and causeways leave post-hole and stake alignments, visible in moist soils or via lidar in marshy zones. Siege works reveal the geometry of attack and defense. Parallel trenches, sap approaches, and emplacement pits mark the careful engineering used to protect sappers and crew. Analysis of fills in siege works reveals sequence clean turf removal, succeeded by fill dumps from cut features, followed by occupation refuse as attackers established camps. Timber recovered from siege works sometimes carries cut marks and foreign species, showing where builders sourced material in haste or from long distances. Logistics also show in provisioning signatures: cereal granaries with rodent-proofing features, salted meat storage in amphorae, and stable isotope studies of animal bone that reveal foddering regimes tailored to sustain cavalry mobility. Archaeologists read rationing and provisioning strategies by pairing macro remains with residue and isotopic analysis, identifying foodstuffs and their likely seasonality. Military minting debris, ceilings used for supply control, and lists recorded on clay or parchment tie logistic networks to fiscal capacity. The interplay between logistics and geography clarifies why certain routes were chosen, where supply hubs emerged, and how campaign seasonality constrained operations. Ultimately, conflict archaeology ties battlefield drama to supply chains. Weapons and wounds are only part of the story. Movement, food, fuel, and maintenance shape outcomes and leave archaeologically visible patterns that reveal how prepared or strained parties actually were. Diplomacy and boundary making produce material records that archaeology can detect if one knows where and how to look. Treaties leave inscriptions and monumental statements. When elites commission stone stelae, inscribed slabs, or dedicatory architecture to record agreements or marriages that sealed alliances. Border markers, carved stones, standing stelae, and deliberately placed cairns define territorial limits and sometimes preserve oath formulas or lists of witnesses carved into durable media. Administrative archives that survive in clay, parchment, or paper occasionally record exchange agreements, tribute lists, and personnel roles that reveal diplomatic ties and obligations. Archaeology complements these documentary traces by locating the physical implements of boundary maintenance, watchtowers on hill crests, chain of visibility systems, and road maintenance records revealed by iterative resurfacing. Exchange of gifts and diplomatic luxury goods leaves traces in elite contexts. Imported tableware, distinctive jewelry, and foreign weapon types suggest contact, prestige exchange, and negotiated relationships. Ceremonial centers, where delegations met, produce concentrations of hospitality ware, high-status tablewares, and evidence of feasting that match accounts of diplomatic exchange recorded in texts or oral traditions. When diplomatic relationships shift, material change follows. Imported goods decline, local elite contexts impoverish or adopt new styles, and administrative units rearrange. Archaeology can therefore chart the ebb and flow of alliances, the expansion of tribute networks, and the physical markers of negotiated peace as readily as it reads the debris of conflict. In cross-border zones, hybrid material culture, pottery, combining stylistic traits, fused metallurgical recipes, or blended architectural features, often signals negotiated coexistence, mixed populations, and diplomatic accommodation, rather than pure cultural replacement. The archaeology of diplomacy thus emphasizes continuity alongside rupture, documenting how negotiation, exchange, and symbolic acts shaped durable landscapes of power. The legacy of conflict registers in memory and material transformation. Post-conflict rebuilding practices produce palimpsests, formerly destroyed structures refaced with reused masonry, altered ritual spaces that reflect new power orders, cemeteries reconfigured to honor or obscure events. Memorialization takes many forms: monumental tombs for notable dead, deposited offerings at battle shrines, or deliberate landscape modification to mark victory or mourning. Archaeologists read these acts through change deposits, curated remains placed in sanctuaries, ritual closure deposits, sealing destroyed buildings, or curated caches preserved within newly constructed monuments. Reuse and recycling of military architecture for domestic or civic functions demonstrate adaptation and the economy of rebuilding. Stones from defunct walls often reappear in houses, and arrow-scarred towers may be converted into grain stores. Bioarchaeological studies of post-conflict populations reveal recovery dynamics, changes in diet and health markers, shifts in demographic structure, and migration signatures that indicate influx or outflow. Reconciliation and forgetting appear. Archaeologically too, deliberate leveling of violent layers, discontinuities in burial values, and selective preservation or erasure of iconography tell stories of contested memory. Heritage politics then shape which sites are maintained, commemorated, or suppressed in later landscapes. Contemporary communities and descendant groups often engage with these remains, using archaeology to reclaim narratives or resist glorified depictions of violence. In practice, archaeologists collaborate with stakeholders to interpret trauma ethically, balancing scientific inquiry with sensitivity to living memory. By tracing how conflict transforms bodies, buildings, and landscapes across immediate destruction and long-term recovery, Archaeology reveals not only how societies die in episodes of violence, but also how they rebuild meaning, infrastructure, and community in the generations that follow. Migration and mobility sit at the heart of many archaeological questions, because people move for reasons both ordinary and extraordinary, leaving layered traces across landscapes. Archaeologists therefore ask not just whether movement occurred, but how often, why it happened, and what changed when newcomers settled or passed through. Mobility leaves multiple signatures: shifts in artifact styles, introductions of new crops or domesticates, isotopic signals in human and animal tissues, and changes in settlement layout. Seasonal mobility, transhumance foraging rounds, or short-term craft camps, produces thin repeated deposits and gear adapted for transport, while long-distance migration often leaves denser signals of sustained occupation, new house forms, altered burial rites, and persistent imports. Trade-driven mobility moves goods and ideas more readily than people. A foreign pot can appear without population replacement, complicating the interpretation of cultural change. Archaeologists therefore triangulate evidence. Isotopes in tooth enamel or bone reveal childhood origins and adult diets, showing whether individuals grew up locally or arrived from elsewhere. Strontium and oxygen baselines from local fauna and geology provide comparative frameworks that turn chemical signatures into geographic inferences. Material culture evidence, ceramic typologies, architectural forms, textile patterns, highlights adoption, imitation, or migration when traced across regions. DNA adds another layer, but it requires careful context and ethical handling. Historical records, where available, frame episodes of documented movement, forced migrations, colonizations, or mercantile networks that archaeology can test and nuance. Social drivers of mobility range widely: climate stress, resource depletion, warfare and displacement, elite expansion, pilgrimage, marriage alliances, and labor demand. Each driver leaves different archaeological footprints. Refugee influxes produce abrupt increases in dwelling density and mixed assemblages. Elite-sponsored colonization often appears as planned settlements with imported elite goods and administrative architecture. Seasonal pastoralism shows mobility corridors, temporary corrals, and cyclical bone deposition that maps movement through the year. Interpreting migration requires narrative restraint. Migration is a hypothesis to be tested, not an automatic explanation for cultural change. Archaeologists weigh alternative processes: trade, prestige emulation, independent invention, before asserting population movement. The most persuasive cases combine multiple lines, isotopic outliers with genetic contrasts, a sudden houseplan shift accompanied by new burial traditions, and documentary hints aligning with material change. When these lines converge, the past's mobility becomes a readable chapter rather than an assumption, revealing how movement reshaped identity, economy, and landscape in tangible and intangible ways. Ancient DNA has transformed understandings of population dynamics by providing biological data on ancestry, kinship, and demographic change, but its power carries caveats and responsibilities. Genetic signals can reveal broad-scale movements, population replacement, admixture events, and sex-biased migration patterns that archaeological materials alone might obscure. Family relationships within cemeteries illuminate household composition and inheritance practices. When genomes reveal parent-child links or sibling clusters, large-scale genomic surveys show genetic continuity in some regions and abrupt replacement in others, challenging simple models of cultural diffusion. Yet interpreting a DNA demands careful contextualization. Samples must come from secure, well-dated contexts to avoid equating a single individual with an entire community. Skeletal assemblages used for genomic sampling should represent demographic breadth. Otherwise, conclusions risk bias toward particular social strata or burial practices. DNA preservation varies by environment, favoring cold, dry, or anaerobic contexts, which skews geographic coverage and can create false regional absences. Contamination control is paramount. Modern DNA easily overwhelms ancient signals without strict laboratory protocols. Ethically, aDNA raises questions about consent, descendant communities, and the interpretation of ancestry in ways that can feed contemporary identity politics if misused. Transparent consultation with stakeholders and careful messaging that emphasizes complexity and probabilistic results helps prevent genomic data from becoming simplistic narratives of origin. Bioinformatics and population modeling offer statistical frameworks that estimate admixture proportions and migration timing, but these models rely on reference datasets that may themselves be incomplete or biased. Therefore, archaeologists integrate aDNA with isotopes, material culture, and settlement data to craft multi-proxy stories. When combined thoughtfully, genetic data illuminate migration tempos, kinship structures in burials, and long-term population dynamics, offering a biological dimension to human movement that complements behavioral and material perspectives rather than replacing them. Material culture complicates and enriches migration narratives because objects move in many ways and acquire layered meanings through adoption, imitation, and hybridization. A foreign ceramic type appearing in a settlement might signal trade, diplomatic exchange, elite gift-giving, or the movement of potters. Distinguishing among these requires spatial patterning and contextual nuance. Broadly distributed imports concentrated in elite contexts suggest prestige exchange without wholesale demographic change, while sudden shifts in domestic architecture, new foundation techniques, hearth arrangements, and house sizes better indicate resident population change. Burial practices are particularly informative. Shifts from extended supine interment to crouched burials, novel grave goods, or changing cemetery organization often align with community-level identity changes, though mortuary practices can be adopted as part of cultural emulation without migration. Craft traditions such as pottery manufacturing techniques, loom weights, or metallurgical recipes offer fine-grained clues. When fabrics and tempers match distant clay sources through petrography, the material itself may have moved. When local clay mimics foreign forms, knowledge transfer is implicated. Workshops and toolkits identify migrant craftsmen if their waste signatures and tool marks differ from local patterns across multiple production episodes. Burial isotope outliers associated with grave assemblages, resembling foreign styles, create compelling cases of individual migration and cultural retention. Ethno-historic parallels remind archaeologists that identity is performative and situational. Newcomers may adopt local house forms while preserving burial rites, or locals may adopt imported dress to signal new affiliations. The archaeology of migration therefore reads objects as both movers and markers, tools that travel with people and symbols that communities selectively adopt, adapt, or resist. Interpretation demands layered narratives that account for agency, choice, power, and constraint, rather than assuming culture follows genes or that objects straightforwardly track people. Integrative frameworks bring together scientific proxies, material analysis, and social theory to interpret migration in ways that respect complexity and ethics. Researchers combine isotopic mobility studies with genetic data, craft analysis, and settlement sequences to map patterns of short-term movement versus long-term relocation. Bayesian chronological models help place migration episodes within precise temporal windows, while network analysis visualizes connections among sites based on shared material traits or genetic links. Ethno-archaeological studies and oral histories provide behavioral analogues that clarify how newcomers negotiate belonging, manage resources, and interact with hosts. Crucially, descendant communities participate in framing research questions and interpreting results, ensuring that archaeological narratives do not override living memory or claim authority over identity. Collaborative projects co-produce interpretations, sometimes returning control over human remains to communities or agreeing on sensitive data embargoes for aDNA and isotopes. Public engagement translates complex probabilistic findings into accessible stories that emphasize process over certainty, migration as one of many mechanisms that reshape societies. Policy implications follow. Understanding migration patterns informs heritage protection, especially at border zones, where mobility threats include looting and unregulated development. Finally, archaeology's treatment of migration underscores humility. Human movement rarely fits tidy models. People adopt, adapt, hybridize, and resist. Identities shift and layer over time. By assembling multiple datasets and centering ethical collaboration, archaeological accounts of migration become nuanced narratives that honor the messy reality of human life across generations and terrains. Paleopathology reads bodies as biographies because bones and teeth archive stresses that living tissues forget. Every lesion, growth, or healed fracture records a life shaped by work, disease, and care. Osteologists begin with macroscopic inventory, age at death estimations from epiphyseal fusion and dental eruption, sex estimation from pelvic morphology and skull traits, stature reconstructions from long bone measurements, and then move to pathology that narrows lived experience. Periosteel reactions on long bones hint at chronic infection. Lytic lesions in vertebrae suggest tuberculosis or brucellosis. When paired with contextual evidence, cribra orbitalia and porotic hyperostosis flag, repeated childhood, anemia, often linked to iron-poor diets, malaria, or parasitism. Dental health provides intimate daily records. Caries prevalence reflects carbohydrate access and food processing technologies. Linear enamel hypoplasia records childhood stress episodes, like disease or famine. Calculus builds as a time capsule of diet, oral microbiomes, and sometimes occupational microdebris. Degenerative joint disease maps repetitive motion and workload, varying by sex and social role to reveal patterns of labor division. Trauma analysis distinguishes perimortem injuries from healed breaks, clarifying violence, accident, or surgical intervention, such as trephination. Where preservation allows, micro-CT visualizes internal bone remodeling, and histology can reveal metabolic conditions at microscopic resolution. Paleopathology requires contextual caution. A single lesion does not define a population and burial location. Cemetery type, grave goods, and position interacts with health signals, because social status and access to care skew survivorship. Demographic structure complicates interpretation. Open cemeteries with a full age profile show different morbidity patterns than elite burial grounds, dominated by adults. Integration with isotopic diets, ancient DNA for pathogen detection, and archaeological context, household size, sanitation features, and proximity to wetlands, rebuilds, causal chains linking environment, economy, and embodied stress. Paleopathologists also consider taphonomy. Preservation bias masks lesions and sometimes preferentially preserves robust elements, so statistics demand careful sampling strategies and transparent reporting. When done responsibly, paleopathological studies connect bodies to systems, nutrition, labor regimes, trade in medicinal goods, public hygiene, and institutional care. They humanize population-level narratives by foregrounding health and suffering as primary drivers of behavioral change, migration, craft abandonment, or social reform, while providing concrete evidence that links everyday life to deeper environmental and political developments across centuries. Epidemics imprint archaeology through demographic shocks, burial practices, and biomolecular signatures, creating patterns archaeologists now detect with a combination of field evidence and molecular tools. Mass graves or clustered burials with hasty interment often mark episodes of acute mortality, although intentional mass deposition can also have ritual dimensions requiring careful discrimination. Paleomicrobiology recovers pathogen DNA from dental pulp, petrous bone, or calcified deposits, allowing direct identification of agents, Yersinia pestis, Mycobacterium tuberculosis, Salmonella enterica, or variola-like viruses, when preservation permits. Ancient pathogen genomes place epidemics in temporal and phylogenetic context, revealing virulence factors, transmission pathways, and relationships with modern strains. Yet aDNA has limits. Preservation favors cold, dry, or anoxic settings, and strict cleanroom protocols, plus replication guard against contamination. When pathogen DNA joins demographic collapse, isotopic shifts, and documentary records, robust case histories emerge. Skeletal evidence of epidemic stress is often non-specific, periosteel reactions or increased infant mortality, so molecular confirmation is invaluable. Modeling epidemiological impact uses cemetery demography, age profiles, and settlement abandonment patterns to estimate mortality rates and social responses. Did communities quarantine, shift burial rites, migrate, or reorganize production? Archaeology also reveals infrastructural responses, widened drains, new cemeteries, or changes in settlement density intended to limit exposure. Trade links can accelerate spread, visible when imported goods decline in the wake of outbreaks, or when rapid changes in artifact assemblages coincide with demographic collapse. Crucially, ethical issues arise when publishing pathogen identities and locational details. Disclosure risks stigmatization and can affect living communities. Collaborative frameworks with local stakeholders determine reporting protocols and ensure results support public health understanding without fueling sensationalism. Overall, the archaeology of disease integrates mortuary patterns, biomolecular data, and landscape change to show how pathogens shaped demographic trajectories, economic resilience, and cultural practices over generations. Nutrition, growth, and childhood capture long-term well-being, because early life deficits echo through skeletal markers and isotopic signatures that archaeologists read to reconstruct subsistence, weaning practices, and seasonal food stress. Incremental growth lines in teeth and the presence of enamel hypoplasia correlate with episodes of metabolic stress during tooth formation, indicating the timing and frequency of hardships. Stable isotope analysis of carbon and nitrogen in bone collagen distinguishes reliance on C3 versus C4 plants and relative marine versus terrestrial protein, while sequential dentine sampling traces weaning age and early diet shifts that influence childhood mortality and adult health. Paleonutrition combines macroscopic indicators, stature trends over generations, reduced bone robusticity, and dental wear patterns, with micro-remains like charred grain and starch residue to test agricultural intensity and diversification. Seasonal storage strategies, granaries, raised bins, and water management mitigate risk and appear archaeologically where investment suggests planning against poor years. Conversely, signs of crop failure surface in pollen diagrams, increased weed seeds, and abrupt shifts to opportunistic foraging in the archaeobotanical record. Socio-economic inequality shows in dietary disparities. Elite burials reveal richer isotopic profiles and more imported foodstuffs, while commoner contexts show higher enamel stress rates and lower dietary breadth. Childhood disease burdens disproportionately affect growth, so regions with high parasite loads, poor sanitation, or intermittent food supply show correlated osteological stress. Recovery strategies, dietary diversification, migration or intensified storage, are visible in later layers, where new crops introduce domesticates, or technological shifts in grinding and storage reconfigure food security. Paleonutrition thus links plates to plots, what people grew, how they processed and stored it, and how social choices shaped access. These insights inform long-term resilience narratives and show how agricultural intensification or diversification supports population growth, while exposing societies to new vulnerabilities when monocultures or market dependencies arise. Ethics, public health relevance, and modern resonance frame paleopathological and epidemiological findings, because past health patterns inform contemporary understanding of vulnerability, adaptation, and social response. Archaeologists collaborate with medical historians and public health scholars to trace how infrastructural choices, water management, sanitation design, and provisioning systems affected vulnerability to disease and malnutrition. Lessons from the past include the value of diversified food systems, the protective role of communal storage and sanitation investment, and the way trade can both buffer and transmit risk. However, translating ancient patterns to modern policy requires nuance. Pathogens evolve, environments shift, and social institutions differ. Ethical stewardship governs study design and dissemination. Descendant communities hold rightful interests in how human remains are studied, displayed, or returned, and consultative frameworks guide sampling priorities for aDNA and destructive analyses. Data sharing follows privacy-like norms. Detailed locational and genomic data may be embargoed or contextualized to avoid misuse. Public engagement translates complex probabilistic findings into narratives that support resilience without deterministic claims, showing how societies coped, rather than casting them as passive victims. Interdisciplinary collaborations with climatologists, epidemiologists, and agricultural historians expand relevance, using archaeological baselines to model long-term disease, environment interaction, and to test hypotheses about vulnerability thresholds. Finally, training and capacity building in source countries ensure local expertise leads future health-focused archaeology, aligning scientific inquiry with community priorities. By blending robust method, ethical practice, and public relevance, the archaeology of health converts bones and microbes into lessons about survival, adaptation, and the social choices that determine which lives flourish when environments change. Paleoclimatic archives provide the background against which human decisions are measured, because climate rhythms shape water, soil fertility, growing seasons, disease vectors, and the distribution of resources that people depend upon. An archaeology can only be read well when those rhythms are known with clarity and limits stated. Tree rings give annual precision where long-lived species grow. Ring width, density, and late-wood-early-wood ratios reflect moisture and temperature, and cross-dating aligns many trees into master chronologies that anchor exact years. In the tropics, rings can be faint or irregular, so other records step forward. Speleothems grow as calcite or aragonite in caves. Oxygen and carbon isotopes, trace elements like magnesium and strontium, and laminar thickness, track drip water, cave ventilation, and outside rainfall, but kinetic effects and prior calcite precipitation must be screened with careful geochemistry. Lake varves form seasonal layers that can be counted year by year. Summer clastics alternate with winter clays or organics, and micro-XRF scans add elemental profiles that flag floods, dust input, and fires, yet slumps, burrowing or storm mixing can disturb sequences, so multiple cores and overlap checks are standard. Peat bogs preserve pollen that maps vegetation change. Percentages of cereals, weeds and woodland taxa reveal clearance and cultivation intensity, while charcoal counts trace fire regimes. Taphonomy and differential pollen production require correction with regional models and modern analogues. Marine and large lake cores archive forams, diatoms, alkanones, and dust layers. Oxygen isotopes in shells speak to temperature and ice volume, while grain size distributions show wind strength and runoff pulses. Reservoir effects shift absolute ages, so tie points from tephra and known reversals help align records. Ice cores hold trapped air, offering greenhouse gas histories, dust, sea salt, and volcanic sulfate. They give unmatched resolution, but mainly for high latitudes and mountains. Teleconnections then bridge to lower latitudes with caution. Dunes and loess blankets record wind, aridity, and vegetation loss. Optical luminescence dates sand burial, while root traces and soil horizons mark stabilization phases that align with wetter intervals. Glacial moraines map ice positions. Cosmogenic nuclides date boulders and ridges. Uncertainties from inheritance and erosion need ensembles rather than single measurements. River terraces store fluvial response to climate and base level change. Incision and aggradation episodes bracket settlement levels, but tectonics can mimic climate signals, so regional synthesis matters. No proxy speaks alone. Reliability grows when independent records converge within overlapping error bars. Archaeologists therefore cross-reference archives with site chronologies, radiocarbon, dendrochronology, thermoluminescence, and OSL supply absolute ranges. Bayesian models integrate stratigraphic order, phase boundaries, and outlier detection to tighten start, end windows for occupation, irrigation pulses, or building booms. The key test is temporal plausibility. Did the model drought window overlap the observed storage expansion, terrace building, or canal relining? If a drought ends before storage rises, climate may be a rehearsal, not the cause. Scale also matters. A decadal drought can break rain-fed uplands, while leaving large irrigated valleys, buffered by snowmelt or upstream regulation. A wet shift can flood lowlands yet feed terrace reservoirs higher up. Micro-regional studies catch these mismatches. They map slope aspect, soils and water sources, then compare household features, crop spectra, and fuel choices across niches. Climate modes, monsoon strength, INESO, North Atlantic Oscillation, Indian Ocean Dipole, operate with distinct spatial patterns. Teleconnection studies look for coherent responses, without forcing every site to dance to a single drum. Spectral analyses of proxy series identify periodicities. But archaeology cares more about thresholds and sequences than cycles. A society can ride regular swings, if storage and institutions hold, and fail, when variance spikes or sequences stack hazards, droughts followed by floods, pest outbreaks, after late rains, or storms during harvest. Archives must be dated and interpreted with humility. Radiocarbon calibration curves have wiggles, plateaus widen ranges, marine and lake reservoir offsets vary through time. Old wood can predate use by centuries. Cave carbon pools shift with ventilation. Pollen source areas change with openness, and wind, and erosion can move older carbon into younger deposits. Best practice samples short-lived materials, dates multiple items per context, and chooses archives with independent age controls, VAV counts tied to tephra, or speleothems dated by uranium series, and checked by layer counts. Publication should include raw data, lab codes, pre-treatment notes, and code for models, so others can test claims. Synthesis turns climate from backdrop to inference by tracking coupled human-environment signals. Storage pits expand, granaries add rodent guards, crop spectra diversify toward drought-tolerant millets or barley, herding shifts to goats, canal cross-sections show repeated deepening, field terraces lengthen and thicken, roof timbers change species as woodland composition shifts. Fuel residues swap from wood to dung or reeds, and household diets vary, as isotopes move toward C4 plants or marine inputs. These changes, dated and mapped, show adaptation rather than passive exposure. Social structure sets options. When irrigation governance shares maintenance, canals survive long dry spells. When elites hoard grain and labor, shortfalls spark flight and conflict that archaeology reads in hordes. Weapon trauma, and hurried abandonment. Ritual calendars and moral economies matter. Offerings for rain, communal work feasts, and temple redistribution can stabilize expectations and enforce contribution. Archives record these too. Feast refuse layers thicken during lean years. Votive deposits cluster near springs. Inscriptions list ration schedules. Climate did not cause collapse alone. People decided under constraint. The best narratives resist teleology, and ask counterfactuals that data can test with the same drought. Why did one valley intensify terraces while a neighbor depopulated? Perhaps uplift raised base levels. Perhaps a canal breach diverted flow. Perhaps a new road shifted trade, thinning labor at maintenance time. Perhaps a plague changed workforce and demand. Paleoclimate gives timing. Archaeology gives mechanisms. Together they build granular stories of resilience and failure. Ethics surround interpretation. Climate narratives affect living communities. They can feed fatalism or erase agency. Reports should avoid sensational collapse headlines and name uncertainties. They should return results in local languages and invite comment from water managers, farmers, and elders who hold memory beyond written archives. Open data portals with maps, uncertainties, and plain language guides let schools and councils reuse records. In sum, paleoclimate supplies the environmental stage with clocks and gradients, but human choice sets the script: storage, cooperation, diversification, migration, and belief shift outcomes. Reading that interplay turns ancient crises into practical case studies for designing redundancy, fair governance, and careful land use when weather steps outside familiar bounds again. Sea level change and coastal dynamics create a clear arena where environmental flux meets human settlement, because shorelines move, estuaries recut, dunes migrate, and harbors silt, and these motions leave legible traces above and below water that archaeology can join into lived histories of risk and adaptation. Reconstruction starts with the shape of past coasts. Geomorphologists map strand lines, beach ridges, and notches. They date shells and peats with radiocarbon, constrain uplift or subsidence with coral terraces and optically stimulated luminescence, and assemble relative sea level curves that vary by basin, isostatic rebound, and sediment compaction. In deltas and estuaries, cores extract stacked stories, basal transgressive sands, estuarine clays, salt marsh peats, and fluvial caps, microfossils, diatoms, foraminifera, ostracods, pin salinity and tidal position, pollen marks shifting wetlands, mangroves, and fields, and magnetic susceptibility tracks, minerogenic pulses from storms, offshore, multi-beam bathymetry maps, drowned channels, terraces, and reef rims, side-scan sonar images, wrecks, fish weirs, trackways, and harbour works. Sub-bottom profilers reveal buried hulls and key foundations, and AUVs photograph targets for photogrammetry. These instruments turn seabeds into readable landscapes. Underwater contexts often preserve organics, so planking, cordage, baskets, fish traps, and seeds survive in anaerobic silts. Conservation plans and waterlogged handling protocols then become part of research design from day one. Archaeologists do not stop at form, they track function and flow. Harbour basins show dredging scars and slipways. Quay stones carry mooring cutouts and fender wear. Cargo residues and amphora stamps reveal trade networks. And hull repairs, ballast dumps and anchor scatters map maritime maintenance. When channels silted or bars migrated, ports followed, new basins cut closer to deep water, old moles became piers, and canals linked harbours to rivers that shifted. Drowned villages on paleoplains carry house plans, pens and garden plots. Intertidal causeways and trackways connect islands to mainlands at low tide. Fish traps of stakes, wicker, or stone walls trace communal rites and seasonal knowledge embedded in tides and spawning calendars. Coastal dynamics also erase. Storms rip dunes and bury fields. Tsunamis leave high-energy sand sheets with marine microfossils inland. Cyclone overwash leaves salinized soils that farms abandon. Longshore drift eats headlands and moves beaches down coast, and subsidence pulls marsh into open water. Predictive models link these tendencies with slope, wave climate and sediment budgets, guiding survey to likely refuges and hazard scours. Cultural mediation shapes response. Some communities keep mobility, shifting camps seasonally as shorelines flex. Boats become storage and home. Huts rise on stilts, goods pack light. Others build revetments, breakwaters, sluice gates, tidal mills and polders pin land in place. Maintenance then becomes law and ritual. Work parties at equinox, fines for neglect, communal feasts for success. Trade routes adapt when bars block entry. Lightering grows, new entrepôts rise where currents favor access. Inland markets shift as fish supply or salt production relocates. Archaeology reads these decisions in alignments of warehouses, changes in coin flows and the mix of imported wares in household dumps. Sea level fall also matters. In isostatically rising coasts or tectonic forebulges, New land opens, harbors strand, old seabeds become fields, wells shift with dropping water tables, people move downslope, reclaim flats and recut channels, former tidal marshes turn to rich pasture, old harbor basins host gardens behind former moles, shrine lines that once faced water now sit inland, and processional routes stretch to meet new horizons. Dating these shifts ties political and economic moves to geophysics. Visibility is a core challenge. Many paleo-shore settlements now sit under meters of mud or shallow seas. Targeted prospection uses paleogeographic maps to aim side-scan lines and diver transects where rivers once met coasts on land, ground-penetrating radar and coring find buried shorelines under urban fill. Intertidal windows are brief. Teams work on spring tides, preposition grids, and mark finds with GPS and reflective stakes for drone capture. Conservation is non-optional. Organics are lifted wet, packed in site water, and handed to labs with PG tanks. Stone and metal require desalination. Ship timbers receive templates and 3D scans before any cut. Ethics run alongside method. Coastal communities today face retreat, salinization, and storm loss. Research that extracts stories without returning value risks harm. Good projects share hazard maps, co-design signage that explains risk and history, train local divers and heritage officers, and help build small exhibits that feed tourism income. Where relocation looms, digital twins capture places for memory, and archives store all histories about fishing grounds, storm markers, and sacred points. Managed realignment becomes part of heritage storytelling. New levees are set back, old walls become trails, and interpretive panels explain why letting marsh grow protects both birds and futures. Policy relevance rises from detail. Long-term archives teach how fast shorelines can move, how often extreme storms stack, and how communities that shared maintenance outlasted those that privatized protection. They show the true costs of hard defenses where sediment budgets drop, and the gains of soft engineering, dune restoration, oyster reefs, mangrove belts where wave climates allow. They warn against building at king tide marks that past people respected, and they offer designs for elevated storehouses, removable walkways, and floodable plazas that turn water into a seasonal actor rather than an enemy. In the end, coastal archaeology replaces simple stories of loss with records of skill, tidal knowledge baked into fish traps, harbor redesign that followed currents, ritual that aligned work to moon and season, and choices to move, share, or build that gave communities time. Those choices are the practical lessons modern coasts need as seas rise and storms intensify again. Hydrological variability, droughts, floods, snowmelt pulses, and river course changes, shapes agricultural potential and settlement security, because water availability determines what crops succeed and how intensively landscapes can be farmed. Archaeologists read canals, canal lining, check dams, field terraces, diversion weirs, sluice gates, and reservoir systems to measure how societies invested labor in water control. They map feeder channels on contour, note spillways for flood release, and log intake angles, where rivers meet headworks. Silt traps, settling basins and scours become diagnostic features. Canal berms show cart ruts, where desilting spoil moved. Borrow pits reveal where embankments were sourced, and repair layers in masonry gates record flood episodes as stacked mortars and replacement stones. In terraced hillsides, riser faces preserve batter angles and drain stones that manage through flow after storms. Storage systems leave dense signatures, pond field bunds with overflow notches, hillside cisterns with lime-rich plasters, and anchor points for lifting gear beside deep wells. In valleys, archaeologists find headrace channels for water mills, cut-offs that bypassed meanders, and abandoned meander scrolls where avulsion stranded intakes. Each element anchors questions about timing, capacity, and social organization, because physical traces are always paired with institutions that kept water moving. Water management is never only engineering. It is also institutions and everyday habit. Canals demand clearing each season. Gates need watchers. Field rotations must be agreed. Archaeologists find administrative traces in ceilings on grain jars that paid water fees, inscribed measures that standardized shares, and storage courtyards linked to headworks, where rations fed work crews. Communal rules appear in repeated repairs by many hands and in uniform lining recipes. Elite control shows in monumental headworks, supervisory platforms and archive rooms close to gauges. Feast debris at canal junctions marks labor mobilization by ritual and reward. When rules fail, archaeology sees conflict, cut channels that illegally tap headwater flows, hurried parapet heightenings after sabotage, and hoards buried near intakes during tense seasons. The ground keeps these arguments long after texts fade, making governance legible as patterns of maintenance, infringement and repair. Droughts leave different signatures than floods. In drought, canal intakes are deepened, secondary laterals desiccate, wells lengthen with stepped shafts, field systems contract to low moist soils and kiln scatters for storage jar production. Surge as households hoard. Isotopes in human and animal bone lean towards C4 plants where millets replace thirsty wheat. Dung spherulites increase in hearth ash when brushwood declines, and carbonized weed seeds typical of dry fields rise in flotation samples. Pest damage on charred grain increases when storage lengthens and maintenance wanes. In floods, deposits invert thick silt caps, lowlands sand lenses fill courtyards. Floor relays show rapid rebuilds and drainage retrofits appear as hurried channels cut through earlier pavements. Fish bones and freshwater mollusks spike in flood recession economies, and rice spikelet bases appear where paddy replaces dry farming. Defensive earthworks near rivers gain revetments and stone facings. Ferry landings shift, and wharves extend toward new channels while old quays silt. Repeated sequences of cap, rebuild and reroute map flood frequency better than any single storm story. Rivers wander. Avulsion strands towns when channels cut new paths across floodplains. Archaeologists track this with coring transects that find channel sands under villages or fine overbank clays under later fields. Abandoned intakes, orphaned bridge abutments and roads that fade into marsh show how infrastructure struggled to follow water. Where rivers incised terrace staircases rise. Where rivers are graded causeways climb above annual floods. At confluences, settlement plans rotate to face new flow, and markets migrate to the protected side of bends. These moves are not random, they follow cost, habit and law, and they appear as planned extensions, regularized plots and reoriented doorways across many seasons. Scale complicates interpretation. A drought in a regional archive may be a wet failure in practice if snowmelt came early and reservoirs drained before planting. A flood can be harvest wealth where flood recession farming thrives on fresh silt. Thus archaeologists test local responses rather than force global labels. They ask which households gained, which lost, and why. Inequality often sharpens under water stress. Elites with rights to headwater intakes and labor reservoirs buffer shortfalls, poorer households downstream absorb risk. Bioarchaeology records this in diet differences and stress markers. Isotopes in elite burials may show steady protein while commoners swing with crop failure. Enamel defects spike in childhood cohorts raised during irrigation breakdowns. Houses near headworks retain plastered floors and imported wares. Outlying lanes show patchwork repairs and more recycled materials. Water status and health move together. Gender and labor appear in water systems. Grinding stones, loom weights and child-sized sandals beside canal-side work areas mark family labor at maintenance time. Osteological markers of repetitive bending and lifting rise in communities that desilt annually. Pottery forms change when water fetching distances shift. Jar mouth diameters and rim strengths adapt to rope and yoke systems. Wear at bases records how jars sat in queues at wells. Stories of water are household stories as much as they are state projects. Hydraulic technology evolves with feedback from failure. Early canals lack silt traps. Later systems add settling basins and desilting weirs. Embankments thicken and borrow pits move upslope to reduce seepage. Lime-rich mortars appear at gates and stone aprons protect outlets from scour. Connaught galleries extend farther as easy springs are tapped. Mother wells widen. Vent shafts regularize. Slopes flatten to reduce collapse. Cisterns gain plasters that resist salts. Roofs add sediment filters and gentle ramps for cleaning. In uplands, check dams multiply across micro-catchments, trapping soil and moisture to feed terrace tows. Spill stones distribute overflow evenly, and small head races carry surplus to neighbors, knitting farms into hydrologic commons that distribute risk. Methods keep pace with questions. Drone photogrammetry maps micro-terraces hidden by scrub. LiDAR peels forest from contour following canals. Magnetometry and resistivity trace buried embankments beneath fields. Stable isotopes in lake cores track evaporation versus inflow, and clumped isotopes refine water temperature histories that bear on snowmelt timing. Ceramic residue analysis flags storage versus cooking vessels, helping separate hoarding spikes from diet change. Bayesian models integrate dates from hearths, canal linings and flood caps into sequences that can be compared to drought indices and flood proxies. GIS links headworks to command areas, estimates water duty, and tests whether settlement densities match modeled deliveries. When models and artifacts disagree, trenches move, the map is revised, hypotheses change, governance remains decisive. Shared labor registers, standard basket sizes at desilting pits, community granaries near headworks, and feasting spaces at canal junctions point to collective maintenance. Elite compounds with oversight platforms, ceilings on ration jars and tax tallies link water to hierarchy and redistribution. Both systems can work, both can fail. Resilience correlates with redundancy and fairness more than with any single design. Redundancy includes multiple intakes, backup wells and cross-links between canals so one break does not starve a district. Fairness includes transparent shares, predictable schedules, and avenues for grievance that do not devolve to cutting neighbors' lines in the night. Archaeology reads these values in the dirt, tidy silt piles at shared pits, repeated small repairs by many hands, and long-lived channels that hold their line across centuries. Ritual is not separate from hydraulics. Shrines at springs, carved marks at headworks, and offerings at first water festivals align labor with meaning. When floods recede, communal meals cleanse canals. When droughts bite, processions visit intake stones. These acts leave deposits, broken cups in channels, ash lenses near gates, figurines in cistern sumps, that anchor calendars of care. Ritual does not guarantee rain, it guarantees attendance. Modern relevance arises from detail. Long records show that multi-year sequences, not single seasons, push systems past thresholds, that early maintenance saves orders of magnitude in later repair, that diversification buffers households, and that ritual calendars can mobilize labor at scale when framed as duty and celebration. They warn against pushing command areas to the edge in wet decades, because dry decades will then overshoot capacity. They show that privatized headworks often starve tail farmers, seeding conflict that destroys canals faster than drought. They show that floodplains managed as commons yield more total food over decades than fenced plots rebuilt after each rise. They remind planners that wells deepen stepwise until a threshold of collapse, so budgets must anticipate sudden jumps, not smooth curves. Archaeology connects water to migration. When canals fail for years, cemeteries show new isotopic baselines and mixed material cultures as families relocate. Frontier hamlets appear on higher ground along springs. Shrines shift to new headwaters. Road ruts deepen toward upland markets. Abandonment is seldom instant, it is often staged. First distant plots are left fallow, then outbuildings, then inner fields. Layered floor relays and hearth moves within houses show shrinking domestic space that mirrors shrinking command areas. Finally, hydrology is part of urban life. Drains, soakaways, latrines and cistern chains record municipal investment. Parasites in latrine sediments chart sanitation. Street camber and curbstones reveal runoff control. When cities lose water, trash layers thicken, fire risk rises, and markets disperse. When cities manage flow, disease markers fall and craft quarters intensify. The same logic holds for citadels and monasteries, caravanserais and farmsteads. Water frames choice. Archaeology reads the frame and the choices together, turning channels, jars, and silt into histories of work, sharing, and risk that still matter wherever rains fail. rivers wander, or floods arrive out of season. Modeling future risks draws on archaeological long-view evidence because past strategies for adaptation, migration, and storage offer tested alternatives to idealized assumptions, and because long records teach timing, thresholds, and social limits that short datasets cannot. Archaeology contributes parameters that planners often lack: realistic storage ratios, labor demands for maintenance, typical repair intervals for canals, variance in harvests under mixed crops, and lag times between hazard and institutional response. Converting these into models begins with careful translation. Indicators, such as storage pit density, terrace build rates, or canal cleaning frequency, become numbers in agent-based models where households choose among planting, storage, and migration under weather sequences, sampled from paleoclimate. Bayesian decision frameworks combine prior knowledge from the long record with new observations, updating beliefs about hazard frequency and infrastructure performance as data accumulate. System dynamics models represent feedbacks: how low water reduces harvest, shrinks labor for maintenance, and therefore lowers canal performance in the next season. Multi-criteria decision analysis weights goals that communities actually hold: food supply, equity, cultural practice, biodiversity, and cost. None of these tools matters without participation. Archaeological case studies enter workshops where residents, engineers, and administrators co-design scenarios, test trade-offs, and set trigger points for action. Uncertainty is explicit. Calibration ranges, dating errors, and spatial gaps become probability distributions, not buried caveats. Ensembles run many futures rather than one. Outputs show ranges and percentiles, not single lines. Visualizations make uncertainty intuitive. Bands widen when knowledge thins. Decision tables mark robust choices that perform well across many cases. Robustness matters more than optimality, because climate and politics shift. A canal system that is slightly less efficient in wet years but far more reliable in dry ones may keep people fed. A storage plan that costs more upfront but prevents famine at the 95th percentile can be the ethical choice. Archaeological evidence anchors those ethics, because it shows real costs when storage failed or canals collapsed, and it records social unrest that followed brittle decisions. Compound hazards sit at the center of modern risk. Archaeology documents sequences where droughts were followed by floods that stripped topsoil, or where storms hit during harvest, or where conflict over water coincided with disease. Models therefore pair hydrology with health and security. Latrine sediments and parasite loads from ancient cities inform minimum sanitation thresholds for dense settlements. Burial demography across crises sets plausible mortality bounds. Food redistribution seen in temple accounts becomes a policy lever in simulations that deliver ration plans during shocks. Mobility shows up as a variable as well. Isotopic and material culture evidence for past relocation informs rules for when households move, how far, and with what losses. Networks matter. Roads, riverways, and market links, reconstructed from artifact flows and landscape features, become edges in models that distribute grain, knowledge, and disease. Removing one bridge in a simulation can mimic a washed-out crossing and reveal which districts starve if redundancy is low. Early warning emerges from proxy inspection. In the long record, famine often followed simple indicators: storage jars in every room, spikes in rodent-gnawed grain, abrupt deepening of wells, repeated raising of door thresholds against floods, charcoal shifts from wood to dung. Modern monitors can track analogs, storage inventories, groundwater levels, levee settlement, and proxy markets for fodder and fuel. Archaeology shows that lead times exist. Behavior changed months before collapse. Policy can therefore tie threshold indicators to automatic actions: release water from upstream reservoirs, authorize ration programs, move herds early, or pause planting on marginal fields. These policies are not rigid. They are reviewed annually, in light of new data, but they prevent paralysis when warnings arrive. Equity is structural. Models that optimize total calories can still fail communities if distribution rules are unfair. Archaeology records tail-end farms starving while headworks thrived, and cemeteries show unequal stress. Modern frameworks must therefore include equity as a constraint. Tail districts get guaranteed flows, labor for maintenance is compensated, and relief routes reach hamlets, not only towns. Simulation can encode these rules and show costs and benefits. The long view supports the case. Systems that protected the tail survived longer and fought less. Design draws on historical ingenuity. Terrace networks distribute water in steps, small check dams trap silt and moisture, canal crosslinks let one intake rescue another, and underground galleries avoid evaporation. These are not romantic artifacts, they are tested designs. Modern engineers can adapt them with materials and sensors. Overflow stones on terrace lips become low-tech weirs paired with soil moisture loggers. Quanat analogs become buried collectors that feed cistern chains. Silt traps at intakes, gain removable screens and community schedules. Archaeology also shows when to stop. Sites where embankments climbed higher after every flood, and then failed catastrophically, advise against chasing rivers with walls when sediment budgets drop and channels migrate. In such cases, managed retreat paired with memorialization and compensation may be the ethical, sustainable choice. Scenario families keep plans flexible. Communities test futures with wetter winters but hotter summers, with erratic monsoons, with 2 bad decades separated by 1 good one. They test policy options, diversify crops, build 2 small reservoirs instead of 1 big dam, shift storage from household jars to community granaries, or invest in road redundancy. They test cultural commitments, keep pilgrimage routes open even in bad years, protect sacred groves that stabilize slopes and maintain communal feasts that organize labor. Archaeology supplies precedent for each choice. Groves where erosion stayed low, feasts that aligned maintenance, and small reservoirs that outlived grand dams. Data governance underpins modeling. Open data lets others rerun scenarios and challenge assumptions. Restricted layers protect sacred places and fragile sites. Metadata documents sources, lab codes and calibration choices. Community agreements state who can access human remains data, who can publish maps that show sensitive valleys, and how summaries return to local councils in usable forms. Transparency builds trust. Trust keeps models on the table during real decisions rather than on shelves. Ethics extend to communication. Archaeological names and images carry weight. When models suggest relocation, teams describe options with care, present incremental steps, and include memory work so departure does not equal erasure. Digital twins, oral history projects, and shared archives travel with communities. Compensation and land rights appear in the same slide deck as hydrology. The past teaches that people accept hard moves when dignity, ritual, and fairness are respected. Institutions learn through iteration. Annual water assemblies mirror ancient calendar feasts but add graphs and thresholds. Reports compare plan to observed flows, note maintenance completed, list failures, and update trigger points. Children see the process in school modules that use last year's data. Local technicians maintain sensors and lead surveys. Ownership resides locally, not in distant labs. Researchers rotate in to support, not to rule. In drought years, emergency boards activate predefined roles. In wet years, maintenance gains a festival. Crisis chains include conflict. Archaeology shows that water stress can raise violence risk. Models incorporate security, patrol costs for headworks, mediation time for disputes, and loss multipliers when sabotage occurs. Prevention is cheaper than repair. Ritual and law reduce risk. Oath stones at intakes, fines for night cuts, and shared meals after desilting. These are modeled as compliance boosts and reduced sabotage probabilities, because the long record shows they worked. Technology helps, but it does not replace judgment. Satellite change detection finds new gullies. Drones map breaches. Sensors log flows. Machine learning spots patterns. Yet algorithms carry bias if trained on the wrong places. Archaeology reminds planners to validate with ground truth, and to keep interpretations humble. Mixed methods remain best: interviews and trenches, sensors and ledgers, models and field walks. Policy pathways close the loop from model to action. Governments can encode archaeological insight in building codes, water law, and funding rules. No approval for projects that lack maintenance endowments. Tax incentives for community granaries, legal status for water commons, and disaster funds that reward prevention. Insurance can shift premiums based on maintenance logs, not only hazard maps. Tourism plans can include off-season maintenance salaries, so heritage earns repair, not only tickets. Universities can tie grants to co-authored reports with local councils. Finally, futures work accepts limits. Not every site can be saved. Not every channel can be held. Archaeology gives language for grief that does not paralyze action. Memorial paths on former riverbanks, markers where towns once stood, and festivals that remember places as they change. Models help choose what to document in highest resolution before loss, what to move, and what to let go. They schedule photogrammetry flights, core campaigns, and oral history days while roads still exist. They direct funds toward archives and training, so knowledge survives when walls do not. In sum, modeling future risks with archaeological insight builds plans that are slower, fairer, and more durable. Slow because they respect uncertainty and test many futures. Fair because equity is designed in from the start. Durable because maintenance, redundancy, and memory are funded as part of the design. The long record does not hand out scripts. It offers tested moves and honest warnings. When communities, scientists, and officials read that record together and encode it in rules that outlive any one season, they give themselves time, the most precious resource in any hazard. Time to move a field, time to repair a gate, time to teach a child why the canal turns there and not elsewhere, and how to know when it is time to open the sluice or close it and wait. Public narratives shape the meaning of archaeological facts, because interpretation moves artifacts from data into shared memory, and that journey depends on choices that curators, producers, writers, and educators make at every step. A strong narrative does not flatten uncertainty. It explains it. It shows how a Harris matrix orders contexts, why a radiocarbon date appears as a calibrated range rather than a single number, and how provenience and provenance differ in practice. It invites visitors to see a sherd as evidence inside a system rather than a trophy on a shelf. Exhibitions that place stratigraphic drawings beside reconstructed vessels teach that layers matter and that removal without context is a kind of erasure. Clear labels that say this interpretation is likely because build trust, because audiences learn to weigh probability rather than accept claims on authority alone. Good narrative design uses simple language and short sentences while keeping the full archaeological vocabulary in view. It explains typology, seriation, useware, residue, micromorphology, and isotopes, then shows how these tools work together to produce cautious conclusions. It gives space to we do not know yet, and it shows how new methods may change the story. It centers communities by inviting descendant voices into the room, not as afterthoughts, but as co-authors. Oral history stations, bilingual and trilingual labels, and names for places that reflect local languages, relocate authority from distant capitals to living landscapes. Handling sessions with replicas, folding magnifiers for fabric inspection, and open visible storage cases turn spectators into learners who test claims with their own senses. Accessibility is part of narrative ethics. Tactile models of architecture support blind and low vision visitors. Alt text, open captions, and audio description treat digital media as public goods rather than extras. Quiet hours and clear wayfinding invite neurodivergent visitors to set their own pace. Universal design keeps heritage public. Risk management sits beside openness, because information can harm when released without care. Coordinate obfuscation protects sensitive sites from looting. Redaction protocols hide exact cave entrances, while still teaching karst archaeology. Genomic or pathogen results pass through ethical review and community consultation before display. Exhibitions that explain these steps teach method and ethics together. The public sees that protection and learning are not enemies. Narrative also curbs sensationalism by naming it. Panels that compare a well-dated house platform to a viral lost city claim give audiences tools to spot pseudoscience. Side-by-side graphics show how pareidolia, selective framing, or relief exaggeration can turn terraces into pyramids online. A myth versus evidence feature does more than debunk. It models reasoning, shows primary data, and points to open repositories where anyone can inspect sources. Media partnerships extend this approach beyond galleries. Producers who rehearse uncertainty, credit local collaborators, and show field methods on screen build respect for process. A documentary that lets viewers watch flotation, thin section petrography, or dendrochronology will seem slower than a treasure hunt, but it equips the audience to ask better questions the next time a sensational headline appears. Podcasts and radio pieces can slow down even further, using sound to anchor memory. Trowel taps on compacted floor, a brush on plaster, a level beep at the datum. Live panels with journalists help both sides. Archaeologists learn time limits and headline pressures. Reporters gain checklists, confirm provenience, ask about context, request ranges not single dates, seek independent review, and identify community partners by name. Narrative is also logistics. Timelines matter. A press release after peer review is safer than a preprint fed to morning television. Embargoes protect care. Fact sheets in plain language travel faster than manuscripts and reduce misquotes. Image folders with scales, north arrows, and caption templates stop errors before they spread. Credit lines honor field crews, conservators, and local authorities, reminding audiences that archaeology is teamwork. In galleries and on screens, narrative thrives on detail that remains grounded. A label can show the soot rim on a cooking pot, the shell temper sparkling in a fresh break, the faint slip lines under raking light. A short video can reveal how a Bayesian model tightens a building phase into a credible interval the visitor can see. A simple diagram can show how a ditch cut into a floor must be later than the floor. These small anchors protect against drift into story without evidence. Narrative must also face contested memory and trauma with care. Some sites record massacre, enslavement, or forced removal. Trauma-informed practice slows the pace, signs content warnings, offers alternatives, and places survivor or descendant perspectives at the center. It shows what the team chose not to excavate, and why. It names gaps in the record that result from past theft or suppression, and it outlines steps toward restitution or shared custody. Evaluation closes the loop. Dwell time studies, comprehension checks, and exit interviews test whether messages landed. Are visitors repeating, "We will never know," or can they explain why a date is a range? Do they recall the community partners? Do they see looting as a scientific loss rather than a private gain? Online analytics add reach metrics, but meaning needs more than clicks. Mixed method evaluation, numbers plus interviews, guides revision. Narrative is iterative. It improves when teams test drafts with teachers, elders and youth councils, and change course when wording excludes or images won't. It grows when institutions share scripts, templates, and datasets under open licenses, so others can adapt them. It scales when small museums get toolkits, plug-and-play modules on stratigraphy, dating, and conservation, with localizable examples. It endures when memory moves back into communities, as training, scholarships, and co-authored catalogues. Above all, public narrative works when it treats people as partners. It invites visitors to think like archaeologists. It hands them the trowel in metaphor, the Munsell chart on a panel, the Harris matrix as a map, and the right to say, "I see how they know." When the story honors method, shares authority, protects what needs protection, and keeps evidence visible, the audience leaves not only informed but equipped. They carry the habit of asking for context into other rooms, courts, councils, classrooms, and heritage gains allies, who value care over spectacle and facts over myth. Education translates archaeological practice into civic literacy by turning methods into skills that anyone can learn. because an informed public is better able to judge claims, support stewardship, and participate in shared decisions about heritage and land. A strong program begins with clear learning goals that align to age levels. Young children sort shared shapes and learn that layers stack over time. Upper primary learners model a trench with felt layers and place finds with tags that show provenience. Secondary students test simple hypotheses with sample bags. Does fine wear cluster near a road? Does animal bone density track hearths? University learners move into GIS, basic statistics, and ethical review, and they learn to separate observation from inference in field notes. Every stage uses real data where possible. Open repositories supply trench plans, context sheets, and photo sets that classes can annotate and map. Archaeology in a box. Kits travel to schools with replica artifacts, a Harris matrix template, a soil color chart, a measuring tape, and a laminated guide that explains stratigraphy, sampling, and recording. Virtual trenches built from photogrammetry let classes practice context recognition without disturbing real deposits. Teacher development is the hinge. Workshops give educators ready-to-teach modules with clear timing, differentiated tasks, and assessment rubrics. Cross-curricular links make adoption easier. Radiocarbon calibration meets math. Soil textures meet earth science. Heritage law meets civics. Source evaluation meets language, arts. Micro-credentials reward teachers who complete modules in heritage law, community consultation, or digital curation, and school districts accept those credits for professional advancement. Reciprocity matters. Programs return digitized archives, bilingual posters, and community-authored histories to local centers, so learning does not leave when a grant ends. Stipends and travel support bring rural teachers to training, and mobile labs bring microscopes, sieves, and scanners to places far from universities. Accessibility is designed in. Materials use plain language, captioned videos, high-contrast graphics, and dyslexia-friendly fonts. Activities include tactile sets for low vision, quiet modes for neurodivergent learners, and flexible timing for mixed-age classes. Community workshops extend learning beyond schools. Weekend sessions train volunteers to recognize features, record finds responsibly, and report threats. Citizen science projects crowdsource author photo annotation, LiDAR feature marking, or transcriptions of catalog cards, under clear ethics and data quality checks. Participants sign a code that forbids sharing coordinates publicly and explains why context protection keeps sites safe. Field schools model full practice rather than trench-only routines. Students rotate through survey, excavation, flotation, finds processing, conservation triage, GIS logging, and public tours. They learn to write context sheets in simple, precise language, and to separate observation from interpretation. They draft daily debriefs, update a Harris matrix, and plan sections at standard scales. Safety and ethics are non-negotiable units. Consent protocols for photography, respectful conduct at cemeteries, and rules for stopping work when human remains appear. Field schools partner with local councils and descendant groups, so students learn consultation and see that permission and pace sometimes follow ceremonial calendars, rather than academic timetables. Universities build pathways that keep talent local. Scholarships target students from source communities. Co-tutel PhDs and joint supervision allow degrees to be shared between institutions, while visiting lectureships bring local experts into classrooms abroad. Mentorship pairs early career archaeologists with conservators, curators, and community liaisons, so technical skill grows with social fluency. Continuing professional development keeps practitioners current. Short courses in photogrammetry, dendrochronology, isotopes, or Bayesian modeling sit beside modules in legal frameworks, grant writing, and public communication. Credentialing bodies include community collaboration as a core competency. Conferences create tracks for public education and publish teaching toolkits under open licenses so good practice spreads. Digital education scales reach when built on substance. Open datasets let students test claims and replot published graphs. Notebooks with step-by-step code in plain comments teach reproducibility. Interactive timelines let learners toggle uncertainty bands on radiocarbon curves and see how calibration reshapes dates. AR overlays in classrooms place vanished walls back on the ground so classes can walk street plans and talk drainage. VR tours of sensitive caves let schools visit without harm. But digital does not replace touch. Lab days at regional centers invite classes to look at useware polish under microscopes, smell charred seeds, and see how soil color shifts with moisture. Impact needs measurement. Pre- and post-tests check whether students can define stratigraphy, explain why a date is a range, and state why looting destroys knowledge. Project logs track who returns to volunteer, who applies to field school, and who pursues heritage jobs. Community surveys test whether workshops changed reporting behavior for fines and threats. These metrics feed back into design. If students struggle with matrices, add hands-on exercises. If teachers need time, trim prep. If volunteers hesitate to report, simplify forms and add clear return messages that show what changed because they spoke up. Education must protect as it teaches. Location data in student materials are generalized. Sensitive imagery is blurred. Assignments frame ethics as part of method. Do not post coordinates. Do not share private archives. Ask before you photograph people. Students learn that care is a skill. Finally, education empowers by sharing authorship. Students and community members co-create exhibits, write labels, and publish short reports with DOIs so their work counts. Local museums host report back nights where teams present results in plain language, credit partners, and outline next steps shaped by community priorities. When education teaches tools, shares power, and builds habits of careful observation and respectful dialogue, archaeology becomes a civic craft. People leave with more than facts. They leave with a way to think, a sense of shared responsibility, and the confidence to speak for evidence when heritage is at risk. Heritage tourism converts archaeological places into engines of local development, yet it must be planned as conservation with visitors rather than entertainment around ruins, because unmanaged footfall, marketing hype, and uneven benefits can erode the very values that draw people in. Sound practice begins with a conservation management plan that treats research, protection, and visitation as one system. Significant statements define what must not be harmed. Condition surveys map fragile zones, and visitor objectives state why people are invited. Learning, contemplation, community pride, before numbers are set. Carrying capacity is not a single quota, but a matrix. Thresholds for trampling on earthen floors, micro-vibration around delicate masonry, light exposure for pigments, and noise levels in wildlife corridors near the site all combine to set time-windowed limits that vary by season and weather. When thresholds are approached, timed entry, dynamic pricing, and mandatory guided routes protect deposits while still allowing access. Elevated boardwalks, demountable platforms, and geotextile covered corridors keep feet off contexts. In caves or painted chambers, replica routes and high-fidelity digital rooms absorb demand while original spaces rest. Community governance anchors legitimacy. Local councils, descendant representatives, and site managers co-decide hours, fees, hiring, and storytelling priorities, with minutes published and budgets transparent. Revenue models allocate a defined share, written into policy, directly to conservation, another to community services and micro-grants, and a portion to research and curation, so tourism does not starve documentation. Leakage audits track where money goes, partnerships steer procurement to local vendors for food, transport, signage, textiles, and maintenance to keep value nearby. Guide certification programs train residents in site ethics, basic archaeology, first aid, and visitor care. Credentials renew with refresher courses, so knowledge stays current. Rotating stalls for artisans prevent monopolies, while craft labs link traditional techniques to archaeological evidence, making economic opportunity a form of public education rather than a souvenir pipeline. Interpretation privileges evidence over spectacle. Wayfinding maps show excavation areas, backfilled trenches, and no-go zones, teaching why most archaeology is left buried. Labels avoid single-cause myths. They explain how dates were established, what is uncertain, and what questions remain for future seasons. Multilingual audio guides include descendant voices. Children's tracks use plain language without hiding terms like stratigraphy or context, turning vocabulary into empowerment. Accessibility is designed, not bolted on. Gradients, tactile plans, subtitled media, induction loops at lecture points, and quiet hours broaden inclusion. Shade, water, and rest points reduce medical incidents that otherwise tempt shortcuts across sensitive ground. Monitoring makes adaptation possible. Sensors log humidity in hypogea. Counters and thermal cameras estimate occupancy in real time. Drone and LiDAR baselines allow annual change detection. Soil compaction pins mark tread impacts along paths. Rangers record incidents with geotagged forms that flow into a GIS, so hotspots are managed quickly. Trash audits guide bin placement and vendor packaging rules. Grey water and composting toilets protect aquifers. Energy systems favor low-impact options. Solar lighting on timers, shielded fixtures to protect night fauna, and blackout periods for bat emergence or bird migration. Climate risk reframes seasonality and infrastructure. In coastal or desert sites, hazard maps layer erosion, storm surge, and dune migration over visitor routes. Removable structures and floating boardwalks replace poured concrete. Insurance and contingency funds sit in the budget, not as afterthoughts. Fire plans include fuel break maintenance, pump locations, and training for staff in evacuation that prioritizes human life and leaves objects to prior conservation choices, no heroics, that endanger people. Flood-resilient displays lift cases on plinths and move archives off-grade. In permafrost or alpine contexts, thaw monitors trigger early closures when bearing capacities drop. Urban interfaces require special care. Transit links reduce private cars. Park and ride hubs pair bus passes with ticket discounts. Bike racks and shaded walks make slow approaches pleasant. Vendors sign clean energy and no single-use pledges. Night openings avoid permanent lighting on ruins by using guided low-lux lantern routes on durable surfaces. Events ban amplifiers near fragile walls. Drone policies balance photography with safety and privacy. Authorized mapping flights happen off hours, and recreational drones are banned or channeled to designated viewpoints. Marketing must be ethical. Campaigns describe research and community partnership, rather than lost city cliches. They avoid coordinates for unstaffed areas, and never depict human remains. Influencer agreements require message discipline. No climbing, no off-path shots, no artifact handling, and include a donation clause to the site fund. Visitor codes of conduct are simple, visual, and present at purchase. Gate and trailheads. Violations carry clear sanctions, with staff trained to de-escalate and educate first. Tourism should not displace research, it should fund and frame it. Calendars publish excavation windows and quiet seasons. Viewing decks let visitors watch from a safe remove. Daily briefings summarize progress in plain language. Pop-up labs demonstrate flotation or shared mending with replicas. When trenches close, interpretive panels mark what was learned and why reburial protects the future. Scholars book galleries for talks. School groups handle teaching kits that mirror real finds. Community nights showcase local history projects alongside site results. Measurement keeps the promise honest. Success is not only ticket sales, it is stable conservation indicators, satisfied residents, equitable jobs, reduced leakage, and return visitation that correlates with learning outcomes. Surveys ask neighbors, workers, and visitors what changed. Procurement dashboards show local spend. Biodiversity checks record whether site management coexists with native flora and fauna. If indicators slip, managers adjust routes, reduce numbers, or pause areas without waiting for headlines. Finally, heritage tourism accepts that not every place should open. Sacred landscapes may welcome pilgrims, but not general visitors. Sites at high risk may go fully digital for now. Community vetoes hold when costs outweigh benefits. In those cases, digital twins, photogrammetry, annotated point clouds, acoustic captures, carry stories outward, paired with strong messages about why absence protects meaning. Tourism at its best is reciprocity. The site gives learning and pride, visitors give care and resources, the community leads, and archaeology remains research first. Spectacle never. When this balance holds, heritage becomes a durable commons, economically useful, culturally honest, ecologically cautious, and scientifically enriched rather than consumed. Media and digital culture expand archaeology's reach, but they also raise stakes for accuracy, ethics, and longevity, because a miscaptioned image or a viral myth can undo years of careful work, while a well-made thread, podcast, or 3D model can turn passive audiences into informed stewards. Effective practice starts before publication, with press kits built like teaching aids, plain language summaries that specify context and uncertainty, 3 or 4 approved images, with scales, north arrows, and captions that explain what the viewer sees, a short explainer on methods, a note on community partners and permissions, and a desensitized map that shows landscape without revealing sensitive coordinates. Embargoed access for reputable outlets gives journalists time to consult independent experts and avoid speculative hot takes. On fast platforms, brevity must keep truth. A 60-second video can still show a labeled plan, a date range, and a how we know overlay. Threads can stack, first artifact, then context, then method, then uncertainty, then community credit, then link to data. Captions name photographers and repositories, reinforcing that images are evidence, not clip art. Alt text, transcripts, and captions are non-negotiable. Accessibility is part of credibility. Comment moderation plans protect staff and communities from harassment. Pinned rules, slow mode under strain, and a clear block report workflow. Safety briefings tell staff what not to share. Home locations, travel plans, or identifiable images of minors or sensitive ceremonies. Citizen science works when curation is designed in. Platforms that invite volunteers to tag shared rims, trace walls on author photos, or flag looting scars must provide tutorials, gold standard examples, and periodic accuracy checks. Data quality dashboards reward careful contributors. Bad actors lose privileges. Sensitive tasks, like possible human remains in imagery, route only to trained, consented reviewers. Credit is clear. Usernames appear in acknowledgements. Top contributors co-author public reports. Small grants help community mappers buy data bundles or devices. VR and AR carry special responsibilities. Reconstructions label certainty levels, directly dated, inferred from parallels, or hypothetical. Toggle layers let users flip between excavation reality and reconstruction, seeing absences and choices. Soundscapes annotate sources, wind modeled from present climate data, voices from recorded descendant language, market sounds flagged as illustrative. Controls allow seated navigation, high contrast modes, and text size changes. At sensitive sites, Arkansas privileges ghosted overlays on off-path viewpoints, so virtual access replaces harmful proximity. Licensing reflects community control. Models of sacred spaces sit behind cultural protocols or restricted tiers. Public versions exclude sensitive detail. AI can help and harm. Classifiers that sort ceramic images by fabric or rim form speed cataloging, and detectors that scan LiDAR for linear earthworks widen discovery. Change detection on satellite imagery can flag new looting within hours. Yet models inherit bias. A network trained on one region misclassifies another. Responsible projects publish model cards, training data sources, class definitions, accuracy by class and region, known failure modes, and contact for takedown or correction. Decision support remains human. AI outputs route to experts who check context before action. For public releases, redaction safeguards apply. Coordinate fuzzing, bounding boxes without centroids, or delayed publication until protection is in place. Intellectual property and data sovereignty govern sharing. Defaulting to open licenses, for example, CC BY for images, CC0 for metadata, speeds reuse, but not everything should be open. Images of human remains, sacred objects, or private ceremonies follow community rules. Embargoes and seek permission licenses respect that some knowledge is relational and restricted. Repositories assign DOIs to media, so links do not rot. Captions cite creators, context numbers and permits. Landing pages explain restrictions and contact points. Mirrors and backups prevent loss when platforms change ownership or terms. The creator economy complicates incentives. Sponsorships and ads can fund good content, but risk perception of influence. Disclosure is standard. This video is supported by, plus a statement that sponsors had no editorial control. Revenue sharing agreements. Earmark a portion of proceeds for site conservation funds or community programs. Public dashboards show amounts and recipients. Giveaways avoid encouraging artifact hunting. They focus on books, replica casts, or learning kits. Affiliate links never point to looting tools or off-path tours. Misinformation spreads faster than corrections, so pre-bunking helps. Before a dig season, teams publish how to tell real site posts from fake guides. They explain why certain images will not be shared, for example, human remains, and warn that sensational gold hoards without context are suspect. When a false claim spikes, ancient city found under supermarket, responders lead with evidence, not ridicule. A side-by-side of archival maps and a parking lot drain plan. A short clip showing modern construction layers above any archaeology, and a pointer to the municipal planning archive. Trusted messengers include local teachers, guides and community leaders, not only academics. Crisis communication plans matter. If theft, damage or contested findings arise, teams share verified facts quickly, name what is unknown, state what action is underway, and avoid speculation. Unified spokespeople prevent mixed messages. Community partners approve statements that touch on identity or ritual. Imagery blurs or omits security features. Posts never invite copycats by showing weaknesses. Ethics for imagery are specific. Human remains appear only with approvals set in advance. Faces of living participants require consent. Geotags are stripped from sensitive photos. Metadata records licenses, permissions and cultural notes. Do not scrape signals in robots. Text-hidden licenses deter automated harvesting, and watermarking, while not foolproof, marks provenance. Metrics extend beyond clicks. Dashboards track comprehension, for example. Percentage of viewers who can answer a simple method question after a video. Sentiment respectful curiosity over conquest talk and action. Newsletter sign-ups for conservation. Donations to community projects. Teacher downloads of lesson plans. Quarterly reviews compare outputs to these aims. Posts that drew views but seeded confusion are revised or retired. Talent pipelines build durable capacity. Media training becomes part of graduate curricula. Scripting, visual grammar, interviewing and the discipline of editing without losing nuance. Early career archaeologists practice with safe low-stakes briefs before fronting major stories. Institutions budget for communication roles. They are not afterthoughts dumped on overextended researchers. Diversity in on-screen voices matters. Audiences should meet conservators, local guides, lab techs, and community historians as often as tenured academics. Finally, preservation closes the loop. Videos, models, and long threads are archived with DOIs and sidecar metadata, so they outlive platform churn. Subtitles and transcripts store separately for search. Thumbnails include scales, source datasets, link back and forth. When platforms vanish, content survives in institutional repositories and community servers per prior agreements. Media, then, is not just outreach. It is part of the scholarly and civic record. When archaeologists pair speed with care, openness with protection and storytelling with method, digital culture becomes a force multiplier for evidence-based wonder. Audiences learn not only what was found but how and why it matters, and they are invited, clearly and respectfully, to help keep it safe. Decolonizing archaeological practice begins with acknowledging that science does not exist apart from power. Archaeology has long operated within colonial frameworks that removed objects, suppressed local knowledge, and prioritized external narratives. A decolonial approach reorients research priorities by centering descendant communities as partners rather than subjects. Collaboration means co-designing questions, sharing decision-making about sampling and display, and negotiating access to human remains and sacred items with transparency. It means shifting timelines so community needs and ceremonial calendars shape when fieldwork begins and how findings are shared. Practical protocols record consent, describe how data will be used, and set terms for embargoes and subsequent dissemination. When projects codify these protocols, mistrust yields to accountability, and long-term relationships become possible. Practical steps translate principle into method. Before fieldwork, teams hold consultations that document local priorities, taboos, and preferred outcomes. Agreements specify who controls data, how finds are stored, and timelines for public release. Training programs build local capacity in survey, recording, and conservation so communities retain skills to manage heritage. Joint field seasons rotate responsibilities and allow knowledge exchange. Local elders contribute oral histories that nuance material interpretation. When elders provide place names and seasonal knowledge, stratigraphic sequences gain living context, and artifact patterns acquire cultural meaning beyond typologies. Museums and universities must confront collections with problematic provenances. Provenance research, archival digging, and transparent reporting identify items acquired under coercive circumstances. Where ethical claims stand, institutions negotiate repatriation, long-term loans, or co-curation agreements that return control while preserving access for research under community terms. Digital repatriation, high-resolution scans and shared databases, supplements physical return when logistics or conservation needs complicate immediate transfer. Equally important, institutions commit to invest in local infrastructure, so returns do not simply shift conservation burdens to communities without resources. Intellectual decolonization challenges how archaeology frames explanation. Western taxonomies and periodizations sometimes obscure indigenous temporalities and landscape relationships. Reinterpretation incorporates traditional ecological knowledge and linguistic evidence, aligning material sequences with locally meaningful chronologies. That shift affects research questions rather than imposing external cultural labels. Practitioners seek how people named places, used rituals across seasons, and structured exchange networks according to indigenous logics. Funding models must change to support equitable practice. Grants should allocate resources for community co-leadership, capacity building, and local conservation facilities, rather than funneling all resources to external principal investigators. Peer reviewers and journals play a role by valuing collaborative outputs and recognizing community-authored material as scholarly contribution. Educational programs should diversify training pipelines, recruit students from source communities, and support pathways that sustain local heritage careers. Decolonizing archaeology is iterative and sometimes uncomfortable. Institutions relinquish privilege, researchers accept constraints, and communities negotiate what sharing means in practice. The result, however, strengthens science. Co-produced projects produce richer datasets, reduce conflict, and ensure that heritage management aligns with those most closely connected to the land. When archaeology embraces equity, it moves from extraction toward reciprocity, producing narratives that are both more accurate and more just. Institutional change requires patience, legal reform, curriculum revision, and sustained investment over years, but the cumulative effect is a discipline that better reflects ethical responsibility, fosters trust, and yields knowledge, co-produced with communities carrying past forward. Repatriation and negotiated returns translate decolonial principle into concrete action. because physical return restores material sovereignty and supports cultural revitalization. Different legal regimes and agreements shape outcomes. National laws, bilateral treaties, UNESCO conventions, and voluntary museum policies interact to define processes. When communities seek the return of human remains or sacred objects, ethical practice begins with listening and documentation, rather than immediate confrontation. Research teams provide provenance files, acquisition histories, and when available, archival correspondence that clarifies how objects left source landscapes. Transparent accounting reduces suspicion and frames negotiation in evidence, rather than accusation. Successful practice leans on relationship building and sustained resource commitments. Museums that repatriate also invest in local conservation facilities, training and display infrastructure to avoid shifting preservation burdens without support. Joint exhibitions and traveling displays co-created with communities allow stories to be told on shared terms, combining object return with broader educational goals. Digital twin strategies, high-resolution 3D models, downloadable metadata, and accessible narratives supplement physical returns and provide copies for research under agreed conditions. Negotiated returns also include agreements on sampling restrictions, access for researchers, and community-defined protocols for ceremony and care. Case studies show varied pathways. Some repatriations follow clear legal routes, backed by documentary records. Others succeed through moral persuasion and partnership. Community mediation panels, third-party mediators, and joint advisory boards help bridge institutional asymmetries of power. Restitution dialogues intersect with broader social issues, land claims, recognition of historical injustices, and cultural revitalization programs. Repatriation can catalyze language recovery projects, ritual revival, and training programs that rebuild curatorial capacity in source regions, creating durable benefits beyond singular transfers and healing relationships across time today. Community-led research reforms, field practice, by placing authority with those who maintain ancestral connections to places and objects. Indigenous methodologies foreground relational epistemologies. Knowledge emerges from relationships among people, non-human beings, and places rather than from detached observation alone. Practically, this means research designs incorporate ceremonial protocols, seasonal calendars, and community priorities into sampling strategies and interpretation. Consent is an ongoing process, rather than a single signature, and withdrawal rights are clearly articulated. Projects that commit to reciprocity allocate funds for community priorities, conservation, education, language programs, and treat those outcomes as central deliverables. Benefit sharing is central to ethical collaboration. Budgets allocate funds for cultural advisors, training programs, and local conservation facilities. Employment pathways prioritize community members in fieldwork, lab processing, and curation, while support for local exhibitions and educational materials ensures findings return in usable forms. Intellectual property agreements predefine how recordings, images, and traditional knowledge can be used, licensed, or commercialized, giving communities veto power over sensitive content. Data sovereignty frameworks govern digital outputs. Community-controlled archives and access rules determine who can view high-resolution scans, site coordinates, and genetic datasets. Agreements set embargoes when necessary and specify protocols for third-party requests. Mobile digitization workshops transfer skills for oral history recording, GIS mapping, and database management, so communities curate their own digital heritage, rather than relying on external hosts. Training and education are long-term investments. Scholarships, apprenticeships, and joint supervisory arrangements bring students from source communities into academic pathways, while supporting local research centers. Co-supervised theses and community internships produce scholarship that counts in academic evaluation, while building local expertise. Publications adopt inclusive authorship practices, recognizing community co-authors and non-traditional outputs, such as bilingual reports and multimedia storytelling. Negotiation over destructive analyses requires clear written agreements. When sampling for aDNA, isotopes, or radiocarbon is proposed, alternatives, minimal sampling, non-destructive imaging, or refusal, are respected. Where analysis proceeds, results and interpretations are shared promptly and in culturally appropriate formats. Reburial decisions, if chosen, are coordinated so documentation suffices for research needs, while respecting descendant wishes. Monitoring, stewardship, and economic development link heritage protection to livelihoods. Participatory monitoring programs train locals to detect looting and erosion, while small grant programs underwrite community museums, craft revitalization, and sustainable tourism initiatives. Legal aid supports registration of culturally significant places and negotiations over land use, securing protective designations that prevent destructive development. Community-led research transforms archaeology into a plural practice. It yields richer interpretations grounded in living memory, reduces conflict by sharing authority, and builds sustainable stewardship that endures between seasons of excavation. This model honors ancestors, sustains knowledge, and strengthens present community resilience and futures. Institutional reform aligns policy and practice, so decolonial methods are sustainable and scalable. Funders and universities must adapt evaluation metrics to reward collaborative outputs, long-term engagement, and community capacity building, rather than counting only single-season fieldwork or high-impact journal articles. Grant structures should include mandatory budget lines for community compensation, conservation infrastructure, legal support, and local training. Review panels require experience with collaborative models and demand evidence of prior community engagement in proposals. Professional accreditation and curricula evolve to include ethics, legal frameworks, and community partnership skills. Field schools incorporate modules on consultation practices, repatriation law, and culturally sensitive sampling. Trainees practice co-curation, communication with non-specialist audiences, and transparent data governance. Mentorship networks connect early career researchers with seasoned practitioners who model long-term community-centered approaches. Sabbaticals and exchange programs enable staff to spend time embedded in regional institutions, strengthening local capacities and fostering mutual learning. Metrics of success shift from artifact counts to social outcomes. Impact assessments measure capacity built, jobs created, conservation outcomes, and community satisfaction alongside publications and citations. Independent audits verify that agreements were honored and that benefits were delivered as planned. Longitudinal studies track whether returned artifacts remain accessible and conserved locally, whether digital archives remain under community control, and whether training programs sustained workforce development over time. Legal and policy reforms remove structural barriers. Streamlined export and research permitting processes can include clauses that require community consultation and benefit sharing plans. National legislation can recognize community custodianship models, allowing local entities to hold protective status and manage access. International collaborations respect sovereignty by negotiating data sharing agreements that honor source country laws and community wishes. Policy change often requires coordinated advocacy among funders, professional societies, and governments to align incentives and standards. Sustainability depends on diversified funding and local infrastructure. Endowments, heritage bonds, and mixed public-private partnerships provide ongoing support beyond single grants. Investments in local conservation laboratories, digitization suites, and climate-controlled storage reduce pressure to move collections abroad. Small business development tied to heritage, artisan cooperatives, guided cultural tours, and educational programming creates revenue streams that reinforce stewardship. Long-term examples show 10-year collaborations increase site protection, generate local heritage employment, and revive cultural practices tied to returned objects and language programs. Regional training hubs and South-South partnerships spread expertise and reduce duplication. Donor policies that reward sustained outcomes and permit flexible budgets enable adaptive responses to new challenges, while global networks share standards without imposing one-size-fits-all solutions. Measured patience, transparent finance, and shared authority convert ethical intent into routine, accountable heritage practice worldwide and lasting. Digital archives have transformed how archaeological facts persist, circulate, and are reinterpreted, because data sets free artifacts from single cabinets and allow meaning to travel across institutions and generations. High-resolution photography, 3D scanning, photogrammetric models, and GIS layers create digital twins of trenches, objects, and landscapes that can be re-examined without handling fragile originals. These representations change field priorities, where once a single thin section or text fragment might be the limiting resource. Now reproducible digital records let multiple specialists test hypotheses in parallel. Digital archives demand rigorous metadata: who recorded the image, what camera settings were used, which coordinate system aligns the model, and what processing steps altered raw pixels into publishable files. Without meticulous metadata, digital files become orphaned, their scientific value reduced. Standardized formats, open, non-proprietary containers, well-documented schemas, and checksum-backed file packages ensure that images, point clouds, and spreadsheets remain intelligible as software evolves. Repositories that link GIS layers to stratigraphic matrices, to radiocarbon datasets, and to specialist reports create networked evidence, where a pottery fabric's petrographic signature connects immediately to its find spot, associated dates, and downstream interpretations. This cross-linkage is the real power. It turns isolated measurements into datasets that support machine-aided synthesis, reproducible models, and transparent peer review. But building archives is not merely technical. Stewardship policy must specify access rules, embargo periods for sensitive human remains or sacred places, and community agreements that condition visibility. Where descendant communities request restricted access, archives implement tiered permissioning that allows researchers to work with anonymized or lower-resolution datasets, while protecting sacred or sensitive details. Sustainability follows funding and governance. Public repositories housed in universities or national memory institutions require long-term commitments to server costs, migration plans, and staff training. Decentralized backups, mirrored copies across continents, and persistent identifiers (DOIs) allow datasets to survive institutional churn. In short, digital archives expand archaeological capacity, but only when built with standards, governance, and ethical foresight, so that data remain usable, trustworthy, and respectful of living relationships to the past. Artificial intelligence and automated methods accelerate pattern discovery, classification, and monitoring, but they reshape workflows and raise new questions about interpretation. Machine learning models excel at sorting large assemblages. Ceramic shared images can be clustered by fabric and rim shape. LiDAR hillshade tiles can be scanned for linear features, far faster than manual inspection. Object recognition pipelines, trained on curated datasets, detect likely features in drone imagery, while unsupervised clustering finds anomalies in geophysical grids that humans might miss. These capabilities democratize prospection because smaller teams can analyze larger landscapes quickly. Yet, automation introduces bias when training data are narrow or unrepresentative. Models trained on European pottery will fail on African or Pacific fabrics without careful retraining and inclusive reference collections. Transparency matters. Pipelines must publish training data, hyperparameters, and uncertainty metrics so archaeologists can evaluate where algorithms perform well and where they mislead. Explainable AI, methods that show which pixels or features drove an identification, reduces black box mystique and anchors automated inferences to observable attributes. Automation also supports heritage protection, satellite-derived change detection, flags new looting scars or construction encroachment, enabling rapid response. But ethical use requires safeguards. Automated site detection risks exposing exact coordinates that facilitate looting. Therefore, outputs destined for public release often require spatial fuzzing embargoes or gated access. The human role remains central. Algorithms propose patterns, but experienced archaeologists integrate social, historical, and taxonomic context to decide whether a detected alignment is cultural or natural. Training the next generation therefore combines computational literacy with classic field judgment. Curricula must teach model evaluation, bias recognition, and collaborative workflows where machines assist humans rather than replace critical analysis. When deployed thoughtfully, AI multiplies insight. When used without scrutiny, it crystallizes existing biases into technological authority. The discipline's responsibility is to harness automation for scale while preserving interpretive humility and ethical oversight. Data governance and digital ethics define what counts as responsible access, reuse, and control. Because archaeological datasets are not neutral commodities, but often touch on living identities, sacred knowledge, and legal obligations. Governance frameworks specify who may access high-resolution scans of human remains, where genomic or isotopic metadata may be embargoed, and how location data for sensitive sites should be obfuscated to prevent misuse. Institutional data policies intersect with national heritage laws and community agreements. Reconciling these layers requires negotiated protocols that honor sovereignty and source community priorities. Consent practices extend into the digital age, where oral histories or place names are recorded. Agreements define whether recordings may be shared, copied, or monetized. Licensing schemes, open, restricted, or community-controlled, translate those agreements into enforceable digital terms. Technical mechanisms support governance, role-based permission systems, time-limited access tokens, and digital rights management for sensitive media. Audit trails and provenance metadata document who accessed what, when, and for what stated purpose, enabling accountability for breaches or misuse. Cybersecurity is essential. Servers hosting high-value cultural datasets face the same threats as financial institutions: encrypted backups, intrusion detection, and tested recovery plans. Protect against data loss, corruption, or theft. International collaborations must address cross-border data flows and legal mismatches. What a repository can legally share in one country may be illegal in another, so agreements and data transfer protocols must be explicit and legally reviewed. Crucially, governance must center equity, community control over research outputs, and access rules must be meaningful, backed by resources, so that permissions are not merely nominal, but enforceable. Ethical data practices reposition digital stewardship as social responsibility. Technology amplifies archaeological reach, and governance makes sure amplification does no harm. Long-term digital preservation turns active datasets into institutional memory by planning for hardware obsolescence, software change, and evolving research needs. Preservation strategies begin with the OAIS model: ingest, archival storage, data management, access and dissemination, each with documented workflows and responsible staff. File formats matter: open, well-documented formats, TIFF, FASCII, LAS, GeoTIFF, OBJ, with sidecar metadata, reduce migration risk, while checksums and fixity monitoring detect silent corruption. Migration plans schedule format refreshes every few years and test rendering across platforms to ensure continued usability. Emulation and containerization preserve software environments for rendering complex datasets or maintaining legacy analysis tools. Higher-order curation involves semantic harmonization, controlled vocabularies. The SORI and crosswalks map local terminologies to broader ontologies, making the dataset interoperable across projects and disciplines. Persistent identifiers, DUEs for datasets, ORCIDs for contributors, and PIDs for objects, anchor citations and track reuse. Financial sustainability underpins preservation. Endowments, institutional subscriptions, or national memory funds support ongoing server costs and staff expertise. Community stewardship models share responsibility, distributing mirrored holdings across trusted repositories, university libraries, national archives, and community-controlled servers to reduce single-point failures. Preservation also aligns with ethical obligations. Embargo periods, access restrictions, and local community vetoes are encoded as metadata flags, so preservation does not equate to unregulated dissemination. Finally, preservation is not passive. Active curation means datasets are periodically re-evaluated for new research questions. A photogrammetric model archived today may power a machine learning study tomorrow. So archiving includes documentation that enables future reuse. When digital preservation is planned with technique, finance, and ethics in mind, archaeological knowledge survives institutional change and technological turnover, remaining a usable, responsible resource for researchers and communities alike. As archaeology moves forward, interdisciplinary collaboration becomes the defining engine that turns isolated finds into socially meaningful knowledge, because the questions modern projects ask require expertise far beyond traditional field techniques. Teams that integrate archaeologists, climatologists, isotopists, geneticists, digital humanists, conservators, policy experts, and community representatives produce research that is rigorous, relevant, and resilient. In practical terms, interdisciplinary work begins with co-designed research questions, so that sampling strategies, laboratory workflows, and outreach plans align from the outset, rather than being patched together after fieldwork concludes. For instance, a project probing climate impact on settlement requires paleoclimate proxies, sampled with the same chronology used for human remains and material culture. Speleothem and VAV sequences must be cross-matched with radiocarbon and dendrochronology, while isotopic sampling of human and faunal remains must be planned to avoid destructive overlap and to preserve specimens for later aDNA and proteomic tests. Interdisciplinary teams establish joint protocols that govern sample sharing, contamination avoidance, metadata standards, and consent frameworks for sensitive biological analyses. These protocols define who may request destructive tests, what minimum data must remain with the repository, and how results will be communicated to descendant communities and public stakeholders. Institutional arrangements support this work by formalizing partnerships across departments and agencies. Memoranda of understanding create legal pathways for specimen transfer under agreed conditions, while shared grant applications fund necessary infrastructure like cold storage, clean labs, and high-performance computing clusters. Interdisciplinarity also reshapes publication practices and authorship norms, because multiple specialists contribute datasets that underpin interpretation. Transparent crediting models, and collaborative publication formats, co-authored articles, data papers, and linked open repositories recognize diverse contributions while making the underlying data available for reanalysis. Training pipelines must mirror this integration. Graduate programs and field schools that teach basic coding, GIS, statistics, and ethical community engagement, alongside excavation and conservation, create practitioners capable of cross-disciplinary conversation. Interdisciplinary research produces richer narratives. When genomic data indicate mobility, isotopes define childhood locales, and material culture shows blended practices, the composite interpretation resists simple labels, and instead explains how migration, trade, and identity coalesced. Similarly, pairing geomorphology with social history explains why an apparent abandonment coincided with a strategic relocation rather than collapse. Funders increasingly reward integrated projects because they deliver policy-relevant insights. Water managers welcome long-term sediment records that inform river restoration. Planners use coastal archaeology to guide managed retreat. Public health experts gain long baselines for pathogen dynamics. Interdisciplinarity thus acts pragmatically, translating archaeological facts into actionable knowledge for contemporary challenges, while safeguarding scientific rigor and ethical responsibilities. The discipline's future depends on institutional structures that foster cross-disciplinary curricula, support shared infrastructure, and prioritize relationships, both academic and local, that make cooperative work ethical and productive rather than episodic and extractive. Professional development and capacity building determine whether archaeology can scale both excellence and equity, because the sustainability of research and stewardship depends on people trained to high technical standards who also understand legal frameworks, community relations, and responsible data governance. Change begins at the level of education and carries through hiring, promotion, and funding practices. Field schools must broaden beyond excavation technique to include modules on digital methods, laboratory protocols, conservation triage, ethics, and community consultation. They should offer tiered training where local trainees gain prioritized access to slots, scholarships, and mentorship, ensuring that capacity growth happens where heritage lives. Graduate programs and continuing professional development should require interdisciplinary rotations, conservation placements, bioarchaeology labs, or internships. In heritage law units, expose students to practical constraints that shape later research decisions. Career pipelines must value long-term stewardship roles, conservators, collection managers, outreach officers, and community liaison officers, on par with research track positions, so that institutional memory and local engagement are not continually lost to short-term contracts. Hiring and promotion criteria should recognize collaborative outputs, including community reports, open datasets, and applied heritage interventions, not only high-profile single-author papers. Funding agencies play a central role by structuring grants that mandate local partnerships, allocate budgets for capacity building, and support infrastructure in source countries. Multi-year funding that covers training, laboratory setup, and maintenance addresses the chronic problem of one-season projects without lasting legacies. Certification and accreditation bodies should update professional standards to include competencies in digital curation, community engagement, and ethical sampling, providing recognized credentials that reflect modern practice. Mentorship networks and exchange programs build human bridges. Secondments between institutions, joint PhD co-tutels and regional training hubs spread expertise and reduce dependence on external consultants. Importantly, capacity building must be reciprocal. Northern institutions gain local knowledge, while host communities and institutions gain tools and autonomy. Remote and hybrid training modalities, online modules, virtual labs and cloud-hosted datasets scale access to knowledge, but practical, on-site mentoring remains indispensable. Finally, career sustainability depends on fair employment practices that provide living wages, job security, and clear professional trajectories for technicians, conservators, and database managers, who form the backbone of long-term projects. When those roles are undervalued, data gaps and stewardship failures follow. Building human capital across regions and roles ensures archaeology's capacity to answer complex questions ethically, to steward heritage responsibly, and to deliver research that benefits both scholarship and source communities. Sustainable funding and adaptive governance determine whether archaeological practice can weather crises and remain accountable, because projects require continuous support for preservation, long-term curation, and community partnerships that outlive a single grant cycle. Traditional project funding models, 3-year grants earmarked for fieldwork and publication, fail to cover the full life cycle costs of research, conservation, storage, and outreach. A shift toward life cycle budgeting is essential. Proposals should budget for multi-year conservation plans, digital repository fees, community liaison salaries, and contingencies for environmental or political disruption. Funders can incentivize sustainability by requiring long-term data management plans and by funding endowments or trust funds for site stewardship. Public-private partnerships, offer additional models when structured with transparency and community oversight, but they demand safeguards against commodification or unequal benefit distribution. Legal and policy frameworks must align to support stewardship. National heritage laws can include provisions for co-management with local communities, streamlined permitting with community consultation requirements, and incentives for in-country curation such as tax relief or matching grants for local museums. International aid and development agencies increasingly recognize heritage's role in livelihoods and resilience. Embedding archaeology in broader development projects, rural infrastructure, tourism planning and education creates diversified funding streams that link preservation with local economic outcomes. Governance should be adaptive. Community councils, advisory boards and joint stewardship committees with clear decision-making authority balance scientific aims with local priorities. Transparent financial reporting and independent audits maintain trust, and impact metrics should track social outcomes, jobs created, training delivered, cultural revitalization, alongside scholarly outputs. Risk management plans must anticipate climate impacts, conflict and market volatility. Insurance models for collections, emergency documentation protocols, and off-site backups for digital and physical assets are practical necessities. Multi-stakeholder consortia, uniting universities, governments, NGOs and local bodies, spread risk and create redundancy, so a single institutional failure does not jeopardize entire datasets. In sum, funding and governance must evolve from episodic projectism to systems thinking that finances both immediate research and the institutional bedrock that preserves heritage, supports communities and sustains knowledge across generations. Futures thinking and scenario planning help archaeology make choices that balance innovation with ethics, because anticipating technological, environmental, and social change allows projects to design flexible strategies rather than reactive patchwork. Futures methods begin by mapping key uncertainties, climate trajectories, technological shifts, legal reforms, and geopolitical instability, and then constructing plausible scenarios that stress test research designs and stewardship plans. For example, scenarios that consider accelerated sea level rise drive, prioritization protocols for coastal sites, when time is limited, triage frameworks based on scientific value, community needs, and preservation feasibility guide, which areas receive rescue excavation, which are documented digitally, and which are left under in situ protection strategies. Similarly, technological scenarios explore the implications of pervasive AI and automation on data analysis and labor, while machine learning can scale prospection and pattern detection. Workforce planning must ensure that local skills are maintained, and that algorithmic outputs remain interpretable and ethically governed. Scenario planning guides infrastructure choices too. Decisions about investing in local cold storage capacity, regional clean labs, or distributed digital repositories depend on forecasts of data growth, access needs, and continued funding. Equally important is cultural foresight, anticipating how descendant communities may change priorities over decades. Shifts in language revival movements, changes in land use or educational transformations, shapes long-term stewardship agreements that remain mutually respectful and relevant. Futures work is not deterministic. It does not predict exact outcomes, but clarifies trade-offs and helps leaders choose robust strategies under uncertainty. Implemented through periodic reviews, stakeholder workshops, and adaptive management cycles, futures thinking embeds resilience into archaeology's institutional DNA. It ensures that the discipline can harness technological promise, mitigate environmental risk, preserve ethical commitments, and remain a flexible partner to communities and policymakers facing the deep, unpredictable challenges of coming decades. The conservation of memory is as much a social project as it is a technical one, because the long-term survival of archaeological knowledge depends on choices societies make about what to care for, how to interpret, and who gets to own the story. Stewardship begins before excavation. Policy frameworks, community agreements, and conservation strategies define what will be left in situ. what will be retrieved, and how recovered materials will be housed. Governments, institutions, and local stakeholders negotiate trade-offs between research, tourism, development, and spiritual practice, and each decision becomes an ethical act, shaping the future archive. In many regions, legal frameworks now require formal management plans that include condition monitoring, looting prevention, and emergency response. Successful plans are not static documents, but living processes, adjusted through seasonal review and stakeholder consultation. The most resilient approaches integrate conservation science, local knowledge, and adaptive funding in practice. That means establishing clear custodial responsibilities, building local capacities in conservation and data management, and linking heritage protection to tangible community benefits such as training, employment, and educational resources. When stewardship succeeds, objects and sites remain available for future methods and questions. When it fails, irreplaceable contextual information vanishes into private hands or erodes into loss. Climate change reframes stewardship with urgency because rising temperatures, shifting precipitation regimes, and accelerating sea level rise expose archaeological holdings to new and intensifying threats. Coastal tombs, riverine settlements, and high-altitude permafrost sites all face distinct vulnerabilities, and each requires bespoke strategies. Managed retreat and in-situ protection are complementary tools. In some low-lying coastal zones, documentation plus non-invasive monitoring will be the only feasible option before inundation. Producing high-resolution digital archives and prioritize sample collection for the most informative contexts. Elsewhere, emergency salvage excavation, targeted, methodical, and ethically negotiated, captures data and materials that would otherwise be lost, but it must be designed to avoid extractive practices that leave communities with the burden of long-term curation without adequate resources. Predictive modeling that overlays paleo-environmental reconstructions with modern risk maps helps prioritize action when models show a high probability of rapid change within a few decades. Triage frameworks guide which sites receive intervention based on scientific value, community significance, and likelihood of survival. Funding mechanisms that support climate-sensitive stewardship, endowment funds, disaster response grants, and insurance pools for high-value collections reduce the tendency for reactive, poorly resourced rescue that compromises scientific integrity. Urban and infrastructure development presents another scale of challenge because modern growth often collides with buried heritage. Planning laws that embed archaeological assessments into early-stage design reduce destructive surprises and turn heritage into a partner for sustainability. Best practice places archaeological evaluation at the pre-construction phase, using remote sensing, targeted coring, and predictive GIS to inform alignment choices, foundation depths, and mitigation strategies that avoid the most sensitive deposits. Where avoidance is impossible, careful excavation designed as a knowledge gain exercise, rather than mere compliance, yields data that justify development costs and can deliver cultural benefits through interpretation and public display. Developers and heritage agencies increasingly negotiate heritage agreements that fund local museums, create interpretive parks, or leave visible fragments in urban design, turning inevitable loss into civic potential. Yet the danger of tokenism remains. Superficial displays or cherry-picked artifacts cannot substitute for rigorous contextual study. Ethical mitigation requires transparent reporting, enforceable conservation conditions, and stewardship funding that persists beyond project completion, so that artifacts and archives do not evaporate once construction budgets close. Museums, archives, and digital repositories form the institutional backbone of collective memory, but they must evolve to meet 21st century demands for transparency, equity, and access. Curatorial practice now integrates conservation science with community partnership. Provenance research and deaccessioning policies treat problematic collections with the seriousness of legal and moral obligation. Institutions adopting a stewardship ethos invest in country conservation capacity or co-locate collections where communities can care for and display objects. Digital platforms extend reach, but bring new responsibilities. Repositories must provide robust metadata, clear access rights, tiered permissioning for sensitive materials, and technical strategies for long-term preservation, including format migration and redundancy. Open access models democratize knowledge, but must be balanced against protections for sacred or patented content. Community-controlled digital repositories provide one pathway, where high-resolution records are shared under negotiated terms. Training curators in community liaison skills and legal frameworks reduces conflict. Embedding community advisory boards into museum governance ensures that displays and research priorities reflect living values rather than external tastes. Education and public engagement shape cultural valuation in the long run, because the public's perception of heritage determines political support, funding, and field permissions. Innovative outreach ties archaeological findings to local curricula, hands-on workshops, and place-based storytelling that foregrounds process and evidence, rather than sensationalism. Programs that invite communities to co-develop exhibitions, school modules, and interpretive trails generate ownership and stewardship ethic. When residents see how archaeology illuminates their histories and contributes to livelihoods through tourism and craft revival, they advocate for protection. Digital engagement extends learning via virtual reconstructions, annotated 3D models, and interactive timelines, broadening reach while reducing pressure on fragile sites. Yet outreach must be honest. It should teach audiences how uncertainty and method shape conclusions. When publics understand that archaeology operates through hypothesis testing, sampling limits, and reproducible data, they are less likely to accept simplistic myths and more likely to support measured conservation choices. Research ethics and governance evolve alongside technology and geopolitical realities, and future frameworks must embed consent, reciprocity, and accountability at every stage. In increasingly transnational projects, agreements must detail data ownership, access limits, and benefit sharing obligations. Ethical frameworks include informed consent for destructive sampling, transparent protocols for aDNA and pathogen research, and pre-agreed plans for publication and public engagement that respect community preferences about timing and sensitivity. Benefit sharing can take many forms: co-authored publications, community scholarships, shared museum exhibits, or local conservation infrastructure, and must be budgeted explicitly into grants to avoid ad hoc promises that later vanish. Monitoring compliance through independent audits and public reporting builds trust and ensures that ethical commitments are not mere rhetoric. When governance links accountability to tangible outcomes, communities and researchers alike gain clarity about expectations and obligations. Technological innovation continues to expand archaeological horizons while raising novel questions about accessibility and equity. Machine learning, automated prospection, and advanced laboratory techniques speed analysis, but require inclusive datasets and transparent algorithms to avoid reproducing historical biases. Clean room aDNA work, high-performance computing for network analysis, and non-invasive imaging scans become standard in advanced laboratories, yet their benefits are unevenly distributed. Closing the gap requires investment in regional hubs, research infrastructures that host equipment, training and access for researchers from resource-limited settings, so that the capacity to deploy new methods does not concentrate knowledge production in a few wealthy institutions. Collaborative models that place laboratories in partnership with local universities, and that rotate access through structured fellowships democratize technical expertise, while building global research networks rooted in shared stewardship and mutual trust. Finally, the ethics of storytelling determines how archaeological facts become cultural meaning. Narratives that celebrate complexity, highlight human ingenuity, and foreground process invite audiences into critical appreciation. Stories that reduce past peoples to caricatures, or that instrumentalize heritage for narrow nationalist or commercial ends, erode scholarly credibility and harm living communities. Archaeology's moral obligation is to craft narratives that are accurate about uncertainty, attentive to descendant voices, and mindful of present-day consequences. That obligation shapes exhibition labels, media engagements, and classroom materials. It also underpins research priorities. Projects that address pressing contemporary concerns such as climate resilience, food security, or migration tend to resonate with publics while demonstrating archaeology's practical value. In this final arc, stewardship becomes the field's central ethic, protecting sites and collections, sharing authority, investing in durable infrastructure, and crafting narratives that respect both evidence and community memory. The tasks are technical, political, and moral. They require funding models that sustain long-term care, governance structures that enforce accountability, and training systems that cultivate both technical excellence and ethical fluency. Archaeology's future depends on the ability to balance immediate research desires with an enduring responsibility to preserve context, empower communities, and use the past to illuminate present choices without repeating old injustices. If parts of this extended treatment have been curtailed by length constraints, the next continuation will deepen particular themes, legal mechanisms, funding instruments, or case studies of climate-sensitive stewardship on receipt of your prompt.
Conservation under climate stress requires both science and politics, because archaeological sites face accelerating hazards, melting permafrost, flash floods, sea level rise, and desertification that can erase centuries of record in 1 or 2 seasons. Ice patches that once locked tools, textiles, and animal remains for millennia now thaw, releasing delicate organics that decay within days of exposure. Mountain permafrost that sealed burial chambers or frozen landscapes collapses, slumping hillsides and scattering artifacts downslope. River floods scour levees and wash away tell layers, while drought dries protective lake beds and exposes sites to erosion. Archaeologists respond with triage frameworks that balance rescue and respect. High-resolution digital documentation through drone photogrammetry, LiDAR, and ground-penetrating radar, targeted retrieval of most vulnerable or most informative items, and pre-planned conservation pipelines that keep organics cold, wet, and chemically stabilized from field to lab. Rescue must avoid extractive patterns. Communities that host sites need resources for storage, training, and decision-making power over what leaves and what stays. Adaptive planning links archives to hazard models, overlaying paleoclimate data, flood recurrence intervals, and glacial melt projections with site maps, so managers know which places are most at risk within 5, 10, or 50 years. Funding systems follow risk logic, rotating disaster response grants that deploy quickly, long-term endowments that stabilize salaries for conservators, and pooled insurance for heritage collections that cannot be individually secured. Climate archaeology reframes stewardship not as static guarding of walls but as active, anticipatory care, where protection may mean controlled burial, water diversion, or even community-approved relocation of shrines and monuments before loss. The lesson is clear: conservation under climate pressure is never a one-off rescue, but an iterative negotiation where predictive science, technical conservation, and local authority align. Urban development introduces subtler but equally relentless pressure, because roads, pipelines, and construction projects cut into buried heritage at scales unseen in earlier centuries. Archaeological assessment built into planning is the only durable defense. Laws in many countries now mandate environmental and heritage impact statements, but effectiveness varies with enforcement. The strongest systems bring archaeologists into design phases rather than demolition phases. Predictive GIS overlays known sites, soil depths, and historical maps onto proposed corridors. Borehole sampling checks deposits before blueprints are finalized, and engineers shift alignments by meters or foundation designs by depth to avoid destruction. Where avoidance fails, mitigation excavation documents and preserves, but the ethos must shift from clearance to knowledge gain. Excavation teams publish full datasets, integrate community interpreters, and create public outputs, site museums, interpretive parks, or digital exhibits that justify disruption. Developers may fund conservation labs, sponsor local training, or endow maintenance for urban heritage parks, ensuring that benefit persists. Transparency prevents tokenism. Agreements specify conservation budgets, open reporting, and enforceable penalties for non-compliance. Effective practice also insists on quality archives. When a site is removed, stratigraphic matrices, samples, photos, and digital models must enter trusted repositories with stable funding. Archaeology in urban corridors becomes part of civic identity when fragments are incorporated into plazas, transport hubs, or public art with clear context panels. But compromise remains delicate. Flashy fragments cannot replace systematic research, and the political will to protect context must survive pressure for rapid construction. The record shows that cities which integrate heritage into planning generate pride, tourism, and resilience, while those that neglect context face irreversible loss and often public backlash. Stewardship in urban growth thus rests on embedding archaeology and policy as infrastructure, not as afterthought. Digital repositories and museums are the long-term keepers of archaeological memory, and their transformation defines whether evidence will remain usable for centuries. The classical model of sealed storage in national capitals is no longer sufficient. Collections are global, claims of ownership are contested, and digital duplication makes both democratization and exploitation possible. Stewardship today means building layered systems, local storage with climate-controlled micro-museums, regional training centers for conservation and digitization, and cloud-mirrored repositories that store scans, photographs, isotopic data, and stratigraphic logs. Metadata standards: fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, anchor sustainability. Each digital object requires context, excavation permit number, provenience, analytic method, uncertainty, and cultural notes. Without metadata, a 3D model is only geometry, not heritage. Access regimes must respect equity. Some data, such as human remains or ritual spaces, remain restricted, with tiered permissioning that lets researchers use anonymized datasets while communities retain veto over sensitive imagery. Licensing moves beyond open-closed binaries, Creative Commons with cultural protocols, time-limited embargoes, and community-authored terms redefine access. Institutions must also confront legacies of extraction. Provenance research audits collections for colonial acquisition, contested removals, or unconsented sampling. Deaccession and repatriation become active duties, not symbolic gestures. Where return is feasible, logistics and conservation support accompany objects, preventing burdens from shifting to under-resourced local museums. Where return is blocked by fragility or law, digital repatriation and shared custody models grant access and narrative authority. Training curators in law, ethics, and community liaison reduces conflict, and advisory boards with descendant representatives guide exhibition choices. Above all, repositories must plan for time, migrating formats, replacing servers, testing backups, and funding staff positions not through annual appeals but through stable endowments. Memory is conserved when archives remain usable, accessible, and trustworthy, when narratives give credit and context, and when stewardship shifts from ownership to shared custodianship across generations. In this light, conservation is not just about keeping objects safe, but about keeping meanings alive, refreshed, and re-anchored as science and communities change. At day's end, the soil closes over what was opened, but the work endures in records, samples, and shared stories. Archaeologists carry evidence from trench to lab, from microscope to map, turning fragments into narratives that connect past lives to present questions. Conservation, community partnership, and careful documentation ensure that artifacts remain available for future methods and for descendants who still remember their landscapes. Chronologies become frameworks, not conclusions, techniques become means to better questions, and uncertainty is stated plainly as part of the evidence. When research aligns with ethical stewardship, archaeology serves both science and society. It reveals how people lived, adapted, and chose through lessons drawn from long-term change. The discipline's promise rests on collaboration, transparency, and the patience to preserve context rather than consume it. In that patient practice, memory is conserved, meaning is shared, and the past remains a resource for wiser decisions in the present.